Welcome back to Sleep Storyteller, where every night is a new adventure, and every story is a journey into the unknown. I'm so glad you're here, ready to relax, unwind, and let the gentle sound of rain guide you into a peaceful slumber. As we begin tonight's story, I invite you to close your eyes, take a deep breath, and let the world outside fade away. Remember, this is your space, a place to let go, to dream, and to find the calm you need. If you're ready for tonight's story, go ahead and hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment below sharing what helps you relax most at night. Now, let's begin. The Shadow Collector, in the heart of the city, beneath the flickering gas lamps and the hum of the busy streets, there was a place where few dared to tread. It was a shadowed alley, tucked away between ancient stone buildings, where the air was thick with whispers, and the flickering light seemed to bend and twist unnaturally. No one remembered exactly when the alley had appeared, but those who had lived in the city for any length of time knew of its existence. It was a place where the light was always dim, where time seemed to stretch and distort, and where the darkest secrets of the world were collected, sold, and traded. This was the domain of the Shadow Collector. No one knew his true name. Some said he had been born of darkness itself, others whispered that he had once been a nobleman, a scholar, or a thief. None of it could be confirmed. What was known was that he possessed the rarest of powers, the ability to collect the shadows of others, not just the fleeting shadows cast by passing clouds or the darkened corners of a room, but the very essence of a person's soul, the shadow that clung to them like a second skin. It was an ability that had granted him both fear and reverence in the underworld. And in return for his service, he demanded a price, one that could not be bargained with or avoided. To those who sought his help, the Shadow Collector offered something few could resist, a glimpse into the future. A promise that he could steal a shadow from the world, someone's fate, their choices, or the path they would walk, and give it to another. It was a tempting offer, especially for those with secrets to keep or futures they wished to change, but the cost was high. For every shadow taken, something else was given. A life might be shortened. A memory could be lost. A soul might be damned. On a cold winter's night, a woman named Isolde found herself standing at the threshold of that very alley. She had heard the rumors, the stories of the Shadow Collector's power, and her heart burned with desperation. She had come to bargain with him, though she had no idea what she was truly offering in exchange. Her brother, Lorien, had vanished 6 months ago. Disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a cryptic message scrawled in his own hand: "The shadows are coming for me." The authorities had scoured the city, but nothing had been found. It was as if he had simply been swallowed by the darkness. Isolde had spent months searching for any clue, any sign of her brother, but all efforts had failed. Her family had given up hope. But Isolde refused to let go. She had heard the tales of the Shadow Collector's bargains and, though she feared the cost, she was determined to find her brother and uncover the truth of his disappearance. The alley before her seemed to breathe in the darkness. The walls almost pulsating with the weight of years gone by. The air was heavy, thick with secrets. And there, at the far end, she saw him, a figure draped in a cloak that seemed to swallow the very light around him. He stood still, his presence undeniable, and for a moment, it felt as though the alley itself had grown silent, awaiting her approach. Isolde's heart hammered in her chest. She had come this far, but now, standing before the shadow collector, she felt a wave of doubt crash over her. Was she truly prepared to pay whatever price he demanded? The figure did not speak immediately, but she could feel his eyes on her, as though he had been expecting her arrival all along. "You seek something," he finally spoke, his voice low, smooth, and laced with an ancient power. "Something lost." Isolde's breath caught in her throat, and she nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "My brother. Lorien. He disappeared. I need to know where he is. What happened to him?" The shadow collector stepped forward, the shadows around him swirling as if they were alive, wrapping around his form. "And what will you offer in exchange for the truth?" Isolde swallowed hard, knowing there was no turning back now. "Anything. I will pay whatever price you ask." The collector tilted his head, his eyes gleaming from beneath the dark hood of his cloak. "Anything?" She nodded, her resolve hardening. "Anything." He studied her for a long moment, his gaze piercing, as though weighing her very soul. "Very well, then. I will take what you offer. But remember, once the shadow is taken, there is no returning it. Not even for you." Isolde felt a shiver run down her spine, but she did not waver. "I understand." A slow smile tugged at the collector's lips. "Then come, child. Let us see if you are truly ready to pay the price." With a slow, deliberate movement, the shadow collector raised his hand, and the darkness around them seemed to deepen, expanding as though it were a living thing. Isolde's heart raced in her chest as she stepped closer, unsure of what was to come. The collector's voice echoed in the alley. Soft but chilling. "You will know the truth of your brother's fate. But in return, you must give up something precious. A shadow of your own." Isolde hesitated for the briefest of moments. A shadow of her own. What could he possibly mean? Before she could voice her confusion, the collector's hand extended towards her, and she felt something tug at the very core of her being. A darkness that was not her own seemed to rise from the depths of her soul, swirling around her like a wraith. She could feel it, her own shadow, pulling away from her, a part of her being that she could not control, could not escape. It was then that she understood. The shadow collector didn't just take what was offered. He took a piece of you. A part of your soul, a part of your essence, to balance the scales of fate. Her knees buckled, but she stood firm. Her hand clenched at her side, but there was no turning back. "I accept," she whispered, her voice a mixture of fear and determination. The darkness around them pulsed with power as the collector's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. "Then it is done." And just like that, the alley shifted. The shadows thickened and the world seemed to fade. Isolde's vision blurred, and she felt a strange emptiness inside her, a hollow place where something that had always been a part of her, was now gone. Then, in the dark recesses of her mind, a single image appeared, a vision of Lorien. But it was not a memory she recognized. It was a shadow of him, not quite real, not quite there, but enough to send a chill through her heart. The collector's voice echoed again, softer now. "Your brother's fate is tied to the shadows. Find him, if you can. But know this, he is no longer the man you knew. The shadows have taken him, and they will not give him back easily. The vision of Lorien flickered, and Isolde found herself alone in the alley once more, the collector's presence gone as if it had never been, the cost had been paid. And now, her search for Lorien would take her into the very heart of darkness. The cold night air bit into Isolde's skin as she stumbled from the alley. Her heart still racing, her mind struggling to comprehend what had just transpired. The vision of her brother, Lorien, lingered in her thoughts, a shadow of him, a mere wisp of what he once was. She could still feel the weight of the collector's bargain pressing down on her, the hollow emptiness inside her that had once been filled with something vital, something that now seemed lost. The streets around her were eerily quiet, the sounds of the city muffled as though the world had held its breath. She didn't know where to go, or how to begin the search for Lorien, but she knew she couldn't go back. The collector had given her a glimpse of the truth, but it was not enough. It was like looking through a veil, just enough to see something, but not enough to understand it. As she walked, the weight of her shadowless soul dragged behind her like a dead weight, a constant reminder of the price she had paid. She could feel it, an absence that wasn't quite physical but was just as tangible. Her every step felt heavier now, as if the world itself had become slightly off-kilter, as if her place in it had shifted. Her brother was no longer the man she remembered. The collector had said it plainly, the shadows have taken him, and they will not give him back easily. But what did that mean? Was he dead? Was he trapped somewhere, bound to the shadows in some dark corner of existence? Or had he, too, become something else, something unrecognizable? Isolde didn't have the answers, but she had one thing: resolve. She couldn't rest until she found him, until she knew what had happened to the brother she once loved. The shadows, whatever they were, had taken him from her, but she would fight to bring him back, to understand the darkness that had consumed him. She knew she would need help, and there was only one person in the city who might know more about the shadows, the scholar, Draven. Draven was an enigmatic figure, a former academic who had turned to the darker arts in pursuit of knowledge. He was said to be the last living person who understood the ancient texts and rituals surrounding the Shadow Realm. Some said he was mad. Others said he had lost himself to the very forces he studied. But Isolde had no other choice. If there was anyone who could help her understand what had happened to Lorien, it was Draven. She made her way to his shop, a small, nondescript building at the edge of the city. The sign outside was old and faded, the letters barely legible, Draven's Curiosities. Inside, the air was thick with the smell of old books, incense, and something darker, something that made the hairs on the back of Isolde's neck stand on end. The shelves were cluttered with strange artifacts, bones, vials of liquid, tattered scrolls, and symbols she couldn't understand. The door creaked as she stepped inside. And a voice from the shadows greeted her, "You've come." Isolde's pulse quickened as she turned to face the figure emerging from the gloom. Draven stood there, his tall, gaunt frame outlined by the dim candlelight. His eyes were deep-set and black, like twin pools of ink, and his expression unreadable. "I need your help," Isolde said, her voice steady despite the fear curling in her stomach. "It's my brother. He's been taken. The shadows, they've taken him." Draven regarded her with a long, penetrating look, as though weighing her words carefully. For a moment, he said nothing, his gaze flickering to the door, then back to her. Then, with a slow nod, he gestured for her to follow him deeper into the shop. "Sit," he said, motioning toward a worn armchair near a table cluttered with strange instruments. "Tell me everything." Isolde took a seat, her mind racing. She recounted everything: the disappearance of Lorien, the cryptic message he had left behind, and the bargain she had struck with the shadow collector. She even told him of the vision, the shadow of her brother that had lingered in her mind. Draven listened in silence, his eyes never leaving her as she spoke. When she finished, there was a long pause, and then he finally spoke, his voice soft but tinged with something that might have been pity. "The shadows are not mere darkness," he said, his fingers tapping the surface of the table. "They are remnants, echoes of the past, fragments of those who have been lost. Those who have given up pieces of themselves, either willingly or by force." Isolde's heart sank. "Is that what happened to Lorien? Did he give something up?" Draven's gaze darkened, and he nodded slowly. "Yes. The shadow collector does not take shadows freely. The cost is always high. When someone's shadow is stolen, it means they've lost something essential. A part of their soul, a piece of their humanity. And if you are not careful, if the balance is not maintained, you can become something less." Isolde's mind reeled at the thought. Was Lorien lost forever? Had the shadows already consumed him, turning him into something unrecognizable? "But how do I find him?" she asked, her voice breaking slightly. "How do I bring him back?" Draven leaned in closer, his expression grave. "The shadows are not bound by the same rules as the world you know. They exist on the edge of reality, in the spaces between light and dark. To find him, you must follow the trail of his shadow, but be warned, the journey is dangerous. The shadows do not give up their secrets easily. And there are forces far older than the collector, forces that may not wish for you to find your brother." Isolde clenched her fists, the weight of the task ahead of her pressing down on her. She had no choice but to continue. Lorien was out there somewhere, lost in the darkness, and she would stop at nothing to find him. "I'll do whatever it takes," she said, her voice firm. Draven nodded, as though he had expected nothing less. "Very well. To find your brother, you will need to enter the shadow realm. But be warned, once you step into the shadows, you may not return the same." The room seemed to grow colder as Draven spoke, the air thick with foreboding. "I'm ready," Isolde said, her voice steady despite the fear that curled in her chest. She would find Lorien. She had to. The air in Draven's shop had grown heavy, as though the very walls were pressing in around Isolde. His words still hung in the room. Cold and foreboding, the shadow realm. The thought of stepping into a world so foreign, so full of darkness and mystery, terrified her. But her fear was nothing compared to the burning need to find Lorien, to understand what had happened to him, to bring him back, if it was still possible. Draven moved toward a shelf, his long fingers brushing over dusty tomes and vials. He seemed to hesitate for a moment, as though weighing whether to offer her the truth of what she would face. When he turned back to her, his face was grim, his eyes shadowed. "Entering the shadow realm is not a simple thing," he said, his voice low. "It requires more than just a passage. It requires a guide. And there are few who can walk the edge of that world without being consumed by it. Isolde nodded, her resolve firm. Then tell me what I need to do. I don't care what it takes. Draven gave her a long, searching look before sighing softly, as though he were about to make an irreversible decision. There is a place, he said quietly. A forgotten corner of the city, where the veil between worlds is thin. It's there that the shadows gather, and it is there you will find your brother, or what is left of him. He reached for an ancient-looking map, one that was so old its edges were tattered and worn. It seemed to hum with a strange energy, a soft, eerie vibration that made Isolde's skin crawl. This is the map, he continued, unrolling it carefully. Follow the path marked in silver ink. It will guide you to the entry point of the Shadow Realm. But be warned, once you step through, the world you know will change. The shadows are unpredictable, and they don't take kindly to those who try to navigate their depths. Isolde studied the map, her finger tracing the faint line marked with silver, leading her through streets and alleys she knew all too well. The path appeared to end at a small, abandoned chapel at the edge of the city, an old, crumbling building she had passed by countless times but never thought much of. Now, it seemed the key to everything. When you reach the chapel, Draven said, his voice tinged with something that almost sounded like regret, you must call out to the shadows. They will hear you, and they will come. But be prepared, Isolde. You will not return the same. Not after you cross into their domain. His words were a warning, but they also felt like a challenge. She nodded, swallowing the rising panic in her throat. She had no choice. She couldn't lose Lorien. Not to the shadows, not to the collector. She would do whatever it took. Draven handed her a small, intricately carved pendant. It was made of obsidian, dark as night, and shaped like a crescent moon. This will protect you, he said, his voice quieter now, as if the reality of what she was about to do was weighing on him too. Wear it around your neck. The shadows will not harm you if you hold your own. And remember, once you step into their world, the rules are different. Time is not the same. You may feel like you're lost forever, or that everything around you is shifting, but don't forget your purpose. I won't, she said, the word steady, though her heart thundered in her chest. I will find him. Draven said no more. With a final, lingering look, he turned away, busying himself with his strange instruments once again, his back to her. She knew it was time to go. As Isolde left the shop, the weight of the pendant around her neck felt like both a blessing and a curse. She clutched it in her hand, feeling the cold, smooth surface against her palm. She had to focus on Lorien. She couldn't afford to be distracted. The shadows would come for her if she allowed fear to take root. The city felt different now. The streets, which had once seemed ordinary, now felt foreign, as though they were merely a thin veil masking something far more sinister. Every flicker of movement in her peripheral vision felt like an omen. Every gust of wind seemed to whisper her name. The nearer she got to the chapel, the more the shadows seemed to press in, stretching out of every alley, pooling in every corner. It was as though the city itself was holding its breath. Finally, she reached the chapel. The building loomed before her, its silhouette dark and foreboding against the night sky. The doors were old and decaying, the hinges rusted, and the stone steps leading up to the entrance were cracked and uneven. But what struck Isolde the most was the overwhelming sense of presence that seemed to radiate from within. The air felt thick with something unnatural, the very ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy. Taking a deep breath, Isolde stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. She placed her hand on the door, pushing it open with a creak that echoed through the stillness of the night. Inside, the chapel was shrouded in darkness, the faintest trace of moonlight filtering through broken stained glass windows. The air was stale, the dust thick in the air. But there was something else, a coldness that seeped into her bones. She could feel it. The boundary between worlds was close. She was standing on the edge of something far older, far darker, than anything she had ever known. Isolde stepped further inside, the pendant around her neck cold against her skin. She could hear her breath, shallow and quick, as she stood in the center of the chapel, the echoes of her footfalls the only sound. She raised her voice, her words trembling as they left her lips. "Lorien," she called, her voice breaking the stillness, "I'm here. Please, show me where you are. The shadows have taken you, but I won't let them keep you. I will find you." Her words seemed to hang in the air, swallowed by the vast emptiness around her. For a long moment, nothing happened. The shadows remained still, unmoving, as though they were listening, waiting, and then, without warning, the air grew colder. The shadows in the corners of the chapel seemed to stretch and twist, moving unnaturally, swirling around her. The faintest whispers filled the air, too soft to understand, but carrying an unmistakable sense of malice. The ground beneath her feet trembled, and a dark figure emerged from the gloom. Isolde's heart stopped. There, before her, stood a silhouette, a shadow, but not just any shadow. It was him, Lorien, but he was not the brother she remembered. His form was hazy, like smoke drifting in and out of focus, his eyes glowing faintly with an unnatural light. The air around him pulsed with the same dark energy that had taken him in the first place. Isolde, his voice was not his own. It was distorted, fractured, like 1,000 voices speaking at once. "You should not have come." The figure before Isolde was unmistakably Lorien, yet utterly foreign. His once warm, brown eyes now glowed faintly with an otherworldly light, hollow and distant. His form flickered like a candle in the wind, the edges of his shadow stretching unnaturally, curling in ways that defied the laws of nature. There was no warmth in him now, no trace of the brother she had known, only a hollow, twisted reflection. "Lorien." Isolde whispered, her voice trembling. "It's really you, isn't it? I've come for you. You have to come back. You don't belong here." Her words seemed to echo through the vast emptiness of the chapel, but Lorien did not respond as she expected. His lips parted, but the voice that emerged was not his own. It was a chorus of whispers, too many to count, layered on top of one another. "You shouldn't have come, sister," the voices murmured, a chilling mix of Lorien's voice and countless others. "The shadows are not meant to be disturbed. They are eternal." Isolde's heart clenched as she took a step forward, but the ground seemed to shift beneath her feet. And she faltered. The shadows surrounding her brother rippled, stretching toward her as if they were alive, hungry for her touch. She instinctively pulled back, her breath quickening, but her resolve held firm. She couldn't let him slip further into this abyss. No, she said, her voice stronger now, though her hands shook. I won't let you stay here. I'll find a way to bring you back. We can fix this. Lorien's form flickered again, a grotesque distortion, and for a brief moment, Isolde saw a flash of the brother she once knew, the Lorien who had been kind, brave, full of life. But it was fleeting, gone as quickly as it had appeared. You cannot fix what is broken, Isolde, the shadows hissed. You cannot change what has been claimed. The words chilled her to the bone, but she couldn't give up. She had come this far, and she would go further if she had to. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the obsidian pendant Draven had given her, holding it tightly in her hand. The cool, dark surface seemed to hum with energy, as though it were alive, pulsing with the shadows that surrounded them. I won't leave you like this, Isolde declared, her voice resolute. I will find a way to bring you back, even if I have to fight the shadows themselves. As if in response, the shadows surrounding Lorien twisted and writhed, stretching outward like dark tendrils seeking to consume her. Isolde stepped back, her eyes widening as the darkness closed in. She raised the pendant high, hoping that it would give her some measure of protection. The pendant's dark glow flared, casting strange, flickering shadows on the walls of the chapel. Lorien. She cried out, her voice cracking with desperation. Please, remember who you were. Fight this. You're still in there. For a moment, there was silence. The shadows seemed to still, the whispers quieting as if the very world was holding its breath. And then, Lorien's figure flickered once more, and a faint, familiar voice echoed through the chapel. Isolde. I'm sorry. The words were broken, ragged, and filled with an unbearable sadness. Lorien's form wavered, as though the very act of speaking was painful for him. His glowing eyes flickered, and for an instant, Isolde saw a glimpse of the brother she had lost, the one she had loved, the one who had been full of life and laughter. But it was fleeting. The shadows reached for him again, and he began to fade. You're fading. Isolde whispered, stepping closer, her voice pleading. Please don't leave me. Lorien's shadow seemed to shift, stretching and darkening, his face a mask of anguish. His voice was now a mere whisper, a thread of sound that barely reached her ears. It's too late for me, Isolde. I'm not who I was anymore. The shadows around him seemed to writhe in agreement, thickening and swirling around him like a storm. Isolde could feel it, a presence that was far older, far darker, moving within the chapel. The collector's influence was everywhere now. The shadows were no longer just Lorien's, but something far more sinister, something that sought to keep him in this forsaken place. You're wrong. Isolde shouted, her voice breaking with emotion. I won't give up. I won't leave you. But the shadows seemed to mock her, curling around her feet, pulling her toward the ground. She stumbled, fighting to keep her balance, but the darkness was too strong. The air grew thick with an oppressive weight, and the whispers, the countless, fragmented voices, began to rise in volume. Surrounding her like a cacophony, Isolde. Isolde. They chanted, over and over, their voices rising in pitch. You cannot save him. The shadows have claimed him. The price is too high. Suddenly, a dark figure appeared at the edge of the chapel. Isolde froze, her breath catching in her throat as the figure stepped forward, his cloak flowing like liquid shadow. The air around him seemed to ripple, bending in unnatural ways. She knew immediately who it was, the shadow collector. He was taller than she had imagined, his face obscured by a hood, but his presence was unmistakable. His very being radiated an ancient, terrifying power that seemed to bend the world around him to his will. Isolde's heart raced, and she instinctively took a step back. "You've come for him," she said, her voice trembling with defiance. "You've taken him. But I won't let you keep him." The shadow collector did not speak at first, his form merely watching her with an unsettling stillness. When he finally spoke, his voice was smooth and deep, carrying an eerie weight that made Isolde's skin crawl. "You are brave, child," he said, his tone almost amused. "But bravery will not change fate. The shadows do not belong to you. Nor does the soul of your brother." Isolde's hands clenched into fists. "You cannot keep him. He's my brother. He was taken, but he's not lost yet. I'll fight for him. No matter what it costs." The collector's eyes, though hidden beneath his hood, seemed to gleam with a dark amusement. "You misunderstand," he said. "He is not lost. He is mine. As are all those who offer their shadows. Their fate is sealed." Isolde's pulse thundered in her ears. She had known this would come, that the collector would try to stop her, but hearing his words, seeing the shadows writhe and bend to his will, made her feel small and helpless. Still, she stood tall, clutching the pendant tight, her heart burning with determination. "Then you'll have to fight me for him," she said, her voice firm. The collector's smile was a shadow itself, cold and unsettling. "Very well. Isolde. Let us see how far your resolve will carry you." Suddenly, the air seemed to change. The chapel grew darker, colder, as though the very walls were closing in. The collector raised his hand, and the shadows seemed to obey his command, swirling violently around the room, pulling at Isolde's feet. "You think you can challenge the shadows?" he asked, his voice tinged with dark amusement. "I am their master. And they will be your undoing." The chapel seemed to darken with every breath Isolde took, the shadows tightening around her like a vice. The collector's voice echoed, cold and mocking, as he stood at the center of the room, his presence dominating every inch of space. The walls seemed to breathe with the energy of the shadows that obeyed his every command. Swirling and twisting with a malevolent life of their own, Isolde's pulse thundered in her ears, her hands trembling as she gripped the obsidian pendant, its dark glow flickering with a faint, uncertain light. She could feel the pull of the shadows, their insistent tug at her very soul. But her resolve, though shaken, remained unbroken. Lorien was still in there somewhere. She could feel it. She wouldn't let the collector claim him. "You speak of fate," she said, her voice steady despite the fear that clawed at her insides. "But I don't believe in fate, not when it comes to the ones we love." The collector's laugh was a soft, chilling sound, like the rustle of dead leaves in a graveyard. "You think you can defy fate? You are nothing but a flicker in the vast darkness of the world," a fleeting moment in time. Your brother's soul has been claimed, as all souls are, by the shadows. There is no escaping what is inevitable. You're wrong, Isolde said fiercely, stepping forward, refusing to let his words drown her spirit. I won't let you take him. The shadows around her seemed to respond to her defiance, swirling tighter, pulling at her like the tide. For a moment, she felt as though she was being suffocated, the air thick and oppressive, but she pushed through, her heart focused on the one thing that mattered, Lorien. Suddenly, the collector extended his hand, and the shadows obeyed his command, lashing out toward Isolde like serpents. They wrapped around her arms, her legs, pulling her toward the ground, their grip cold and suffocating. Her breath caught in her throat as she struggled to break free. You are not strong enough, child, the collector said, his voice smooth and confident, a dark promise in his words. The shadows are endless. They cannot be fought. You have no power here. Isolde's heart raced as the darkness crept closer, but then she remembered the pendant, the only thing that had kept the shadows at bay so far. With every ounce of strength, she pulled it from around her neck and held it high, the obsidian crescent moon gleaming with an eerie light. The shadows recoiled. For a fleeting moment, the collector's smirk faltered, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Isolde seized the opportunity. No, she whispered, her voice fierce, I don't believe that. I don't believe in your shadows. She focused, pouring every ounce of her will into the pendant, her body radiating with the energy she had found in the depths of her determination. The shadows that surrounded her brother, that had once seemed so unyielding, began to waver and retreat. The pendant pulsed with a strange, vibrant light, casting an unnatural glow that pushed back the darkness inch by inch. The collector narrowed his eyes, a look of irritation crossing his face. Foolish girl. You think you can command them? You think you can wield their power? His voice dropped into a low growl. The shadows are not something to be controlled. They consume. They destroy. The shadows responded to his command, surging toward her once more, but this time, Isolde's resolve was unshakable. She felt the pendant warm in her hand, the energy it contained surging through her, giving her strength. I won't let you control him, she said, her voice fierce, louder now. Lorien is my brother, and I will fight for him until the end. With that declaration, she raised the pendant high once more, and the shadows recoiled further, their form becoming erratic and unstable, as though they could no longer find purchase in her presence. The chapel seemed to shake, a deep rumble that echoed from the very bones of the earth. The darkness around them was starting to unravel. The collector, however, was not so easily deterred. With a roar, he raised his arms, and the shadows erupted around him, thickening into monstrous forms that loomed above her. They were not just shadows, they were manifestations of pure darkness, writhing and snapping like hungry beasts, desperate to claim her. You cannot win, Isolde, the collector said, his voice seething with rage. This is my realm, and you are nothing more than an intruder. But Isolde wasn't listening to him anymore. Her focus was fixed solely on Lorien. She could see him, faintly, through the thick web of darkness. His eyes, though dim and distant, were still there. Still flickering with a spark of recognition. He was trapped in the center of it all, a prisoner of the very shadows that threatened to swallow him whole. "Lorien," she called, her voice breaking through the chaos, "fight. Please. I know you're still in there." For a moment, there was silence. The shadows hesitated, the monstrous forms wavering like smoke caught in the wind. Then, slowly, the figure of Lorien flickered, his form shifting, and the faintest flicker of his human shape appeared. I hear you." His voice was faint, fractured, but still unmistakably his. I'm sorry." "No," Isolde whispered fiercely. "Don't apologize. You're still in there, Lorien. Fight it. Fight the shadows. Come back to me." His form flickered again, and for a brief moment, he seemed to look directly at her, his eyes dim but full of something like recognition. His lips parted, but the shadows clung to him, pulling him back into their grasp, but this time, he didn't disappear completely. Isolde could feel it, the smallest shift in the air. The collector's power over him was weakening. She wasn't sure how, but it was. She gripped the pendant tighter, forcing every ounce of strength into it. "You're not lost," she whispered, her words a prayer, a plea. "You're not lost, Lorien. Come back." For a moment, it seemed as though the shadows themselves were hesitating. They wavered, their hold on Lorien flickering like a dying flame. And then, with a sound that echoed like thunder, the shadows recoiled, their grip faltering. Isolde took a step forward, her hand still holding the pendant high. The collector's gaze was now focused solely on her, his eyes narrowed, his lips twisted into a snarl. "You dare defy me?" he hissed, his voice low and dangerous. Isolde didn't respond. She had no more words left. She only had the will to fight, to save her brother from the darkness that had claimed him, and with that, the battle for Lorien's soul began in earnest. The darkness seemed to breathe, its weight pressing down on Isolde with every heartbeat. The collector's presence loomed over her like a storm cloud, dark and unyielding. His shadows twisted, lashing out like vicious claws, seeking to drag her into their grasp once more. But now, there was something different. The air crackled with energy, as though the very fabric of the shadows was being torn apart by the light of the pendant she held. It pulsed in her hand, warm and steady, the obsidian crescent moon a beacon of defiance. Isolde's heart raced, but her resolve was unwavering. She could feel the shift. Lorien was still there, somewhere beneath the suffocating darkness. She would not let him be lost. "You cannot win, child," the collector's voice rang out, smooth as silk, yet filled with malice. "These shadows have been my allies for centuries. They have consumed entire worlds, and you think your petty light can defeat them? You are nothing but a fleeting ember in the abyss." Isolde's grip on the pendant tightened, but she did not respond. The collector's words were empty threats, designed to break her. But she had already been broken, had already lost so much. Her brother, her family, was all that mattered now. Lorien's form flickered again, his body shuddering as if in pain. She saw him, his eyes flickering with that faint spark of recognition, but it was fading quickly, consumed by the relentless tide of shadows. His voice echoed in her mind, a whisper barely audible over the overwhelming roar of the dark. "Isolde. I'm Sorry. No, Lorien, she whispered back, her voice fierce despite the despair clawing at her chest. You're not gone. You're still in there. You can come back. I know you can. The shadows around her brother seemed to recoil, as if her words had struck them, weakened them. She saw it then, a faint shift in the air, a crack in the dark veil that had wrapped around him. It was small, imperceptible to anyone else, but to Isolde, it was a lifeline. With a scream of frustration, the collector raised his hand, and the shadows surged forward like a tidal wave, crashing against Isolde, attempting to swallow her whole. She stumbled, falling to her knees as the dark tendrils wrapped around her, tugging at her limbs, dragging her toward the ground. But then, something deep inside her stirred, a fire that had been smoldering ever since she had set foot in this cursed place. The love she felt for Lorien, the promise she had made to him, surged through her, filling her with strength. The pendant flared once more, its dark light growing brighter, warmer. The shadows recoiled, retreating as if burned by the very touch of her will. Enough. Isolde cried, rising to her feet despite the pull of the darkness. I will not let you take him. You will not claim him. Not today. The collector's smile was a twisted thing, cruel and bitter. You do not understand, girl. The shadows are not mere things to be resisted. They are fate. No, Isolde said, stepping forward, every step carrying more weight, more purpose. You may control the shadows, but you do not control me. You do not control my brother. She raised the pendant high, and the shadows screeched, their whispers turning to howls as they recoiled from the light. The collector's form seemed to flicker, his dark power being strained, the very walls of the chapel trembling under the force of the clash between light and shadow. You think this is a victory? The collector's voice was low, dripping with venom. You think your defiance will save him? He is mine. And you will never undo what has been done. The air around them thickened, the tension nearly unbearable. Isolde could feel it, the shadows were fighting back, pulling at her like they wanted to tear her apart. But she held fast, her body trembling with the effort, her hands steady as she held the pendant aloft. She could feel Lorien's presence, faint, fragile, but still there. I don't care what you say, she said through gritted teeth. I'm not giving up. Not now. Not ever. The collector stepped closer, the shadows around him swirling with an unnatural intensity. He raised his hand, and the darkness obeyed, gathering in a swirling vortex above them, like a storm ready to descend. The chapel seemed to close in, the very walls warping as the collector's power reached its peak. You are too weak, child, he said, his voice a hiss. The shadows will consume you, just as they have consumed him. There is no escape. But then, a faint cry pierced the air, weak but unmistakable. Lorien's voice, Isolde. She turned toward the sound, her heart leaping in her chest. There, in the midst of the shadows, she saw him, his form barely visible, but there. His eyes locked with hers, and for a brief moment, the darkness around him seemed to thin, the shadows retreating just enough for her to see the faint outline of his face. I'm here, Isolde whispered, her heart soaring with hope. I'm here, Lorien. I'm not leaving you. Come back. Please, come back. For a moment, there was no response. The shadows fought to keep him, their tendrils coiling tighter, but Lorien's form flickered, his outline shimmering like a candle fighting the wind. Isolde could feel it, a tug, a shift, as if his soul was beginning to break free. I can't, he whispered, his voice weaker now, strained by the weight of the darkness surrounding him. I'm lost, Isolde. I've been consumed. The shadows. They won't let me go. No, Isolde cried, stepping forward, the pendant glowing brighter in her hand. You're not lost. You're still my brother. And I won't let you fade into the darkness. I will fight for you. I will never stop fighting for you. The shadows around her brother twisted violently, the dark energy clashing against the force of her words, against the light of the pendant. The collector's face twisted in frustration, his eyes narrowing as he reached out to seize the shadows, to pull them back under his control. But the light from the pendant, her will, her love for Lorien, was too strong. It cut through the darkness like a blade, forcing the shadows to recoil. The collector's eyes flashed with fury. You cannot stop me. You cannot stop fate. But Isolde stood firm, her eyes locked on her brother, her voice filled with determination. I'm not trying to stop you, she said softly. I'm just trying to bring him back. The light of the pendant flared, and the shadows howled in agony, recoiling from the intense light. For a moment, everything seemed to hold still, and then, with a sound like the crack of thunder, the darkness shattered. Lorien's form broke free from the shadows, stumbling forward into the light, his face weary, his eyes wide with disbelief. The collector's roar of fury was drowned by the explosion of light that filled the chapel, illuminating every corner, banishing the shadows to the farthest reaches of the world. Isolde's heart pounded as she rushed forward, her arms outstretched. Lorien. He looked at her. His eyes filled with confusion, fear, and something else, something that was unmistakably him. His lips parted, but no words came out at first. Isolde. He whispered hoarsely, his voice trembling. Is it really you? Yes, she said, her voice choked with emotion. It's me. You're safe now. You're free. The shadows, now gone, no longer clung to him. He was free. But the collector was not finished. You may have won this battle, the collector's voice echoed in the now silent chapel, filled with rage. But the shadows will return. I will return. Isolde turned, her eyes blazing with defiance. Then we'll be ready. The battle was not over. But for the first time, she felt hope that together, they could face whatever darkness lay ahead. The chapel was still, the only sound the soft echo of Isolde's heavy breath as she knelt beside her brother. Lorien's face was pale, his eyes wide with shock, his hands trembling as if still feeling the residue of the shadows that had clung to him. He seemed lost in the sudden silence, his mind struggling to piece together the fragments of what had just happened. Isolde reached out, her hand brushing his, and he flinched slightly, as if unsure of the reality of it. But when he looked into her eyes, the recognition was there, like a spark of warmth in the coldest of nights. You're here. Lorien whispered, his voice hoarse, strained. I thought. I thought I was gone. You're not gone, Isolde said, her voice thick with emotion. You're right here. You're safe now. She held him close, her arms wrapping around him tightly, as if afraid he might vanish again, swallowed by the shadows. Lorien clung to her, his own arms trembling, as though afraid to believe it himself. The weight of everything that had happened seemed to crash down on him now, and Isolde could feel the tension in his body, the strain of the battle still fresh in his muscles. But even as the two of them shared this fleeting moment of relief, the air around them felt charged. There was a lingering darkness, a threat that wasn't entirely gone. The collector's words echoed in her mind, "I will return." Isolde glanced around the chapel, feeling the oppressive weight of the silence. The shadows, once so alive, were now gone, but their absence felt unsettling. The walls were cracked, the floors darkened, as though the very structure of the place had been shaped by the darkness that had once ruled it. But Lorien's return was a victory, one she couldn't deny. "I don't know what to do," Lorien said, his voice thick with guilt. He pulled away from her slightly, rubbing his temples as though trying to clear the fog from his mind. "The shadows, they took me, Isolde. I could feel myself slipping, like I was becoming something else. Something not human. I didn't know how to fight it. It was too strong." Isolde's heart ached for him. She knew the weight of the shadows had been unbearable. He hadn't just been consumed by them, he'd been shaped by them, twisted into something far beyond himself. The collector's power was insidious, relentless. But now, here, in this moment, he was himself again. "That was all that mattered. You fought it," she said softly, her hand on his shoulder. "And you're here. That's all that matters. We'll find a way to make sure it never happens again." Lorien nodded, but his gaze flickered toward the ruined altar, where the dark energy of the shadows had gathered. The collector's presence still hung in the air, like a distant storm on the horizon. They couldn't pretend it was over. "Not yet, I don't think it's over," Lorien said quietly, his voice tinged with the same understanding. That thing, the collector, he's too powerful. He'll be back, Isolde. We need to be ready." Isolde looked at her brother, his face lined with the strain of what he'd endured. She could see the lingering fear in his eyes, but there was also a flicker of determination. The same determination that had driven her to come here, to fight against the shadows and save him. They were in this together, and together they would face whatever came next. "We will be," Isolde said firmly, her hand tightening around the pendant. "We won't let him take you again." But even as she spoke the words, she couldn't ignore the sense of dread creeping in. The collector's power had not just been a physical force, it was an ancient, primal thing, woven into the very fabric of the world. The shadows were his domain, and their influence was far-reaching. She could still feel the faint pull of the darkness, the way it whispered to her, offering promises of power, of control. It was tempting, so tempting, but she resisted. She had to. They couldn't face this alone. They needed help, allies. She thought of the whispers she had heard about the Order of the Dawn, an ancient order said to hold secrets about the shadows and the forces that controlled them. If anyone knew how to fight the collector, it would be them. "We need to leave this place," Isolde said after a long moment. The collector is gone for now, but he'll return. And when he does, we need to be ready. Lorien nodded, his expression grim. Where do we go? I've heard of a place, Isolde said, her voice steady now, filled with resolve. A hidden sanctuary, far from here. The Order of the Dawn. They might know something that can help us. Lorien didn't question her. He didn't need to. He trusted her, just as she trusted him. They would find a way. They had to. The journey ahead would be long and dangerous, fraught with uncertainties. The collector was not a force to be taken lightly. And the shadows that had nearly claimed Lorien's soul were only a glimpse of what lay ahead. But together, they were stronger. Together, they could face anything. With one last glance at the broken chapel, Isolde took her brother's hand. The light from the pendant flickered, casting an eerie glow on the shattered stone around them. "We'll stop him," she said, her voice filled with the unshakable certainty of a sister who would never give up on her brother. And with that, they stepped into the unknown, ready to face whatever darkness awaited them. The road ahead was dark, winding through forests thick with ancient trees whose twisted branches seemed to reach toward the sky like gnarled fingers. Isolde and Lorien traveled in silence, the weight of their journey hanging heavy between them. The air was cool, crisp, and the stars above seemed distant, too far away to offer any comfort. But there was a sense of urgency now, an understanding that they couldn't stop, couldn't rest until they found the Order of the Dawn, or whatever hope remained. Lorien's steps were slower than usual, the exhaustion of his ordeal still clinging to him. The shadows had left scars, both visible and invisible. The darkness had marked him, not just physically, but within. But as they walked, Isolde could feel something stirring in him. The remnants of the light that had brought him back were still there. Faint but unwavering. "We'll get there, Lorien," Isolde said softly, breaking the silence. "I know it's hard, but you're not alone. I won't let you be." Lorien nodded, his face drawn, his eyes distant. "It's not just the shadows, Isolde," he murmured. "It's me. I feel broken. The collector's power, it's like a part of me is still inside of it. Like it's still in my mind, whispering, waiting for me to give in." Isolde stopped walking, turning to face him. She reached for his hand, her grip firm and warm. "You're stronger than that. You're not alone in this. I'm here. And you've always been my brother, no matter what's happened." Lorien's gaze softened, and for the first time since they'd left the chapel. He gave her a small, faint smile. "I don't deserve you, Isolde. After everything I've done, everything I've become." "No," she cut him off gently, "you don't get to say that. Not when you're fighting so hard to come back. Not when you've already won by coming back to me." He looked down at their hands, the pendant still dangling from her neck, casting a faint, shimmering light. "How do you stay so strong?" he asked, his voice quiet, almost lost in the whisper of the wind through the trees. Isolde hesitated for a moment, her heart heavy with the burden she carried. "Because I know you're still in there," she said simply. "I know you. You're my brother, Lorien. And as long as you're with me, I'm not giving up. We've been through too much together for me to turn away now." Lorien's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he squeezed her hand. "Thank you." They continued walking, and the night pressed on around them. The path grew steeper as they descended into a valley, the trees parting just enough to reveal a distant hill. On top of that hill, shrouded in mist, was a silhouette, a large, ancient structure that seemed to pulse with a strange energy. It was as if the very earth around it thrummed with purpose, and for the first time in what felt like forever, Isolde felt a sense of direction, of something solid ahead. "There," she said, pointing toward the hill. "That's it. The Order's sanctuary." Lorien followed her gaze, his eyes narrowing as he squinted into the distance. "It looks abandoned." "Trust me," Isolde said. "They will be there." The wind picked up as they made their way toward the hill, the shadows of the forest receding behind them, but the sense of unease lingered. It was as if something was watching them, waiting just beyond the edges of their perception. The air was too still, the silence too deep, but Isolde refused to let fear take hold. They had come this far. They had to keep moving forward. As they neared the sanctuary, the stone walls of the ancient building rose up in front of them, covered in ivy and moss, as if untouched by time itself. The gates were tall, iron-wrought and ornate, but they stood ajar, inviting them inside. Isolde hesitated for a moment, her instincts telling her to be cautious, but then she pushed the fear aside. "This is it," she said, her voice filled with determination. "We're here." They stepped through the gates, and the sanctuary stretched out before them, an overgrown garden surrounded by tall, ancient pillars, their surfaces etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dim light. In the center of the garden stood a stone pedestal, and on it, a single flame burned, its light a steady, unwavering beacon in the dark. There was something calming about it, a sense of peace that washed over them as they approached. And then they heard it, a voice, soft but clear, drifting from the shadows. "You have arrived at last." Isolde's heart skipped a beat, and she instinctively stepped closer to Lorien, her eyes scanning the darkened corners of the sanctuary. From the shadows emerged a figure, tall and cloaked in deep blue, with a hood that obscured their face. Their presence seemed to command the air, as if the very space around them was in harmony with their being. "Who are you?" Isolde asked, her voice steady but filled with curiosity and caution. The figure tilted their head slightly, and for a moment, the shadows around them seemed to deepen. "I am the one who has been waiting for you. The Order of the Dawn has foreseen your arrival." Lorien stepped forward, his voice cautious. "The Order? We've heard whispers of you. Can you help us? We need to know how to stop the Collector." The figure raised a hand, silencing him with a mere gesture. "The Collector is but one piece of a much larger puzzle. His shadow is a reflection of a greater darkness, one that threatens to swallow this world whole." Isolde frowned. "What do you mean?" "The shadows that took your brother," the figure said, their voice low and resonant, "are not mere servants of the Collector. They are ancient entities, forces that have existed since the dawn of time itself. The Collector wields them, yes, but they are not his alone. And they are far older than you can imagine." Isolde's mind raced. The Collector wasn't just an enemy. He was part of something far more dangerous, something ancient. "How do we fight them?" she asked, her voice tinged with urgency. the figure took a step closer, their hood falling back just enough for Isolde to catch a glimpse of their face, ageless, wise, and filled with a depth that sent a shiver down her spine. To fight the darkness, you must first understand it. The shadows you seek to destroy are bound to this world in ways that cannot be easily broken. But there is a way to sever the connection. To destroy the collector's hold once and for all. Isolde's heart leapt. Tell me. Please. The figure nodded. A faint smile playing at the corners of their lips. The answer lies within you. But first, you must prepare. The journey to uncover the truth will test everything you know, every belief you hold dear. And when it is over, you may not recognize the world you once knew. Isolde swallowed hard, but she nodded. They had come this far. There was no turning back now. We're ready, Lorien said, his voice steady despite the lingering darkness in his eyes. We will do whatever it takes. The figure stepped back into the shadows, and the flame in the center of the sanctuary flickered, casting long shadows across the garden. Then you must begin. The first step is to face your own shadows. Isolde exchanged a look with Lorien. They had faced so much already, but the path ahead was unknown, fraught with dangers and challenges they could not yet comprehend, but they would face it together. The battle for their souls, and the world, was only just beginning. The figure, cloaked in deep blue, vanished into the shadows as quickly as they had appeared, leaving Isolde and Lorien standing in the eerie stillness of the sanctuary. The air around them seemed to pulse with an energy that was both ancient and unsettling. The flame in the center of the garden flickered in the dim light, casting elongated shadows that twisted like serpents along the stone pathways. Isolde felt a surge of unease. Her thoughts racing. What did the figure mean by facing their own shadows? Was it a test? A metaphor? Or something more dangerous? Lorien, too, seemed to be contemplating the words. His brow furrowed as he glanced around the garden. The silent weight of the place pressed in on them, making it feel as if the very earth held secrets that they were not yet ready to uncover. We need to find out what they meant, Lorien finally said, his voice a mix of determination and apprehension. If there's a way to stop the collector, we need to know it. Isolde nodded, but a part of her hesitated. What if the shadow they needed to face was not just a force or an enemy, but something inside of them? She could still feel the lingering pull of the darkness. Even after everything they had fought through. The way the shadows had almost claimed Lorien, the way they had whispered to him, what if it wasn't just the collector they had to defeat, but their own inner demons? The thought was unsettling, but she pushed it aside. There was no time for doubt. They had come too far. Let's keep moving, she said, her voice firm. We need to find a way to start this journey. They walked deeper into the sanctuary, the overgrown garden silent save for the soft crunch of their footsteps on the moss-covered stone. The paths wound in a labyrinthine pattern, each turn revealing new statues, cracked pillars, and faded symbols carved into the ground. There was no sign of the figure who had spoken to them, only the haunting quiet and the feeling that they were being watched by unseen eyes. At the farthest corner of the garden, they came upon a small temple-like structure, its door ajar. The faintest light emanated from within, casting soft glows against the surrounding stone walls. Without exchanging a word, They stepped inside. Inside, the air was cooler, almost damp, but it was thick with an energy that made Isolde's skin prickle. In the center of the room, a large, round stone table stood, its surface etched with strange symbols that seemed to shift under their gaze. At the edges of the table were several intricately carved chairs. Each one empty. As they approached the table, a voice echoed softly, its source unclear. "You've come far, but the journey is only beginning. To defeat the darkness, you must first confront what lies within." Isolde's heart quickened as she turned to face the direction of the voice, but there was no one there. The room was still, save for the flickering shadows cast by the low light. "The Order of the Dawn was once a place of knowledge and power," the voice continued, "but now it is lost to time, its members scattered or vanished. Still, the old ways remain, and you must follow them." Lorien took a step forward, his hand brushing the stone table. "What do we have to do?" he asked. His voice filled with a quiet urgency. A low hum filled the room, and the symbols on the table glowed brighter, then dimmed again. The voice answered, its tone calm but commanding. "The path to the truth lies in your own hearts. You must face the shadows that linger inside you. Only by confronting them will you gain the strength to face the collector." "Face our own shadows?" Isolde whispered, her voice barely a breath. She turned to Lorien, their eyes meeting in silent understanding. This was the test, the one they had feared, but had known would come. Before she could say more, the air around them grew thick. The light in the room flickered and died, leaving them in total darkness. A cold wind swept through the chamber, carrying with it an overwhelming sense of dread. And then, the shadows began to shift, the darkness coiled around them, a living thing, moving and twisting in unnatural patterns. Isolde's heart raced, but she forced herself to remain calm. The shadows were not just physical, they were the manifestation of something deeper, something hidden within them both. Lorien stepped back, his eyes wide, fear creeping into his voice. "What is this? What's happening?" The shadows stretched toward them, their edges sharp and jagged. A low whisper filled the room, voices speaking in languages they couldn't understand. And then, a shape began to form from the darkness. A figure emerged, tall and cloaked, its face obscured by shadow. It stood before them, radiating an overwhelming presence, its form flickering like a flame caught in a gust of wind. Isolde's breath caught in her throat as she realized what it was. It was her own shadow. Lorien stumbled back in horror, his face pale as his own shadow began to stretch and warp beside him. His figure twisted into something dark and monstrous, its features contorting into a grotesque reflection of his inner fears and regrets. "You've come to face us," the shadow of Isolde's voice echoed, its tone mocking. "But you cannot defeat what you have become." Isolde clenched her fists, her pulse pounding in her ears. This was the trial. The confrontation. She had to face the shadow within her, the part of herself that she had tried to bury, the part of herself that feared failure, that feared losing her brother, that feared becoming something she despised. "You are nothing," the shadow continued. "Weak. Insecure. Helpless." But Isolde stood tall, shaking off the fear that gripped her. "No," she said firmly, her voice steady. "I am not afraid of you. You're a part of me, yes. But you don't control me. The shadow hissed, its form flickering like smoke in a breeze. You can't defeat me. I am the darkness you deny. The doubts you bury. I will always be here, lurking in the corners of your soul. But Isolde took a step forward. I'm not afraid of the darkness. I've walked through it with Lorien by my side. And together, we can face anything. As she spoke, the shadow seemed to recoil, its form dissipating as though struck by a force it could not comprehend. The air in the room lightened, the suffocating pressure easing slightly. Isolde's heart beat louder in her chest, but she felt a surge of strength, of something greater than fear. Lorien was facing his own shadow as well. His eyes narrowed as the twisted form of his darker self loomed before him, its shape a grotesque reflection of his guilt and torment. The shadow mocked him, reminding him of his weakness, of how close he had come to losing everything to the darkness. You let it take you, the shadow snarled. You were weak. And you'll always be weak. But Lorien, though trembling, stood tall. I wasn't weak. I fought. I'm still fighting. And I'm not doing it alone. With those words, his shadow screamed, an unearthly sound, before it dissolved into the ether, leaving only the two of them standing together in the room. The darkness faded, the air cleared, and before them stood a path that would lead them to the answers they sought, but it was clear now that the journey would not just be one of strength and endurance. It would be one of understanding. The collector was powerful. But they were stronger. Together, they would face whatever came next. The room was still, the remnants of the dark confrontation lingering like smoke in the air. Isolde and Lorien stood side by side, the weight of what they had just faced heavy on their shoulders. The shadows had been vanquished, but the lessons of that moment were far from over. They had seen their own darkness, had felt its grip on their hearts, but now, there was a strange sense of clarity. The path ahead was more defined, even if the journey itself remained uncertain. The silence in the sanctuary was almost peaceful now. The flickering light returned to the chamber, illuminating the stone table in the center, the strange symbols glowing faintly beneath its surface. The weight of the room no longer felt oppressive but reverent, as if it had watched and waited for them to face what they had denied for so long. Lorien let out a slow breath, his hands still trembling slightly from the encounter. It wasn't just the collector, was it? The darkness. It's been inside of us all along. Isolde nodded, her voice quiet but steady. Yes. The collector is only a manifestation of something much older, much deeper. The shadows we fought were reflections of our own fears, our own doubts. We have to confront those if we ever hope to truly defeat him. Lorien's gaze flickered toward the stone table, where the symbols pulsed faintly. The orders said the first step is to face the shadows inside. But what happens now? What comes after? I think it's time to find out, Isolde said, her resolve hardening. We've come this far, Lorien. The answers are here, somewhere. And I know we can find them. They stepped closer to the stone table, their eyes drawn to the shifting symbols. Isolde's fingers hovered just above the surface, and as she did, the symbols seemed to respond, glowing brighter for a moment before fading back into their intricate, ethereal patterns. Suddenly, a new presence filled the room, not like before, but as if the very air itself had shifted. A voice, softer this time, filled the space, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "You have done well," the voice said, its tone filled with quiet approval. "You have faced your darkness, and in doing so, you have unlocked the path that leads to the heart of the collector's power. But this journey is far from over." The walls of the sanctuary seemed to breathe with the voice, and the stone beneath their feet hummed with a low vibration. Isolde and Lorien exchanged a look. They weren't alone anymore. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows, stepping out of the mist that had begun to curl around the room's edges. This one was different from the cloaked figure they had encountered before. It was a woman, her long hair cascading like liquid silver, her eyes shining with a light that felt both ancient and wise. She wore a simple tunic adorned with symbols that matched those on the stone table. "The collector's influence is deeper than you can imagine," the woman said, her voice serene yet filled with the weight of centuries. "You have unlocked the first step by confronting your inner shadows. But you must understand that the collector is a tool of something much greater. He is merely a herald of the true darkness." "The true darkness?" Isolde repeated, her heart racing. "What do you mean?" The woman's gaze turned distant for a moment, as though she were contemplating something beyond them, something vast and unknowable. "The collector is an agent of an ancient force, one that exists in the spaces between all things. It is older than the gods, older than the world itself. It feeds on the fears of humanity, the doubts and insecurities that fester in the hearts of all." Lorien took a step forward, his voice trembling. "How do we stop it? How do we destroy something that ancient?" The woman met his gaze, her eyes calm but filled with a sorrow that seemed to span lifetimes. "You cannot destroy it. Not directly. To fight the true darkness, you must first sever its connection to this world. The collector is the key, he holds the threads that bind it to the realm of the living. But to sever those threads, you must understand them." Isolde's mind raced. "How do we understand them?" The woman smiled faintly, her eyes glinting with a knowing light. "The path ahead will not be easy. To defeat the collector, you must uncover the truth behind his power. You must venture into the heart of the darkness itself, and in doing so, you will find the knowledge you seek. But beware, there are those who serve the true darkness, who will try to keep you from your goal. And the deeper you go, the more you will risk losing yourselves." Lorien's face paled, but his voice was steady. "We've already lost so much. I'm not afraid of what's coming." Isolde stood beside him, her resolve mirroring his. "Neither am I," the woman nodded, her expression solemn. "Then you must begin. The first clue lies within the heart of the collector's domain. The place where the shadows were born." The room seemed to pulse with energy as the stone table shifted. A new symbol appeared in the center, glowing brighter than the rest. It was a map, a twisting, intricate pattern that seemed to spiral inward, drawing them toward a single point at its core. "That is the path you must follow," the woman said. "It will lead you to the heart of the collector's power, and from there, you will find the knowledge to sever his connection to the true darkness." Isolde looked at the map, her pulse quickening. The journey ahead would be perilous, and the stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. But there was no turning back now. The darkness had already touched their lives in ways they could never undo. But it would not claim them, not while they still had the strength to fight. Lorien turned to her, his eyes filled with a fire that mirrored her own. "Let's end this, Isolde. Once and for all." The woman gave a slow nod. "Then go. The path awaits you, but remember, each step will cost you. And the darkness will not relinquish its hold without a fight." The two of them left the sanctuary, stepping back into the night. The path ahead was unclear, but with each step they took, the weight of their purpose grew heavier. They had faced their own darkness. Now, they would face the true darkness itself, and they would not falter. The night was still and quiet as Isolde and Lorien made their way through the dense woods. The map burned into their minds, its twisting lines guiding their every step. The air felt heavy with anticipation, and every snap of a twig beneath their boots seemed too loud, echoing in the silence of the forest. It was as if the very world was holding its breath, waiting for something monumental to unfold. The moon, half hidden by clouds, cast long shadows across the ground, as if the night itself were trying to conceal the path they walked. Isolde kept her eyes forward, her thoughts whirling. The woman's cryptic words about the true darkness lingered in her mind. Could they truly sever its connection to this world? Could they truly stand against an ancient force that had existed before even the gods? But there was no time for doubt. The path had been set before them, and they had no choice but to follow it. After hours of walking through the forest, the trees began to thin, and the air grew colder, as if they were drawing closer to something much older, something far more powerful than they could comprehend. The stars above had all but disappeared behind a thick veil of clouds, and the world seemed to hold its breath, wrapped in an uneasy quiet. At the edge of a clearing, the ground beneath their feet turned from soft earth to cold stone, and before them stood a towering structure, its silhouette rising out of the darkness like a jagged wound in the landscape. It was an ancient temple. Its stone walls weathered and crumbling, but still standing, as though defying the passage of time itself. The air around it hummed with an unsettling energy, a presence that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. "This is it," Lorien whispered, his voice thick with awe and fear. "This is where the collector's power lies." Isolde nodded, her gaze fixed on the temple. It was as if the very ground was soaked in shadow, and a creeping unease began to gnaw at her. They had arrived, but the true test had only just begun. They approached the temple cautiously, the stone beneath their feet cold and slick with dew. The entrance loomed before them, an archway carved into the rock, its edges adorned with twisted symbols that seemed to move and writhe in the flickering light of their torches. Isolde hesitated for a moment, but then, with a final glance at Lorien, she stepped forward. As they crossed the threshold, a sudden gust of wind slammed the heavy stone doors shut behind them with a resounding boom. The air within the temple was thick, stale, and smelled faintly of something decayed. The walls were lined with strange, otherworldly carvings, their meanings lost to time, but somehow familiar. It felt as though they were walking through a space between worlds, neither fully here nor entirely gone. The path ahead led them deeper into the temple, a long corridor illuminated by the soft glow of pale, flickering lights embedded in the walls. As they walked, the shadows seemed to stretch unnaturally long, crawling along the floor and walls like living things. The deeper they went, the colder it became, until their breath fogged in the air. Do you feel that? Isolde whispered, her voice barely audible. The oppressive energy seemed to press in on them from all sides, making it hard to breathe, harder still to think clearly. Lorien nodded, his eyes scanning the shadows that clung to every corner. It's like the very walls are alive, watching us. They came to a large, open chamber, its high ceilings disappearing into darkness. In the center of the room stood an altar, a stone slab covered in strange markings and symbols. Atop the altar, there was an object, a small, black crystal that pulsed with an eerie, unnatural light. That's it, Isolde said, her voice barely a whisper. That's the source of the collector's power. As they approached the altar, a sudden wave of cold washed over them, and the air seemed to grow even heavier. The shadows in the room shifted, twisting and moving as though they had a life of their own. And then, a voice echoed in the chamber, a voice deep, resonating, and filled with malice. "So, you've come," it said, the words slithering into their minds like a poison. "I felt your presence the moment you entered this place. You seek to destroy me, to sever the connection I've forged between the realms. But do you truly understand what you're dealing with?" The voice seemed to come from all directions, impossible to pinpoint, but Isolde and Lorien knew that it was the collector. The air around them crackled with a dark energy, and the shadows began to take form. Figures emerged from the walls, from the very ground beneath their feet. They were not human, but monstrous, their bodies twisted and warped, their eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Isolde felt a shiver run down her spine. "We've come to stop you," she said, her voice steady, though her heart pounded in her chest. "The darkness you serve ends here." The collector's laughter echoed through the chamber, low and mocking. "You are so certain, aren't you? So full of righteous purpose. But you have no idea what you're truly fighting. You cannot defeat me, for I am the darkness inside you all. I am the fear that whispers in your ear, the regret that haunts your every step." Lorien gritted his teeth, stepping forward. "We've faced our own shadows already. We fought them, and we won. You don't control us anymore." The shadows around them writhed, and the figures began to move closer, their eyes glowing brighter. "You may have faced your shadows," the collector's voice purred. "But you cannot face me. Not truly. You cannot defeat what you've already become. You are as much a part of me as I am of you." With a flick of his wrist, the shadows surged toward them, the air thickening with their oppressive presence. The figures of darkness seemed to close in from all sides, their claws reaching for Isolde and Lorien. But as the shadows reached out, something inside Isolde stirred, an ember of defiance, a spark of strength. She held her ground, feeling the power of the flame within her heart burning brighter than ever before. "We are not yours to command," she said, her voice strong. "And will never be." Lorien's hand shot out, gripping Isolde's arm tightly. "Together," he said, his voice steady, resolute. "We face this together." As they stood united, the room seemed to shake with the intensity of the moment, the air crackling with energy. The shadows hesitated, recoiling as if afraid. The crystal atop the altar pulsed with a malevolent light, and for a moment, Isolde felt its pull, cold, dark, and endless. It beckoned to her, tempting her to give in to the darkness, but she didn't. With a deep breath, Isolde focused, drawing on the strength she had found within herself, the same strength that had carried them this far. She reached out with both hands, and with a shout of defiance, she sent a surge of light streaming from her fingertips, shattering the shadows around them. The crystal atop the altar cracked, its light dimming as the connection between the realms began to sever. The collector's voice roared, furious and filled with rage. But it was no match for the strength they had found in themselves. The shadows writhed, twisting in agony, and then, silence. The altar collapsed, the dark crystal shattering into 1,000 pieces. The shadows dissolved into nothingness, and the oppressive weight of the temple lifted. The air grew lighter, warmer. Isolde and Lorien stood, breathless, at the heart of the room. They had done it. They had severed the collector's hold, but they knew, deep down, that this was not the end. The true darkness still lingered, and they would have to face it head-on before they could ever hope to truly stop the collector's reign. The silence that followed was almost as oppressive as the darkness itself. Isolde and Lorien stood amidst the ruins of the altar, the shattered pieces of the dark crystal scattered across the cold stone floor like remnants of a broken nightmare. The air felt strangely still, as if the world itself was waiting, holding its breath. Isolde glanced at Lorien, who stood beside her, his face pale but resolute. They had done what they came to do. The collector's hold on the world had been severed, the power that had controlled the shadows broken, if only for now. But the victory felt hollow, incomplete. "We've done it," Lorien said, his voice low, almost uncertain. "But, the darkness is still here. It's not over, is it?" Isolde's gaze turned toward the shattered altar. The room was quiet, save for the distant sound of wind moving through the temple's crumbling walls. She could still feel the pulse of something dark, something ancient beneath her skin, tugging at the edges of her consciousness. "No," she said, her voice steady but tinged with unease. "It's not over. We've stopped the collector for now, but the true darkness, it's still out there. We haven't faced it yet." The words hung in the air like an omen, and the weight of their meaning pressed down on them both. They had confronted the collector's influence, had destroyed the crystal that anchored the shadows to this world. But what they had felt, what they had experienced in this temple, was only the beginning. The true darkness, the thing that had created the collector, the thing that had manipulated them from the shadows, was still out there, waiting. Lorien stepped forward, his eyes scanning the ruins of the altar. "Then what do we do now? How do we find it? How do we stop it?" Isolde paused, looking around the chamber. The stone walls were carved with symbols, symbols they hadn't yet understood, symbols that seemed to twist and shift as she gazed at them. The true power of the darkness wasn't just in the collector, and it wasn't just in the shadow creatures they had fought. It was in the very fabric of the world, woven into the threads of reality itself. She stepped toward the wall, her fingers tracing the ancient symbols. "There's a deeper knowledge here," she said softly. "We just need to uncover it. There's a way to find the true darkness, and there's a way to destroy it. But it's hidden, buried in these markings. We have to understand them." Lorien nodded, stepping closer to her. I'll help. We'll figure this out together. They spent hours in that chamber, studying the symbols, deciphering what they could. The walls seemed to shift before their eyes, the markings sometimes flowing together, sometimes separating into new patterns. It was as though the temple itself was alive, a puzzle that required more than just intellect to solve. It required them to reach into their own inner darkness and face it head-on. As the hours stretched on, the exhaustion began to settle in. Isolde's mind felt foggy, the weight of the task ahead pressing against her thoughts. But then, just as she was about to give in to the fatigue, a new symbol emerged, different from the rest, carved into the stone in a place they hadn't looked before. It was faint, almost hidden, but it pulsed with a faint glow, as though it was alive. Isolde's heart raced as she stepped closer to it. She could feel the pull of something ancient, something powerful, radiating from the symbol. She extended her hand, feeling the warmth beneath her fingers as she touched it. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, the symbol began to shift. Like a door opening in her mind, suddenly, images flooded her consciousness, visions of a place far away, a dark, desolate landscape. In the distance, she could see a tower, its black stone rising into the sky like a jagged fawn, and within it, a presence so vast, so ancient, that it seemed to devour the very light around it. Isolde gasped, pulling her hand back, her heart racing. "I've seen it," she whispered. "I've seen the place where the true darkness resides." Lorien stepped closer, his eyes wide. "Where? How do we get there?" Isolde closed her eyes, trying to steady her breath. The vision had been overwhelming, but she knew what they had to do now. "It's beyond this world. There's a rift, a tear in the fabric of reality. The true darkness lies on the other side of it. We have to find the rift and step through it." "But how?" Lorien asked. "How do we find this rift?" She opened her eyes, her gaze hardening with determination. "I think it's tied to the very core of this temple. The altar was just a part of it, a gateway, a focal point for the darkness. If we destroy the source here, we can open the path to the rift. But it's not going to be easy. The true darkness won't let us simply walk in. We'll have to fight our way through." Lorien's jaw clenched. "Then we fight. We've already come this far. We can't stop now." Isolde nodded. No turning back. They moved quickly, searching for anything else that might be of use, any clue that would help them in their final confrontation. As they neared the back of the temple, they found a hidden door, its edges covered in a thick layer of dust and ancient cobwebs. When they pushed it open, they were greeted with a large chamber, its walls covered in more of the twisted, shifting symbols, the air thick with the same oppressive energy that had filled the rest of the temple. In the center of the room stood a pedestal, its surface covered in strange, writhing tendrils of dark energy. On top of the pedestal lay an orb, its surface black and reflective, as though it contained an entire world within it. It was the source, the very heart of the true darkness. Isolde stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat as she gazed at the orb. It seemed to pulse with life, the shadows inside it swirling and shifting, like an endless abyss. This was it, the source of everything. Lorien stood beside her, his hand on his sword, his expression grim. How do we destroy it? Isolde's eyes narrowed. We don't just destroy it. We have to close the rift it's feeding from. We have to sever the connection between this world and the darkness. She reached out, her hand trembling as she touched the orb. Immediately, the shadows surged, writhing against her touch, trying to pull her in. But Isolde gritted her teeth, forcing herself to remain steady. She could feel the darkness tugging at her soul, whispering promises of power, of oblivion, but she would not give in. With a surge of will, she drew on the light within her, the light they had kindled together. She focused on the symbols on the walls, on the knowledge they had unlocked, and with a cry of defiance, she slammed her palm against the orb. The room exploded in light, the shadows recoiling as the orb shattered, sending a shockwave of energy throughout the temple. The walls cracked and groaned, the very foundation shaking. And then, nothing. For a moment, everything was still. The air, once thick with darkness, felt lighter, clearer. The oppressive weight was gone, but Isolde knew this wasn't the end. The rift was still open. The true darkness was still out there. And they would have to face it, once and for all. The silence that followed the orb's destruction was deafening. The oppressive darkness, the shadows that had coiled around them, seemed to evaporate into thin air. The air felt lighter, as if some great burden had been lifted from their shoulders. But Isolde could feel it, the calm before the storm. The rift was still there, still pulsing just beneath the surface of reality, a scar that had not yet healed. She stood in the center of the chamber, her heart racing, her breath shallow. The walls were cracked, the floor beneath her feet trembling with the lingering energy of the orb's destruction. But there was no time to rest, no time for relief. The true darkness, that ancient force that had been lurking in the corners of the world, was not gone. It had only been momentarily halted, and it would not stay dormant forever. Lorien moved closer, his eyes scanning the room. "Is it over?" he asked, his voice taut with the question they both feared to ask. Isolde shook her head, her gaze fixed on the cracks in the stone beneath her. "No. The rift still remains. The true darkness has not been destroyed. It only waits for its chance to return." She stepped forward, her mind racing. The rift was the key. The darkness had been feeding through it, pulling power from a realm beyond their own. The orb had been the anchor, the focal point of that connection, but now it had been shattered. Still, something remained, something deeper, more insidious. The rift was the opening, the tear in reality itself, and if they didn't close it, the true darkness would seep back through, more powerful than ever. Lorien's brow furrowed. "What do we do now? How do we close it?" Isolde looked around the chamber. The walls were covered in the same shifting symbols that had guided them this far, but there was something different now. The markings were more erratic, pulsing with a rhythmic beat that seemed to match the thrum of her own heartbeat. The darkness was stirring again, trying to push its way through the cracks in the fabric of reality. "I think," she said slowly, her voice tight with the weight of what she was about to say, "we have to enter the rift." Lorien's eyes widened. "What? You're saying we should step into the darkness?" She turned to him, her expression grave. "The true darkness is bound to this world through the rift. It is the source of its power. If we can enter it, we can sever the connection, destroy the rift from within. Lorien's jaw clenched, his gaze flicking between the rift's pulsing energy and Isolde. And if we fail? If we fail, she replied softly, we don't come back. There was no need for further words. Both of them knew the risks. The rift was not just a passage through space, it was a doorway to something far older, far more dangerous. The true darkness itself would be waiting for them on the other side, and once they stepped through, there would be no turning back. Without another word, Isolde turned toward the rift, her heart pounding. She could feel its pull now, stronger than ever, a deep, gnawing hunger that seemed to reach out from the darkness beyond. The very air around it shimmered with an unnatural energy, the world itself bending in ways that defied logic. And yet, she could not hesitate. She had come this far, and there was no other choice. Lorien followed her, his hand steady on the hilt of his sword. He did not speak, but his presence was a steadying force beside her. Together, they approached the rift, and as they did, the ground beneath their feet began to shake. The shadows, those remnants of the darkness, started to writhe again, creeping up from the cracks in the stone, slithering toward them. They know we're here, Isolde muttered. They know what we're about to do. Lorien gripped her shoulder, his gaze unwavering. We face this together. With a deep breath, Isolde stepped forward, her foot crossing the threshold of the rift. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. The air around them thickened, the temperature dropping so quickly that it left a stinging chill on their skin. And then, everything shifted, the ground beneath their feet crumbled away, the temple fading into nothingness as they were pulled into the rift. Darkness enveloped them completely, a vast and infinite nothingness that seemed to stretch on forever. The very concept of time seemed to lose its meaning here, and all that existed was a boundless void, a swirling maelstrom of dark energy, but even in the overwhelming emptiness, there was something. A presence, the true darkness. Isolde felt it before she saw it, an ancient, malevolent force that seemed to twist the very fabric of reality itself. It was like a voice without sound, an awareness without form. It reached out to her, a pull so strong that it threatened to consume her very essence. She fought to maintain her focus, her connection to the light inside her, the light that had guided her through this far. Lorien's hand gripped hers, and in that touch, she found strength. She turned to him, her eyes flashing with determination. Stay close, she whispered. We have to find its heart. The source of this darkness. Together, they moved through the void, their senses overloaded by the presence of the true darkness. The world around them seemed to shift, bending and warping in impossible ways. Shadows danced just beyond their reach, flickering like ghosts, and strange, twisted shapes seemed to shift in the periphery of their vision. It was as though they were moving through a nightmare, a place where the laws of reality no longer applied. And then, through the blackness, they saw it, a tower. It rose from the void, its jagged spires reaching toward an invisible sky. It was a place of pure, unadulterated darkness, its surface slick and reflective like obsidian, its base buried in the blackness below. The tower radiated a cold, malevolent energy, and at its very core, they could feel the heartbeat of the true darkness, the pulsing, unrelenting power that had shaped this world and all the worlds beyond. Is that it? Lorien asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Isolde nodded. It's the source. We have to destroy it. They began to walk toward the tower, their steps slow but purposeful, the weight of the rift pressing down on them with every passing moment. The shadows around them thickened, swirling with malicious intent, but Isolde pushed forward, her mind focused on the tower ahead. She knew that if they didn't act quickly, they would be consumed by the very thing they sought to destroy. As they neared the base of the tower, the darkness seemed to rise up against them. Figures formed from the shadows, twisted, nightmarish beings that writhed and lashed out, their forms barely recognizable as anything human. They reached for Isolde and Lorien, claws extended, their eyes glowing with a cold, soulless light, but Isolde stood firm, her hands glowing with the light she had summoned in her darkest moments. She reached out, unleashing a wave of energy that sent the shadows recoiling, pushing them back. The darkness shrieked in agony, but the creatures kept coming. We have to keep moving. Isolde shouted, her voice urgent. With a final push, they reached the base of the tower. The stone was slick beneath their fingers, the darkness pressing in from all sides. Isolde closed her eyes, drawing on every last ounce of strength within her. She could feel the pulse of the true darkness at the center of the tower, a deep, insidious force that thrummed beneath her skin. With a cry, she raised her hands, channeling everything she had into a single, focused strike. The tower trembled, and then, with a deafening roar, it began to crumble. The rift, the darkness that had plagued them for so long, began to collapse. But even as the tower began to fall, Isolde knew this was not the end. The true darkness was not gone, it had only been momentarily defeated, and they would have to keep fighting. The tower began to crumble, its once imposing silhouette now splintering and breaking apart under the force of Isolde's strike. The black stone shattered like glass, sending shards of pure darkness scattering in all directions. The rift pulsed violently, its energy fluctuating as if resisting the destruction of its anchor. The true darkness was not finished. It would fight until the very last shred of its being was torn from existence. Isolde and Lorien stood together, their bodies braced against the immense pressure of the collapsing tower. The rift trembled with an intensity that threatened to tear them apart, but they held firm, knowing they had only one chance to sever its hold once and for all. Isolde's breath came in ragged gasps, her hands still glowing with the light that had brought them this far. The pain of the darkness trying to invade her soul was unbearable, but she could not relent. She reached deep within herself, drawing on every reserve of strength, every spark of light, and focused it on the heart of the rift. Lorien, she gasped, her voice strained, we need to close it. Together. Lorien nodded, his expression grim. His sword was raised, and his body was ready, every muscle coiled in preparation. He knew that this final battle would require everything they had, everything they were. Together, they could end this, or the true darkness would consume them all. The rift began to scream, a sound so deep, so primal, that it reverberated in their very bones. The air crackled with energy, and the shadows gathered around them, morphing into monstrous shapes, each more horrific than the last. The beings of the darkness surged forward, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent, their claws reaching out, intent on pulling the intruders into the void. Isolde's heart pounded in her chest as she raised her hands, summoning the light to ward off the creatures. Lorien charged forward, his sword cutting through the shadows with swift precision. Each strike sent a ripple through the darkness, but the creatures only multiplied, drawn to the power that radiated from them. "We have to end this," Lorien shouted as he fought off another wave of shadowy figures. "There's too many of them." Isolde's mind raced. The tower was crumbling faster now, the last of the rift's energy spilling out like a flood. The darkness was fighting for its life, clawing and snapping at the edges of reality itself, refusing to be banished. But Isolde knew the truth: the rift was only a symptom. The true darkness itself was something deeper, something rooted in the very fabric of existence. She closed her eyes, focusing on the threads of light that connected her to the world beyond the rift. With every ounce of will, she wove them together, creating a lattice of light that wrapped around the heart of the rift. She could feel the darkness pushing back, trying to unravel her efforts, but she held firm. Lorien, sensing what she was doing, pressed forward, cutting down the last of the shadow creatures with a series of quick, decisive strikes. His sword cleaved through the air, glowing with a faint light of its own, as if drawing on the power of Isolde's magic. He understood that their only chance of survival was in unity, one last, combined effort to close the rift and end the threat once and for all. With a final, deep breath, Isolde released the last of her power. She pressed her palms to the air, and a brilliant burst of light erupted from her, sweeping out in all directions. The rift shuddered violently, the dark tendrils that had once held it together now unraveling before her eyes. The last remnants of the true darkness screamed in defiance, but it was no use. The light she had summoned was too powerful, too pure. It was a force beyond the reach of the shadows, and then, with a single, deafening crash, the rift imploded, collapsing in on itself, taking the tower and the true darkness with it. The last of the shadow creatures vanished, their forms dissolving into nothingness, their presence erased from the world forever. Isolde fell to her knees, exhausted. The energy it had taken to close the rift was overwhelming, and she could feel the weight of it pressing down on her, dragging her toward unconsciousness. But even as her vision blurred, she smiled. The battle had been long, but they had won. Lorien was beside her in an instant, his hand resting gently on her shoulder. His expression was a mixture of relief and concern, but he said nothing. He didn't need to. The silence that had fallen over the void said it all. They had done it. The true darkness was gone, at least for now. Isolde, Lorien whispered, his voice soft, "We did it." She nodded, her breath shaky but steady. "We did. But it's not over. The true darkness may be gone, but something else remains, something deeper. We've closed the rift. But there are other cracks in reality. Other places where the darkness can slip through." Lorien looked around the empty void, his gaze hardening. "Then we'll keep fighting. We won't let it return." Isolde smiled faintly. "No. We won't." The darkness had been defeated, but the battle for the world was far from over. The rift had been sealed, but there were other worlds beyond this one, other paths the shadows could take. Isolde and Lorien had only just begun their fight. But in that moment, with the remnants of the true darkness fading into nothingness, they knew that as long as they stood together, they could face whatever came next. The air was still, too still, as Isolde and Lorien stood in the aftermath of the rift's collapse. The ground beneath their feet was scorched, cracks running deep into the earth as if the very fabric of reality had been torn and mended. The last remnants of darkness had dissolved into nothingness, leaving behind an eerie quiet. It was a silence that felt unnatural, as though the world was holding its breath. Isolde glanced around, her senses still tingling from the energy they had unleashed. The void that had once been a battlefield was now a vast emptiness, devoid of life or sound. Yet in the distance, beyond the dissipating shadows, she could sense something else. Something lingering. She rose slowly, her body heavy with exhaustion, but her resolve unwavering. "It's not over," she whispered, more to herself than to Lorien. "The darkness is gone for now, but it's not finished. We've only sealed one rift, one doorway. There are others." Lorien stood beside her, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword, his face stoic. "We knew this wouldn't be easy. But the world is safe for now. That's what matters." She shook her head, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the shifting air around them. A strange pressure seemed to hang in the atmosphere, a presence that was too subtle to be seen, but too strong to be ignored. "There's something else out there," she murmured. "I can feel it." Lorien turned toward her, his brow furrowed. "Another threat?" Isolde's gaze hardened. "Not another threat. The same one. But its true form has yet to reveal itself. The rift was only the beginning. The darkness we faced wasn't an enemy. It was a symptom. There's something older, more ancient, behind it all." Lorien's expression darkened. "So, what do we do now?" Isolde's voice was grim. "We find the source. We find the heart of the darkness." The words hung in the air, and for a moment, they both stood silent. The weight of their mission was not lost on them. What they had done so far had been monumental, but it was only the beginning of something far more terrifying. Isolde knew that the true darkness was not a singular force, it was an echo of something older. Something far beyond their understanding. A force that had been waiting for the right moment to return, to reclaim the world as its own. Lorien sighed, his eyes scanning the horizon. "Where do we start?" Isolde closed her eyes, centering herself, feeling the faint pull of the unseen forces around them. She knew that the true darkness was not just a physical threat, it was a part of the very fabric of the world. Its influence seeped into everything, and if they were to find its true heart, they would need to understand its origins. But where did that understanding begin? "I don't know yet," she said, her voice uncertain for the first time in their journey. "But we can't do it alone. There are others who might know more, others who have studied the true darkness for longer than we have." Lorien nodded. "Then we find them." Together, they began to walk, the ground beneath them solidifying as they moved away from the remnants of the rift. The world around them seemed to shift in subtle ways, the air still thick with the residue of the darkness they had banished. Every step felt heavy, as though the very earth was reluctant to allow them to move forward. Their journey took them across desolate landscapes, through forgotten forests and abandoned cities, places where the very memory of life had been eroded by time. The world had changed, and not for the better. The remnants of the true darkness had left their mark, fading scars upon the earth where the shadows had once roamed freely. As they traveled, Isolde found herself increasingly drawn to ancient texts, old legends, and long-forgotten histories. She had seen glimpses of the true darkness in the rift, but it was only now that she realized how deeply its roots ran. It was not a force confined to a single rift or a single world. It was a part of the cosmos itself, an ancient void that existed alongside reality, feeding on the very light that sought to push it back. In a crumbling library, hidden deep within a forgotten mountain pass, they found their first clue. Ancient scrolls, written in languages long lost to time, spoke of an entity older than the world itself, an entity known only as the Warden of Shadows. It was said that the Warden was the true source of the darkness, a being of unimaginable power that had once ruled over the realms of light and shadow, only to be sealed away in a forgotten corner of the universe. Isolde's eyes widened as she read the texts, the words confirming the fears she had held since the beginning. This isn't just a battle between light and darkness. This is something older. Something we don't fully understand. Lorien looked over her shoulder, his expression tense. What does it mean? The Warden of Shadows? Isolde's voice was strained as she continued reading. The Warden was imprisoned, yes, but it wasn't destroyed. The rifts, the darkness we've been fighting, they are its chains. Each rift is a fracture in the prison that holds it. And as those fractures grow, the Warden's power grows. Lorien cursed under his breath. So, if we keep closing rifts, we're only delaying the inevitable. Isolde nodded slowly, the weight of her realization settling over her. Yes. The Warden is still there, waiting, feeding off the darkness we've sealed. It's using the rifts to grow stronger, to break free. Then we have no choice, Lorien said, his voice hardening. We find the Warden. We end this, once and for all. Isolde closed the scroll, her hands trembling. It won't be that easy. The Warden is not a simple enemy. We need to understand more about it. We need to know where it's imprisoned, how to break the chains that hold it. She glanced up at Lorien, her eyes meeting his. This is just the beginning, Lorien. The true battle lies ahead. We have to prepare ourselves. We have to be ready. Lorien's jaw clenched. I'm ready. Whatever it takes. Isolde nodded, her gaze hardening with resolve. Then we find the Warden's prison. And we end this nightmare. The journey ahead was uncertain, and the weight of the truth they had uncovered was heavy on Isolde and Lorien's shoulders. The Warden of Shadows was not just a dark force, they were an ancient being, a primal entity whose very existence threatened the balance of the world. And as the cracks in its prison widened, its influence spread. It was not a matter of if the Warden would break free, but when. The air around them seemed to thrum with an unsettling energy as they continued their journey. The landscape had changed, warping under the touch of the darkness. The once lush forests they passed through now appeared withered, their trees blackened and twisted, as though the very life had been sucked from the soil. The rivers ran dark, their waters no longer clear but murky, as though stained by the very shadows they sought to fight. Isolde felt the pull of the Warden's power with every step. It wasn't just a distant sensation, it was something personal. The darkness gnawed at her mind, trying to sway her thoughts, to weaken her resolve. She could feel it, reaching out with cold tendrils, testing her strength. The warden's influence was already working on her, on them both. She caught Lorien's gaze, and though he said nothing, she could see the same wariness in his eyes. He too could feel it. The warden's power had already begun to reach out, not just through the rifts, but through every shadow it could find. The world was growing more and more perilous with each passing day. They had learned from the ancient texts that the warden's prison lay deep within a forgotten realm, one that could not be accessed by ordinary means. To find the warden's prison, they needed to understand the rifts themselves, the fractures in reality that allowed the darkness to leak through. But where would they even begin? The text spoke in riddles, and every clue they uncovered seemed to lead them deeper into a maze with no clear path. It was in an ancient temple, hidden in a forgotten valley shrouded in mist, that they found the next piece of the puzzle. The temple was said to house an artifact known only as the Veil of the Eclipse. Legend told that it had the power to reveal hidden truths and open doors that no mortal could see. The artifact was their last hope. Without it, they would never find the warden's prison. The temple itself was a ruin, its once grand pillars now crumbling, overgrown with vines and shrouded in an unnatural stillness. The entrance was guarded by stone statues, their eyes empty but somehow aware, their faces twisted in permanent grimaces of warning. As Isolde and Lorien crossed the threshold, the air grew colder, and the shadows lengthened, as if the darkness itself was waiting for them to make the wrong move. "I don't like this," Lorien muttered, his hand tightening around his sword hilt as they ventured deeper into the temple's heart. "It feels wrong." Isolde didn't reply. She was focused, her mind clear despite the growing presence of the shadows. She could feel the rift's pull growing stronger, but she pressed on, knowing that they had no choice. The veil was their only chance. They moved deeper, passing through vast chambers adorned with intricate carvings that seemed to tell the history of the world itself. The carvings depicted the creation of the universe, the rise of light, and the fall of the first darkness, the first seal that had bound the warden in its prison. But as they progressed, the images shifted, showing strange, incomprehensible scenes, visions of the warden in its true form, a being of pure shadow. Surrounded by rifts and twisted dimensions, finally, they reached the inner sanctum, where the veil of the eclipse was said to be kept. The chamber was vast, with a high ceiling that seemed to vanish into a dark sky. In the center of the room lay a stone pedestal, atop which rested a shimmering veil, translucent, yet impossibly dark, as though it absorbed the light around it. As Isolde stepped forward, she felt a pulse of energy radiate from the veil, sending a shockwave through her body. It was the unmistakable presence of the true darkness. The veil was a relic of the warden's prison, a creation designed to keep its influence sealed away. Lorien's voice was low, urgent. "Isolde, we need to be careful. We don't know what it can do." "I know," she replied, her hand hovering over the veil. The darkness inside it seemed to respond to her presence, swirling and shifting as though it recognized her connection to the forces it contained. As her fingers brushed the veil, a flash of light and shadow erupted in the chamber, momentarily blinding them both. When the light faded, the air was thick with a new energy, a presence that felt ancient, terrifying, and powerful beyond measure. A voice, deep and resonant, echoed in the chamber, sending a chill down their spines. "You dare seek the prison of the warden? You dare disturb the balance of shadows and light. The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. Isolde felt her heart race as the darkness in the veil began to writhe, like a living thing, its tendrils reaching toward her. "We seek only to stop the warden," Isolde called out, her voice steady despite the fear that gripped her. "We seek the truth to save the world." The darkness laughed, a sound that seemed to reverberate through the very fabric of reality. "The truth? There is no truth. Only shadows. Only darkness. The warden will rise again, and all will return to the void." Isolde's grip tightened around the veil. "Not if I can stop it." The room trembled, and the darkness seemed to gather in a violent, swirling vortex. From within the veil, a vision began to form, an image of the warden itself. But this was no mere shadow. It was vast, an endless mass of swirling darkness, its form constantly shifting, an embodiment of everything lost, forgotten, and consumed by the void. "The chains are weakening," the voice continued, now coming from the very veil itself. "The warden grows stronger with each passing moment. You cannot stop what has already begun. The shadows are eternal." Isolde's vision blurred as the veil's power began to overwhelm her, but she forced herself to focus. "I will stop it." With a final, desperate effort, she grasped the veil and forced its dark energy to bend to her will. The shadows writhed in resistance, but she would not yield. She had to unlock the truth. To see through the veil of lies and understand how to destroy the warden for good. The moment she broke through, everything changed. Isolde's mind surged with energy as the veil of the eclipse shattered before her. The darkness it had once held at bay was now unleashed, filling the chamber with a suffocating weight. For a brief moment, she saw the truth of the warden's prison, a vast and endless expanse of shadow, stretching beyond comprehension. It was a place outside of time, where light and dark were forever at odds. The rifts, the fractures, they were not simply cracks in reality, they were windows into this prison, each one a thin thread holding the warden in place. But as the darkness flowed around her, Isolde knew she had to act quickly. The vision had come with a price, and her body trembled from the strain. The veil had been meant to contain the warden's essence, but now that essence was leaking into the world, manifesting itself in the shadows that clung to the edges of her vision. Lorien stood beside her, his sword drawn, his eyes scanning the shifting darkness. The shadows seemed to crawl along the stone walls, reaching out like living tendrils, pulling at the very air. The energy in the room was unstable, dangerous. They had no time to waste. "We have to go," Lorien said, his voice tense. "Whatever you saw, whatever the veil revealed, it's not safe here anymore." Isolde nodded, fighting to steady her breath. "The warden's prison is breaking. Each rift that forms weakens its chains, and the shadows are spreading faster than I can contain them." Before she could say more, the chamber trembled, the ground cracking beneath them. From the shattered remnants of the veil, a figure began to emerge, tall, shifting, and made entirely of writhing darkness. The warden was not a physical being, but a force, an entity that transcended form. It was a presence that bent reality around it, warping the very space in its wake. The air grew cold, and a sense of dread washed over them, as if the very essence of existence was being suffocated by the warden's power. The figure's eyes glowed with a faint, ethereal light, sickly, unholy, and vast, like the infinite void from which it came. You think you can stop me? The warden's voice was like 1,000 whispers, all twisted and distorted. I am the shadow that precedes the dawn. I am the endless night that follows the day. I am beyond the reach of your light. Isolde's heart pounded in her chest. Every instinct screamed for her to run, but she couldn't. She had come too far. The world was on the edge of destruction, and she was the only one who could stop it. But facing the warden was no simple task. It was a battle that spanned across the very fabric of reality. The warden's form solidified further, a monstrous figure composed of shifting shadows, towering above them with an eerie, silent grace. Its power pressed down on them, suffocating the very air they breathed. I am the void. The end of all things, the warden whispered, its voice curling around them like a serpent. And you are nothing. The shadows surged forward, coiling and twisting toward Isolde and Lorien. The darkness was alive, hungry, and it reached for them, its tendrils slithering over their skin, pulling at their hearts, trying to drain the very life from them. Isolde could feel the warden's presence everywhere, inside her mind, in her thoughts, in every corner of the room, but despite the overwhelming power of the warden, Isolde stood her ground. She could feel the power of the veil within her, still burning in her veins. It was faint, but it was enough. She closed her eyes, drawing on the light within her, focusing on the truth she had seen through the veil. The warden might be powerful, but it was bound by the same laws of reality that governed the world. And it was these laws, these threads of existence, that she could use against it. Lorien, she said, her voice steady despite the chaos surrounding them. We need to bind it. Use the chains that hold the rifts together. Lorien looked at her, his eyes filled with both confusion and determination. How? The warden's power comes from the rifts, from the cracks it's forced open. She explained, her mind racing. If we can close the rifts, sever the ties to its prison, we can weaken it. We can trap it again. Lorien's grip on his sword tightened. Then let's do it. Together, they began to move, Isolde's hands glowing with the light she had summoned, and Lorien's blade cutting through the darkness as they made their way toward the heart of the chamber. The warden's laughter echoed around them, a low, mocking sound. You think you can bind me again? The warden taunted. I am eternal. Your light is but a fleeting thing. Isolde could feel the darkness pressing down on her, but she focused on the energy within, pushing the fear aside. She had seen the truth. The warden was not indestructible. It was bound by the very forces it sought to break. And if she could use the chains of those rifts, she could force it back. As they neared the center of the room, the air grew even heavier, and the darkness seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The rifts themselves were becoming visible, fractures in the air, thin lines of blackness that leaked energy into the room. Each one was a tear in the fabric of existence, a weakness in the warden's prison. With a final, determined breath, Isolde raised her hands, summoning the light with every ounce of strength she had left. She pulled the energy of the rifts toward her, weaving them together, locking them in place. The shadows screeched as they were pulled into the chains of light. Bound by the very energy the warden had once sought to control, Lorien stepped forward, his sword raised, his eyes blazing with determination. "Now, Isolde. Do it." With a mighty cry, Isolde slammed her hands together, sealing the rifts. The chamber erupted in a burst of light as the darkness screamed, its form writhing and struggling against the chains. For a moment, it seemed as though the warden might break free again, but Isolde's light held strong. The chains she had forged were powerful, woven from the very fabric of reality, and the warden's influence began to recede. The room fell silent. Isolde stood, her breath ragged, her body trembling from the effort. She had done it, they had done it. The warden had been contained once again, but even as the light slowly faded and the darkness was pushed back, Isolde knew this was not the end. The warden was not defeated. It was merely sealed away, for now. And there would be more battles ahead, more shadows to face. Lorien turned to her, his expression a mixture of relief and weariness. "It's done." "For now," Isolde replied, her gaze hardening as she looked toward the horizon. "But the true battle has just begun. The warden is not the only thing we need to worry about." And as they stepped away from the crumbling temple, the weight of their mission heavier than ever, Isolde understood one truth above all: the darkness was eternal, but so was the fight against it. The world outside the temple was no longer the same. The rifts they had sealed had sent ripples through the fabric of existence, and though the warden had been bound once more, the consequences of the battle were far from over. As Isolde and Lorien emerged from the darkened ruins, the air was thick with a heavy stillness. The once lush valley had been reduced to a barren, desolate wasteland, the signs of the warden's influence clear in every shattered tree, every cracked stone. Despite the victory they had achieved, a cold weight lingered over them. They had merely bought the world a little more time. The rifts were still there, fractures in reality that couldn't be ignored. The warden's prison may have been restored for now. But the rifts were still open, and the darkness still lingered, clawing at the edges of the world. Isolde felt it more than she had before, an insidious pressure that built in her chest, gnawing at her thoughts, like a shadow that refused to leave. Her connection to the veil of the eclipse had not faded, and though the power that had surged through her was gone, the sense of something larger, something dangerous, still tugged at the very edges of her being. "Isolde, we need to keep moving," Lorien said, his voice low and filled with unease as he scanned the horizon. "The warden may be bound, but we don't know how long that will last. There are still others out there, forces that want to see the rift spread." Isolde nodded, forcing herself to push past the overwhelming fatigue. "You're right. This isn't over. Not by a long shot." They began their journey once more, the weight of their task pressing upon them. Every step felt heavier as they walked through the ruined landscape, heading toward the nearest city where they hoped to find allies. The world needed them, needed the knowledge they had gained, to stop the darkness from spreading further. As they traveled, Isolde's thoughts were consumed with the rifts, with the warden, and with the unknown forces that now seemed to stir in the shadows. There had been whispers in the ancient texts, mentions of others who sought to use the rifts, to harness their power for their own ends. These figures were never named, but their intent was clear. They sought to break the bonds that held the warden in place and to unleash chaos upon the world. And then there were the fragments of knowledge Isolde had seen in the temple, visions of the warden in its true form, beyond what they could fully comprehend. The truth was more terrifying than she had realized. The warden wasn't just a shadow, it was a primordial force of destruction, and its influence stretched far beyond the physical world. There were hints that it was tied to something older, something even more powerful than the dark entity itself. Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden noise, a rustling in the trees. Isolde's senses flared, her hand instinctively reaching for her dagger. Lorien's hand was already on the hilt of his sword, his body tensed, ready for action. "We're not alone." The air was still, too still. It wasn't the wind, no, this was something else. And then, through the trees, figures emerged from the shadows. At first, they seemed like travelers, ordinary men and women, cloaked and carrying weapons. But there was something in the way they moved, the way their eyes gleamed in the dim light, that made Isolde's stomach churn. These were not ordinary travelers. These were people who had been touched by the shadows, by the rifts. They were hunters. The leader of the group stepped forward, his face hidden behind a dark hood. His eyes, however, were visible, glowing faintly with a malevolent light, as though he had embraced the darkness. He spoke in a voice that was calm but cold, laced with an unnatural authority. "You've done well," he said, his voice carrying an almost predatory tone. "But your victory will be short-lived. The warden is not the only threat the world faces. There are forces far greater than you realize, and you've made a grave mistake in trying to seal what cannot be contained." Lorien stepped forward, his hand tightening around his sword hilt. "Who are you?" The figure smiled, a thin, cruel smile. "I am a collector of truths. I seek the rifts, the power they contain. And I have learned much in my travels." Isolde's heart raced. "What do you want?" "The rifts are just the beginning," the figure replied. "What you've sealed away, what you've tried to lock up, it's merely one piece of a much larger puzzle. There are many who would use the rifts, who would unlock their full potential. And once they are opened, nothing will stop the darkness from consuming everything." The ground beneath their feet trembled as the figure stepped closer, his cloak billowing unnaturally, as though the shadows themselves were alive and following him. "You cannot stop this. The rifts will spread, the warden will rise, and I will collect what is left when the world falls into ruin." Lorien drew his sword, his voice fierce. "You'll collect nothing." The figure laughed, a chilling sound that seemed to echo off the walls of the ruined landscape. "You misunderstand, warrior. I do not take power. I become it." In a flash, the figure's form seemed to twist, shifting into a mass of shadows, a formless, dark entity that moved like liquid. The shadows reached out toward them, wrapping around Isolde and Lorien with terrifying speed. Isolde tried to push the darkness away, but it clung to her, seeping into her skin, twisting at her mind. "Lorien." She gasped, her voice barely a whisper as the darkness closed in. "We have to break the rifts." Lorien's voice was strained as he swung his sword through the shadows, cutting through the tendrils that tried to ensnare them. "We're not leaving without answers." But the shadows were relentless. The figure, no longer fully human, but a creature of the rifts, was everywhere at once, its voice echoing from every corner of the world, as if the very air was alive with its presence. Isolde's thoughts raced. The veil had been shattered, the rifts were still there, and now this entity, this shadow collector, was intent on unlocking the full potential of the rifts. She felt the darkness pulling at her, threatening to drown her. There had to be something, anything, that could stop this. With a surge of willpower, she focused on the light within her. The same light she had used to bind the warden. She could feel the rifts tugging at her, their energy responding to her thoughts, to her power. She reached out, grasping the fabric of reality, trying to weave the threads together once more. The shadows recoiled, hissing in frustration. For a brief moment, the world seemed to stand still, as if holding its breath, but the figure was not finished. You think you've won? You think you've sealed the rifts? You've only begun to understand their power. And with those words, the world began to fracture once more. The world fractured around them, the very air splitting with the force of the figure's words. The ground trembled, and the shadows seemed to pulse with a life of their own, curling and writhing like serpents drawn to the call of their master. Isolde felt the rifts shift, their energy becoming more chaotic, more volatile. They had been sealed before, but the threads holding them together were beginning to unravel. One by one, the figure, the shadow collector, moved through the air like a wraith, his form flickering between shadows, his voice a maddening chorus of whispers. You cannot stop what is already set in motion. The rifts will spread, and the warden's power will rise once more. This is not the end, but the beginning. Isolde's heart pounded in her chest as she fought to maintain her focus. The darkness surrounding her pressed in on her, pulling at her thoughts. At the very core of her being, the collector's power was unlike anything she had faced before. It was primal, ancient, and it sought to consume everything. Lorien, his sword now glowing with the remnants of the veil's light, was slashing through the shadows, trying to carve a path to the shadow collector. But the figure was no longer solid. The darkness had become his true form, a swirling void that seemed to absorb everything in its path. You cannot fight what is nothing, the collector's voice echoed, coming from all directions at once. I am the absence between worlds. I am the shadow that devours the light. Isolde's breath quickened. The very nature of the collector was the embodiment of what they were fighting, an endless void. A consuming darkness that had no form or substance except to destroy. But there had to be a way. There had to be something that could tip the balance. She forced herself to think, to focus on the rifts. She had seen their true nature through the shattered veil. Their power was not just destructive, it was connected. The rifts were parts of a greater whole, fractures in the very fabric of the world itself. If she could harness that connection, perhaps she could use the rifts against the collector, Lorien. She called, her voice hoarse but steady. We need to work together. We need to sever the connection between him and the rifts. Lorien's eyes locked onto hers, understanding flashing in his gaze. He nodded, stepping closer, his sword raised in a defensive stance. How do we do it? I can feel the rifts, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. If I can bind them again, if I can reweave the threads of reality, I can close the gaps. But I need your help. Your sword, it has power. Use it to sever the bond between him and the rifts. Strike where the darkness is weakest. Lorien didn't hesitate. He gripped his sword tightly, his focus unshakable. Together, then, Isolde closed her eyes and stretched out her hands, feeling the pulse of the rifts all around them. The threads of reality, now frayed and trembling, beckoned her. The shadows recoiled as her light began to surge. Stronger than before, brighter. She reached deep within herself, connecting with the power of the rifts, their raw energy. Each rift was a tear in the fabric of the world, and she could see them now, scattered throughout the very air, like stars in a fractured sky. They pulsed with an almost sentient hunger, reaching toward the darkness that sought to claim them. The shadow collector's form writhed as he saw what she was doing, his eyes burning with fury. You cannot control it, child. The rifts are beyond you, beyond any mortal. You will die trying to bind them. Isolde's breath came faster as she pushed back against the rising tide of darkness. I won't die. Lorien surged forward, his sword slicing through the air in a flash of light. The blade struck the ground with a deafening crack, sending waves of energy rippling outward. For a moment, the shadows faltered, recoiling as though they were in pain. Now, Lorien shouted. Isolde reached into the heart of the rifts, pulling at their energy, twisting the threads of reality together with every ounce of strength she had left. Her hands glowed with a fierce light, and the shadows hissed in protest, retreating, struggling against her will. She could feel the darkness fighting her, trying to slip through her fingers, but she refused to let go. She had no choice. The fate of the world depended on it. The shadow collector roared, his form shifting and distorting, becoming an even darker blur. He lunged toward them, but before he could reach them, Lorien's sword struck again, this time catching the edge of the darkness. The blade tore through the shadows, splitting the figure in two. But the collector was not defeated. He reformed, swirling back together like smoke, his body flickering in and out of existence. Isolde's mind was on fire as she reached deeper, connecting with the rifts themselves. She felt their vastness, their power, and their hunger. She could sense the collector's connection to them, the way he fed off their energy. She pulled, wove, and twisted, trying to sever that connection, but it wasn't enough. Then, through the chaos, something clicked. She realized the truth. The collector wasn't the source of the darkness. He was a symptom, a manifestation of the rift's power. To defeat him, she had to do more than close the rifts. She had to cut off his source, sever the link between him and the void. With a final, desperate cry, Isolde reached deep into the core of the rifts and twisted the very fabric of reality itself. The energy surged through her, coursing through her veins like wildfire. She could feel the rifts pulling back, trying to resist her, but she held firm, channeling the power into one single, focused point. A flash of brilliant light erupted from her hands, and the rifts exploded in a blinding burst, collapsing in on themselves. The darkness screamed, a terrible, anguished sound that echoed through the very bones of the earth. The shadow collector, caught in the explosion, howled in pain as his form began to disintegrate, his shadows unraveling like threads pulled from the weave of existence itself. And then, as quickly as it had begun, the darkness was gone. The rifts were closed. The collector was no more. Isolde collapsed to her knees, exhausted, her body drained of all energy. The world around her was silent now, still. The echoes of the battle faded into nothingness. Lorien stood beside her, his face solemn, but his eyes filled with something like relief. "It's over." Isolde nodded weakly, her breath ragged. For now. The battle was over, but the scars remained. The rifts had been sealed, but Isolde knew they were never truly gone. The darkness could always return. And so long as there were those who sought to control the power of the rifts, the fight would never truly be finished. But for now, she could rest. For now, the world was safe. The silence that followed the collapse of the rifts felt like an eternity. The world stood still, as though holding its breath. Isolde's body trembled with exhaustion, her limbs heavy as lead. She looked around at the desolate landscape, what had once been a lush valley now reduced to ash and ruin. The remnants of the shadows that had clung to the edges of the world were finally gone. But the damage they had left behind was undeniable. Lorien knelt beside her, his expression grim but softened by the knowledge that the immediate danger had passed. "You did it," he said quietly, his voice filled with awe and something deeper, respect, perhaps. "You stopped him." Isolde's eyes fluttered closed for a moment as she fought to regain her breath, feeling the weight of the world pressing on her chest. "It wasn't just me," she whispered. "We did it together." She could still feel the aftershocks of the battle within her, the raw energy of the rifts that had coursed through her. But now, there was a strange calm that settled over her, an absence of the crushing weight she had carried for so long. The veil had been torn, but somehow, it had been mended. She didn't know if it would hold forever, but for now, it was enough. Lorien stood, offering her his hand, which she took gratefully. He pulled her to her feet, steadying her as she regained her balance. There was a determination in his eyes, but also a hint of something else, a quiet understanding that the victory was not without its cost. "We need to keep moving," Lorien said, looking around at the vast, empty landscape. "There's still much to be done. The rifts are sealed, but the world is far from healed." Isolde nodded, her gaze lingering on the ruins. "You're right. The battle may be over, but the war isn't. There are still forces out there that seek to harness the power of the rifts, to open them again. We can't let our guard down." With one last look at the ruined valley, Isolde and Lorien began their journey once more, walking toward the horizon. The weight of their task hung heavy on them both, but there was a renewed sense of purpose in their steps. The rifts had been sealed, and the Shadow Collector had been defeated, but there was still so much more to do. The world needed rebuilding, and the darkness that had once been kept at bay was bound to resurface in new, unpredictable forms. As they traveled, Isolde's mind raced with thoughts of the future. She had seen the vastness of the rifts, their interconnectedness, and she knew that the danger they posed wasn't just about one figure, one enemy. There were others out there who would seek to harness the rifts for their own ends. The knowledge, the power, was far too tempting for those who didn't understand the consequences. She turned to Lorien. "Do you ever wonder if we've done enough?" Lorien's eyes flicked to her, his expression thoughtful. "I don't think we'll ever know if we've done enough. But that doesn't mean we stop fighting." They walked in silence for a time, the weight of the world pressing down on them. The landscape began to change as they moved farther from the temple, the charred earth slowly giving way to new growth. The world had been scarred, but it had not been destroyed. There was hope in that. It wasn't much, but it was a start. As they reached the outskirts of the nearest settlement, they were greeted by the sight of people who had begun to rebuild, even in the wake of such destruction. The air was filled with the hum of labor, of determination, as people worked together to repair the damage that had been done. But not all was as it seemed. A figure in a dark cloak stood near the entrance of the town, watching them with an unsettling intensity. Isolde's heart skipped a beat. Something about the figure's presence felt wrong, like a shadow that shouldn't be there, one that lingered in places where it didn't belong. Lorien noticed it too. "Stay alert," he murmured, his hand instinctively going to the hilt of his sword. As they drew closer to the figure, Isolde could feel the air grow colder, the familiar presence of darkness settling in again, despite the victory they had just won. The figure's face was hidden beneath the hood, but the faint glow of eyes, pale and unblinking, shone through, like embers waiting to catch fire. "You've done well," the figure said, its voice smooth and dispassionate, but laced with an eerie undertone. "But the rifts are not the only danger. There are many forces at play, forces far older than even you realize." Isolde felt a shiver run down her spine. There was something familiar about the figure's voice, but she couldn't place it. Her instincts screamed that this was no ordinary stranger. This was someone, or something, tied to the darkness, tied to the rifts. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the chill in her bones. The figure tilted its head slightly, and a twisted smile crept across its unseen lips. "I am one who has watched the threads of fate for longer than you could ever imagine. And I have seen the path you walk, Isolde." Isolde's breath caught in her throat. "How do you know my name?" "Because," the figure replied, its voice now cold as ice, "you are not the first to think they can stop the rifts. And you won't be the last." The figure raised a gloved hand, and the shadows around them seemed to stir, coiling like tendrils of smoke. "The rifts are only the beginning of a greater game, one where you will be but a pawn in a much larger scheme. The forces that move the threads of fate are far more powerful than you could ever understand." Lorien stepped forward, his sword drawn and gleaming. "We've already stopped the rifts. Whatever game you're playing, it ends here." The figure's laugh echoed through the air, hollow and chilling. "You think it's over? You think you've won?" The shadows thickened, forming shapes that were indistinct but undeniably threatening. "The rifts may have been sealed, but there are far worse things at play than you realize." With a wave of the figure's hand, the shadows shifted, and in an instant, the world around them seemed to distort, as if reality itself was bending under the weight of some unseen force. Isolde felt the pressure building in her chest, the same feeling she had had before, when the rifts were open, when the darkness was consuming everything. But this time, it was different. The power in the air felt older, more malevolent. And it was closing in on them. The figure's smile grew wider, more knowing. "Welcome to the true game. You've just entered the first phase." And with that, the world around them shattered, leaving Isolde and Lorien standing on the edge of an even darker path than before. The island of forgotten stars. There was a place, far beyond the reach of any map, where the stars no longer whispered their stories to the night. A place veiled in mist, where even the bravest sailors dared not venture. The locals called it the Island of Forgotten Stars. Some believed it was a myth, a tale told to keep wanderers at bay, while others spoke of it in hushed tones, as though the mere mention of its name could summon something unspeakable. It was said that once, long ago, the island had been a place of great beauty, where the stars above were so close one could almost touch them. The island had been home to an ancient civilization, its people gifted with the ability to call upon the stars, to weave the fabric of fate with the light of the heavens. But something happened, a terrible event that shattered the balance of the world and sent the island into isolation, locked away from the rest of the world by an impenetrable mist. The stars vanished from the sky above it, and those who once called the island home were swallowed by the darkness. But, as with all things, time passed, and stories turned to legend. Some said the island had been forgotten, a lost paradise forever hidden from the eyes of men. Others claimed it still existed, waiting for the right person to unlock its secrets. One such person was Captain Alara Stormwind, a seasoned explorer with a thirst for adventure. She had heard whispers of the island's existence from the old maps and fragmented accounts of sailors who had returned from the edge of the world, changed. Some spoke of the island as a cursed place, others as a treasure trove of ancient knowledge, and a select few claimed that those who ventured too close would be drawn into the mist, never to return. But Alara was not one to be deterred by superstitions. Her crew, loyal and eager, had followed her across countless seas, from the icy shores of the north to the boiling waters of the south. Each time they returned from their travels, they would bring back stories and treasures, but Alara's heart was always drawn to one thing, the island. She had spent years gathering information, piecing together fragments of old sea charts, and consulting ancient texts. Every clue she uncovered only deepened her desire to find the forgotten island. Finally, the day came when she set sail toward the mist-covered horizon, her heart racing with the promise of discovery. The sea was eerily calm as the raven's call cut through the waters. The sun hung low in the sky, casting an orange glow across the calm waves. Alara stood at the prow, her eyes narrowed against the wind, her thoughts a whirlwind of excitement and caution. "Captain," came the voice of First Mate Kale, his figure emerging from the shadows. His face was creased with concern. "There's something strange about these waters. We've been sailing for days, and there's no sign of land. Just endless fog." Alara turned to him, a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "That's because we're close, Kale. Very close." Kale frowned, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. "I've heard the stories, Captain. The ones about the island. Are we sure we want to?" "We have to," Alara interrupted, her voice firm. "This island holds the answers we've been searching for. The secrets of the stars are within reach." Kale hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Aye, Captain. But we need to be cautious. There's something unnatural about this place." As the sun dipped below the horizon, the fog grew thicker, swallowing the world around them. The once pristine waters began to churn, ripples spreading like the echoes of some unseen force. The crew murmured amongst themselves, their unease palpable, but Alara remained resolute, her eyes fixed on the horizon where the mist seemed to pulse with life. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the fog, standing at the edge of the ship's deck. Alara's eyes narrowed as she studied the figure, a tall, cloaked form that appeared to be made of shadows, a faint light flickering in the depths of its hood. "Who goes there?" Alara called out, her voice steady, though her hand instinctively reached for the hilt of her blade. The figure stepped forward. its movement fluid and unnatural. As it drew closer, the faint light within the hood flickered, and Alara saw the outline of eyes, dark, empty, and endless. "I am the keeper of the forgotten stars," the figure spoke, its voice a soft whisper, carried on the wind. "I have been waiting for you, Captain Alara Stormwind." The words sent a chill down Alara's spine. "Waiting for me?" she repeated, her voice hardening with suspicion. "Who are you?" The figure remained motionless, its gaze unwavering. "The island you seek is not simply a place of forgotten knowledge. It is a place of reckoning. The stars you seek are not the ones you know. They are the remnants of something far older, far darker, and their secrets come at a great price." Alara's eyes narrowed, her resolve unshaken. "I've come to uncover the truth, whatever it may be. Tell me what you know." The keeper's head tilted slightly, as if considering her words. "The island is not meant for those who seek power. Many have come before you, driven by greed or ambition. They have vanished, lost to the fog, never to return. The stars are a gift, yes, but they are also a curse. To possess them is to risk everything." Alara took a step forward, her voice quiet but firm. "I'm not afraid of curses or risks. I've come this far, and I will see this through." "Where is the island?" The keeper's lips parted, but before it could respond, a sudden gust of wind swept through the ship, and the fog thickened, obscuring their view. The mist swirled, twisting like tendrils of smoke, and the sea began to grow turbulent once more. A low rumble echoed from beneath the waves, followed by a crash of thunder that sent a shiver through the crew. Alara's heart quickened. The storm had arrived, and with it, something ancient and powerful. The keeper raised a hand, its fingers trailing through the mist, and a path through the fog began to materialize, a thin sliver of light cutting through the darkness. "The island is not far now," the keeper said, its voice soft but filled with forewarning. "But remember this, Captain, the stars you seek will not give you what you desire. They will show you what you need to see, whether you are ready or not." With that, the figure dissolved into the fog, leaving Alara and her crew in stunned silence. The path before them was clear, the way to the island of forgotten stars finally within reach. Alara took a deep breath, her mind set on the journey ahead. There would be no turning back now. The path through the fog seemed endless, winding through the thick mist that surrounded them like an impenetrable wall. The raven's call pressed forward, its sails flapping in the increasing wind, but the crew's spirits were dampened. The air was heavy, thick with the weight of something they couldn't name, and the mist seemed to cling to their skin like a second layer. Cold and unforgiving, Alara stood at the helm, her eyes scanning the thickening fog ahead, her mind focused on the keeper's cryptic words. She had never been one to shy away from danger, but something about the warnings unsettled her. The island was close now, that much was certain, but she couldn't shake the feeling that they were sailing straight into something much darker than they had anticipated. "Captain," Kale's voice broke through her thoughts, tense and uncertain. He approached her from behind, his brow furrowed. "The crew's getting nervous. They've never seen anything like this before. And with the storm getting worse, they're starting to whisper about turning back." Alara didn't turn to face him. "Let them whisper. This is what we came for, Kale. We're not turning back." Kale hesitated, his eyes briefly flicking to the restless crew before returning to her. "I know, Captain. But I've sailed through many storms. This one feels different." Her gaze remained fixed ahead, her jaw set. "I didn't come this far to turn back now. The island is out there, and we're going to find it." But as if to challenge her resolve, the fog thickened even more, swirling around them in strange, unpredictable patterns. The wind howled, and waves began to crash violently against the ship's hull, as if the sea itself was warning them away. Elara gripped the wheel tighter, her knuckles white, just as Kale moved to speak again. A sharp cry echoed from the crow's nest above, "Land ho!" The lookout shouted, his voice strained with excitement and fear. "I see something." Through the fog, the crew surged to the rails, their eyes wide with a mix of dread and hope. In the distance, barely visible through the shroud of mist, the jagged outline of an island began to take shape, a dark silhouette against the storm-ridden sky. It loomed like a shadow, its shores obscured, its true form hidden by an unsettling sense of foreboding. Elara's heart pounded in her chest as she stared at the distant land. This was it, the island of forgotten stars. She could feel it deep in her bones. "All hands on deck," she commanded, her voice cutting through the rising winds. "Prepare to drop anchor. We make landfall." The crew scrambled to obey, the ship's sails adjusted to reduce speed, and ropes were thrown overboard to secure the anchor. The storm was still raging around them, but Elara's focus never wavered. She was determined. The island was real. The secrets it held would be uncovered. As the raven's call drew closer to the shore, the fog began to recede, revealing more of the island. Dark cliffs rose sharply from the water, their surfaces slick with mist, and the jagged coastline seemed as though it had been shaped by some ancient force. In the distance, a faint light flickered, like a distant star. Barely visible against the gloom of the storm, "Captain," Kale called, his voice tight with unease. "This place, it feels wrong. There's something off about it." Elara turned to him, her expression steely. "It's exactly what I expected. The island may be forgotten, but it's not uninhabited." The ship scraped gently against the rocks as they neared the shore, the crew quickly securing it in place. Elara, her heart beating louder now with anticipation, led the way as they disembarked, the wet sand cold beneath their boots. As they ventured further into the island's heart, the storm seemed to lessen, but an unnatural chill settled in the air. The sky above them was dark, the clouds swirling like a vortex, casting an eerie glow over the land. The only sound was the rustle of the wind in the trees, which seemed strangely silent. No birds, no animals, nothing. Where are all the creatures? Kale murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. "This place, it's dead." Elara didn't answer immediately, her gaze fixed ahead. In the distance, just beyond the dense trees, she could see something gleaming, like a fragment of the night sky, scattered across the land. She could feel it, that pull, the same feeling she'd had when she first set sail. "The stars, keep your eyes open," she said quietly, her tone resolute. "We're not alone here." The crew followed her, each step weighed down by the strange tension in the air. As they passed through the thick, dark forest, Elara's mind raced. The keeper's warnings echoed in her mind, but she pushed them aside. She would not turn back now. Not when the answers were so close. Soon, they reached the edge of a clearing. In the center stood an ancient structure, its stone walls covered in ivy and moss, its silhouette barely visible under the darkened sky. It was a temple, ancient and forgotten, its surface carved with symbols Elara didn't recognize. The architecture was unlike anything she had ever seen, a blend of celestial motifs and unfamiliar designs, as though it had been built by a civilization that had once called the stars their own. Elara approached the temple with a sense of awe. "This is it," she whispered, more to herself than anyone else. "This is where the secrets lie." The temple doors were large, made of a stone that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light. As Elara stepped forward, the ground beneath her feet trembled, and for a brief moment, she thought she heard a distant hum, like the sound of 1,000 voices speaking in unison. She raised her hand to push the door open, but before she could touch it, a voice echoed from the darkness of the temple, low and resonant, "You should not have come." Elara froze. The voice was not from any of the crew, and it was not the keeper. It was something older, something deeper. The air grew colder, the shadows around them stretching unnaturally as if the very temple itself was alive. "Who are you?" Elara called, her hand still hovering over the door. There was a long pause, the silence pressing in around them, before the voice answered, cold and cryptic, "The stars are not meant to be claimed. The price is too great for any mortal to bear." A shiver ran down Elara's spine. She glanced back at her crew, their faces filled with the same unease she felt, but Elara's resolve did not falter. She had come this far, and she would see it through. With a deep breath, she pushed open the massive doors of the temple. The massive stone doors of the ancient temple creaked and groaned as they swung open, revealing the interior shrouded in darkness. The air inside was thick, carrying the scent of aged stone and something else, a faint, metallic tang that made the hairs on the back of Elara's neck stand on end. The crew stood at the threshold, hesitant, but Elara took a step forward, her heart beating in steady rhythm with the eerie silence that enveloped them. "Stay close," Elara said, her voice firm, though it held an undertone of something, anticipation, maybe fear. One by one, the crew followed her into the temple, their footsteps echoing off the cold, stone floors. The flickering torches they had brought with them cast weak shadows across the walls, which were covered in intricate carvings, their meanings inscrutable. Symbols of stars, planets, and constellations danced across the surfaces in strange patterns, as if they were telling a story, one that had been forgotten by time itself. As they moved deeper into the temple, the faint hum from earlier returned, louder now, vibrating in the air like the distant resonance of an ancient song. It felt as if the temple itself were alive, pulsating with a strange energy, as though it were watching them. "Captain, look at this," Kale whispered, pointing to the far wall. At the far end of the temple, bathed in the dim glow of their torches, stood a massive stone altar. It was decorated with more celestial carvings, each one more detailed and vibrant than the last. But it was not the carvings that drew Elara's attention. It was the object resting atop the altar, a sphere, glowing faintly with an ethereal light, hovered just above the surface of the stone. It was unlike anything Elara had ever seen. Its surface was smooth and translucent, swirling with light and darkness in an endless dance, as if it were made of the very fabric of the stars themselves. "Is that Kale's voice trailed off, his eyes wide with awe. "The heart of the stars," Elara whispered, a sense of awe filling her chest. The legends had spoken of it, a celestial artifact said to hold the power of the heavens, capable of granting unimaginable knowledge and power to those who could wield it. But it was also said to be cursed, its price far greater than any treasure could justify. The hum grew louder as Elara stepped closer, her heart racing. She could feel the pull of the sphere, drawing her in like a magnet. It was as if the very stars themselves were calling to her, urging her to take it, to claim it. "Don't touch it," Kale said, his voice trembling. "The stories, Captain. The stories say it's dangerous. We don't know what it could do." Elara's hand hovered just above the sphere, but she hesitated. Kale was right. She didn't know what the heart of the stars could do. The power it held was vast, but it was also unpredictable. She had heard the warnings, the price was steep for anyone who dared to claim it. But the temptation was undeniable, Captain. Kale said again, this time more urgently. "We need to leave. Now." But Elara was lost in the moment, her mind racing with the possibilities. The stars, the mysteries of the island, it was all so close. And then, from somewhere deep within the temple, she heard it again, the voice, "You should not have come." The voice, low and ancient, echoed from the shadows, and Elara's hand recoiled, her heart hammering in her chest. She looked around, but no one was there, only the dark, shifting corners of the temple, like something waiting to emerge. The air grew colder, and the very stone of the temple seemed to pulse with an eerie energy. Elara could feel it now, the weight of the place pressing down on her. As though the island itself were warning her to leave, but then, something shifted. The ground trembled beneath their feet, the walls vibrating as if in response to an unseen force. The faint light from the sphere flickered, and a gust of wind rushed through the temple, extinguishing their torches. Darkness closed in around them. "Elara!" Kale shouted, his voice rising in panic. "Get back!" But before she could move, the ground split open with a violent crack. A deep rumble echoed through the temple, and from the darkness emerged something truly ancient, an enormous, shadowy figure, its form shifting and swirling like a cloud of smoke. Its eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. A dark, endless abyss that seemed to draw everything into it. The keeper's voice, now clearer than ever, reverberated through the temple, speaking not in words, but in a language that seemed to go straight to the heart. "You are not meant to wield the stars. They are not for mortal hands." The shadowy figure rose higher, its form growing more solid, more defined. Elara felt the presence of something immense, something beyond her understanding. The island, the temple, it wasn't just a place. It was a barrier. And now, that barrier was awakening. "Leave now," the voice demanded, its power so strong that it made the very air vibrate. "Or face the consequences." But Elara stood her ground, her chest heaving as she faced the dark figure. The sphere on the altar pulsed, its light flickering like a dying star, as though it were calling to her. "I came here for the truth," Elara said, her voice steady, though her heart raced. "And I will not leave until I have it." The shadow loomed before her, the figure's form now towering over her, its voice a low growl that shook her to the core. then you will be lost with the stars." Without warning, the ground beneath their feet shifted again. The stone walls began to crack, pieces falling away, revealing an abyss beyond. The temple was coming apart, and with it, the very fabric of the island seemed to unravel. Elara took a step back, her eyes still fixed on the sphere. The power it held was overwhelming, but now it was clear, taking it would come at a cost. The island would not let her take the heart of the stars without exacting its price. Kale pulled her back, his grip tight on her arm. "Captain, we need to leave. Now." The shadow reached for her, its form like smoke and darkness, but Elara didn't move. The sphere was within her grasp, just one step, one touch away, but then, as if the very island had made the decision for her, the ground cracked open once more, and the sphere vanished into the abyss. The dark figure howled in fury as the temple began to collapse around them, with no time left to think. Elara turned, her feet pounding against the stone floor as she ran, pulling Kale and the crew along behind her. The temple was crumbling, the walls buckling, and the island seemed to shake with the fury of 1,000 storms. They reached the entrance, but as Elara looked back, the temple was gone, swallowed by the darkness, leaving nothing but the empty void behind. The island was silent once more. Elara's breath came in ragged gasps as she and her crew sprinted back to the Raven's Call. The island's atmosphere was thick with the scent of decay and something ancient, something old beyond measure, a reminder that they were not the first to tread upon this forsaken land. The ground trembled beneath their feet as if the island itself was alive. Still angry, still awake, behind them, the temple had vanished, swallowed by the earth, leaving only a gaping hole in the ground where it had once stood. The air was thick with the oppressive silence that followed the destruction, broken only by the crashing waves that pounded against the jagged coastline. Elara could still hear the echoes of the shadow's voice in her mind, its warning reverberating through her thoughts like a drumbeat that refused to fade. "You are not meant to wield the stars. They are not for mortal hands." The words were like chains, tightening around her chest, suffocating her. And yet, there was a part of her that still burned with the need to understand, to unlock the truth behind the heart of the stars. But there was no time for that now. The island was collapsing, and the crew's safety was the only thing that mattered. "Captain." Kale's voice broke through her thoughts. "We need to get out of here, now. The storm's getting worse." Elara nodded, forcing her gaze from the empty space where the temple had once stood. The wind had picked up again, howling like some primal beast, and the sky above them had darkened even further, clouds swirling ominously. She could feel it. The pull of the island had not loosened its grip on them, and the storm was a manifestation of that pull, growing stronger the longer they remained. They reached the ship, but the Raven's Call seemed small against the vastness of the storm and the tumultuous sea. The crew scrambled to unfurl the sails, working with frantic urgency as the storm's fury intensified. Waves rose like mountains around them, crashing against the hull with terrifying force, but the ship held steady as Elara shouted orders, her voice cutting through the gale. "We're not leaving without answers," she muttered under her breath, her eyes scanning the horizon for any sign of the island. But there was nothing. The fog had returned, thick and impenetrable, swallowing the coastline whole. Kale approached her, his expression dark. "We've got no choice, Captain. If we stay any longer, we might not make it off this cursed island alive. Elara didn't respond at first. The stars, the heart of the stars, had been just within her reach. And now it was gone, lost to the island's fury. Her fingers clenched around the wheel, but she knew Kale was right. The island was fighting back, and they couldn't afford to ignore the warning any longer. Set sail, she finally commanded. We leave now. The crew worked together, hauling ropes and adjusting sails, their movements coordinated despite the chaos. Slowly, the Raven's call began to move, its bow slicing through the turbulent waters, away from the island, away from the ancient temple and its mysteries. But even as they sailed away, Elara couldn't shake the feeling that they hadn't truly escaped. The storm raged around them, but it was more than just the wind and the waves. The very sea felt wrong. The water was darker, deeper than it had been before, and the air was thick with something ancient. The island was still there, lurking beneath the waves, watching. As they sailed further from the island, Elara's thoughts turned inward. The heart of the stars was gone, but she could still feel its pull, like an unspoken promise buried deep inside her. The keeper had warned her, yes. But there were still so many unanswered questions. The voice that had spoken in the temple, the shadow that had risen from the darkness, it was all connected, all part of something greater. Something beyond her understanding. Elara, Kale called from behind her, his voice tight with concern. You're not alone in this, you know. We'll find another way. We can't change what happened on that island, but we can still move forward. We can still, I know, Elara interrupted, her voice soft but firm. She turned to face him, meeting his gaze. But it's not over. Not yet. Kale frowned but said nothing more. He knew her better than anyone. When Elara's mind was set on something, there was no stopping her. The storm eventually began to subside, its fury fading as quickly as it had come. But the calm that followed was uneasy, as if the island's curse still lingered on the horizon, waiting for its moment to strike. Hours passed, and the Raven's call continued its journey, leaving the island far behind. The crew settled into an uneasy quiet, but Elara remained at the helm, her mind racing. The storm had passed, but the island had not released its grip on her. She could feel it, deep in her bones, a presence, a force, a secret buried beneath the waves. As the first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, Elara stood motionless at the wheel, her eyes fixed on the endless expanse of ocean before her. She had seen the heart of the stars. She had felt its power. And though it had been lost, the knowledge it promised had not been forgotten. They had to return. The island was not finished with them yet. The days that followed the escape from the island were long and restless. The crew of the Raven's Call sailed in silence. Each man and woman lost in their own thoughts, their faces drawn with exhaustion from the storm and the terror they had witnessed. The sea had returned to its usual rhythm, but the air still carried the weight of something unseen, something that gnawed at the edges of their peace. Elara stood at the helm, her fingers tight on the wheel, her eyes scanning the horizon. The island was gone, but the memory of it lingered, its whispers, its shadows, and the pull of the heart of the stars. Every night, as she lay awake in her quarters, she could still feel its presence, calling to her from the deep. Captain, Kale's voice broke through her thoughts as he approached from behind. It's been days since we left the island. And the crew. They're unsettled. They keep talking about what happened on the island. Some of them are beginning to wonder if it's cursed. Elara didn't turn to face him immediately. The idea of a curse on the island had been planted in their minds the moment the temple had crumbled, and now it was taking root. She couldn't blame them for their fear. But she couldn't afford fear. Not now, let them talk, she said, her voice flat. It's only natural. But we're not turning back. I'll find the answers, Kale. I promised myself that. Kale was quiet for a moment, then sighed. I know you will, Captain. But what if the island isn't finished with us? What if we're being pulled back for a reason? Elara's grip tightened on the wheel. I didn't come this far to turn away. We've seen too much, felt too much. If the island wants us back, then we'll face it. But not yet. We need time. We need to plan. I'll let the crew know, Kale replied, his voice resigned. He turned to leave but paused, looking over his shoulder. Just be careful. Whatever it is that calls to you, it's not just the island. There's something else. Elara didn't answer, but she felt the weight of his words settle in her chest. Something else. She wasn't sure if it was fear or caution, but something inside her told her Kale was right. The island had only been the beginning. The next morning, Elara gathered her crew on the deck. They stood in a loose formation, the weight of their shared experiences hanging between them. Most of them were still shaken, their eyes distant, as though the horrors of the island had not been fully left behind. But Elara could see the determination in their faces. They would follow her, as they always had. We're not finished, she began, her voice steady, though it carried an edge of something deeper, something that resonated with the crew. What we found on that island was only a glimpse. A fragment of a much larger puzzle. I know many of you are scared, and I understand why. The storms, the temple, the heart of the stars, all of it is beyond what any of us were prepared for. But we can't ignore what we've learned. A murmur rippled through the crew, but Elara held up her hand to quiet them. The island is not just a place. It's a key. And I believe it's calling us back. Not because it wants to trap us, but because it holds something that cannot be left forgotten. We've seen the power it holds, and we can't turn away from it. I won't. But we do this together, and we do it on our terms. She paused, letting her words sink in. The crew exchanged glances, some uneasy, others resolute. She knew their fears were real. But there was no other choice. Not now, the decision was made. The Raven's call would return to the island. The journey back was shorter than expected. The sea unusually calm, as if the ocean itself had parted to make way for them. But despite the stillness of the water, Elara could feel the tension mounting, thick and palpable, as if the air around them was holding its breath. Kale stood beside her at the helm, his face set in grim determination. Captain, if we're going back, we need to be ready. Whatever's waiting for us on that island, it won't be the same as before. Elara nodded. I know. But we have to be ready for anything. The island is ancient, and whatever power it holds is tied to something much older than any of us. As they neared the island, the familiar fog began to roll in, thick and suffocating, enveloping the ship in its embrace. The raven's call slowed as they approached the coastline, the jagged rocks looming through the mist like dark, silent sentinels. "This time," Elara said, her voice resolute, "we'll make it through." Kale gave her a questioning look. "You're not going in blind, are you? We don't even know what we're dealing with." "No," Elara replied, her hand gripping the wheel tightly. "But this time, we'll be prepared. We'll go in with eyes open." The ship dropped anchor near the shore, and the crew disembarked, the air heavy with anticipation. The island had changed since their last visit. The storm had ravaged parts of the coastline, and the once pristine beach was now littered with debris. But the island's oppressive presence was still palpable, the air thick with a sense of something ancient and malevolent. As they made their way toward the temple ruins, Elara couldn't shake the feeling that something was waiting for them, something far worse than before. The forest was darker now, the trees twisted and gnarled, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. The air was colder, and the faint hum that had filled the temple before was now a constant vibration beneath their feet. It was as if the entire island were alive, its heartbeat syncing with the pulse of the universe itself. "Captain," Kale whispered as they neared the clearing, "it feels like we're walking into the mouth of a beast." Elara didn't respond. She could feel it too, the pull, the energy that seemed to hum through the ground. It was coming from the temple, deep within the ruins, where the heart of the stars had been, but when they arrived at the clearing, the temple was no longer there. The earth had swallowed it whole, leaving nothing but an empty void where the ancient structure had once stood. For a moment, they all stood in stunned silence, unsure of what to make of this new development. But then, Elara felt it, the unmistakable presence of something watching them, something ancient and powerful. It wasn't the temple that had been waiting for them. It was something else. The shadows around them seemed to shift. And Elara's blood ran cold as the voice that had spoken in the temple echoed once more in her mind. "You cannot escape your destiny. The stars are not meant for mortals. And now you will face the consequences." The voice reverberated in Elara's mind like a distant drumbeat, its resonance gnawing at her resolve. "You cannot escape your destiny. The stars are not meant for mortals. And now you will face the consequences." For a moment, time seemed to stand still. The crew, frozen in place, exchanged uncertain glances. The air around them had grown colder, and the shadows in the clearing deepened, as though the very fabric of reality was twisting in on itself. Elara's heart pounded in her chest, but she stood firm. She had faced the unknown before, and she would do so again. "Show yourself," Elara called into the void. Her voice rang with authority, despite the fear threatening to creep into her words. She had come this far, and she wouldn't turn back now. The ground beneath them shuddered, and the shadows began to move. The trees around the clearing groaned as if stirred by an unseen wind, but there was no wind, only the oppressive weight of the unseen force that had been watching them from the moment they set foot on the island. The very earth seemed to pulse with a dark energy, and then, out of the shadows, figures emerged. They were cloaked in robes of midnight black, their faces hidden in the depths of their hoods. Each one moved with an eerie, synchronized grace, their steps unhurried as they encircled Alara and her crew. They were like specters, their forms shifting in and out of sight as if they didn't fully belong to this world. Alara's hand instinctively went to the hilt of her sword, but before she could draw it, the leader of the shadowed figures stepped forward. It was a woman, or, at least, Alara assumed it was. Her voice was like a soft wind, though there was nothing gentle about it. "You have come back," the woman said, her tone both cold and knowing. "And for what?" "To unlock the secrets of the stars. To claim what was never meant for you." "I came for the truth," Alara replied, her voice steady despite the growing unease. "And the power to save my people, if it is within my reach." The woman's laugh was low, almost melodic, but it sent a shiver down Alara's spine. "You seek to save, but what you do not understand is that the stars you crave are already fading. The heart of the stars has been stolen by time itself. No mortal hands can grasp it without consequence." Alara clenched her fists. "Then tell me, why have we been brought here? Why have we been chosen?" The woman's eyes, pale, ancient, and sorrowful, locked onto Alara's with an intensity that felt like it could see straight through her. "You were not chosen, Captain. The stars chose you. They have always chosen those with the strongest hearts, those whose desires burn with a relentless fire. But that fire, like all things, will consume you in the end." Alara's mind raced, but before she could speak, another figure stepped forward, a man, tall and broad-shouldered, his face hidden beneath a hood of obsidian. He spoke with a voice that was as harsh as a stone breaking in two. "She speaks the truth. You walk a path already written. Every choice you make, every action you take, brings you closer to the end of this journey. The stars are not to be wielded. They are the harbingers of destruction. No one who dares to control them can escape their fate." Alara's eyes narrowed. "Then why let us come here? Why reveal the heart of the stars to us at all if it was never meant for mortal hands?" The woman's face twisted into a bitter smile, and for a brief moment, Alara thought she saw something ancient. Something far older than the island itself, because the heart of the stars has its own will. And now that it has been found, it will stop at nothing to be claimed. At that, a loud crack echoed through the air. The earth beneath their feet trembled, and the sky above the island darkened even further, as if the heavens themselves were responding to the words spoken by the mysterious figures. In the distance, there was a sudden flash of light, a streak of brilliant blue that illuminated the entire island for a fraction of a second before it vanished. "Alara, we need to leave." Kale's voice rang out, filled with urgency. "This place. It's waking up." But it was too late. The shadows around them began to swirl, their forms blurring and merging, until they were no longer separate beings, but a single, shifting mass of dark energy. The air crackled with a sinister force as the swirling mass condensed into a shape, a monstrous figure, its form shifting between human and something far darker, something not meant for the mortal realm. It was the embodiment of the island, of the darkness that had been hidden here for eons. The figure towered above them, its eyes burning with an unnatural light, and Alara could feel its power radiating off it like heat from a forge. "You seek to wield the stars," it spoke, its voice a cacophony of voices, all layered over one another. But first, you must face the cost. Elara stepped forward, her sword drawn, her body trembling with both fear and defiance. She wasn't sure what to expect from this creature, but she knew one thing: she wasn't going to give up. Not now. Not when the truth was so close. What is the cost? She demanded. Tell me. I will face it. The creature's form rippled, and it bent low, its eyes locking with hers. The cost of the stars is more than you can bear, Captain. It is the loss of your soul. It is the shattering of your humanity. It is the drowning of your heart in the cold, endless night. Elara's grip tightened on her sword. I would rather die trying to protect my people than live in ignorance. The creature chuckled, a sound that echoed like thunder across the island. Then you have already chosen. It said, you will come to understand the stars. But the stars do not belong to mortals. And now you will learn the true meaning of fate. With a wave of its hand, the ground beneath them cracked open. Dark tendrils of energy shot up from the earth, wrapping around their legs, pulling them toward the depths. The crew screamed as they were caught, their bodies twisting and writhing against the invisible force that held them in place. Elara fought back, her sword slashing through the air, but the tendrils were relentless, dragging her down into the dark abyss. In that moment, Elara realized something: the island had never been abandoned. It had been waiting. Waiting for her. And now, there was no escape from the fate it had set in motion. Elara's heart raced as the dark tendrils tightened around her, dragging her deeper into the earth. The cold that seeped into her bones was unbearable, like the touch of death itself. Her sword slipped from her grasp, the weight of her struggle not enough to break free from the force that bound her. She could hear the frantic cries of her crew, their voices swallowed by the growing darkness around them. Fight! Elara screamed, but the words barely escaped her lips as the pull of the abyss grew stronger. The island was alive with malevolent energy, as if it had been waiting for this moment, waiting for the heart of the stars to call forth its true power. In the distance, Kale's voice rang out, full of desperation. Captain! We're not alone. The island, it's... But before he could finish, the darkness swallowed him whole, and Elara was left alone in the void, her mind racing for a solution. She had faced countless dangers before, but this was something different. The power here was beyond anything she had ever encountered. The island was a living thing, and it was alive with the whispers of 1,000 lost souls. As she was pulled deeper, the tendrils began to shift, their form morphing into something more tangible. Dark shapes, twisted and grotesque, rose from the earth like spectral figures, their faces frozen in eternal agony. Their eyes glowed with an unholy light, their hands reaching out for her, their whispers filling her ears with maddening words. Elara. One of the voices hissed. You cannot escape. The stars belong to us. Another voice, ancient and raspy, followed. You cannot control what you do not understand. Her thoughts were fragmented, but a single thread of clarity remained. She had to reach the heart of the stars. She had to destroy it, or else this darkness would consume everything. The island's grip on her mind was strong, but she fought against it, forcing her will to push through the suffocating fog of fear and despair. Her vision blurred as the shadows closed in, but then, as if by some unseen force. A burst of light, bright and blinding, cut through the darkness. The tendrils recoiled, their hold on her weakening. For a brief moment, Elara felt the warmth of the stars, their radiant light filling her chest with strength and determination. The light was the answer, the stars themselves were her ally, not her enemy. With every ounce of her strength, she reached out to the light, her body trembling from the effort. The shadows fought back, but they were no match for the light of the stars. The very air seemed to hum with energy, and Elara could feel the power of the universe coursing through her veins. The shadows screamed, but their cries were drowned out by the radiant force that now enveloped her. Elara. Kale's voice again, this time closer, more frantic. The tendrils loosened, and Elara was freed. She took a deep breath, her chest rising with the realization that she had broken the hold of the darkness, at least for now. She staggered to her feet, her surroundings shifting as if the world itself was in flux, the island groaning under the weight of its ancient power. Kale appeared beside her, his face pale but determined. He extended a hand, helping her steady herself. "Captain, what happened? We saw the darkness take you." "I don't know," Elara admitted, her voice shaky. "But I felt it, something inside me, something connected to the stars. The island, it's not just a place. It's a living force. And it doesn't want us here. We can't leave, can we?" Kale asked, his gaze distant, as if he already knew the answer. "No," Elara replied softly. "The heart of the stars. It's still out there. We have to find it." The ground trembled again, and the air thickened. The island was not done with them. It was speaking, warning them, its voice like 1,000 whispers all rising to a crescendo. "The stars are not to be controlled," the voice echoed, its tone dark and final. "You cannot understand what you seek. The price of the heart will be your soul. The stars have chosen, and now the reckoning begins." Before Elara could respond, the ground beneath them cracked wide open. And a powerful force erupted from the depths of the island. The crew scattered as the earth split, sending waves of black energy surging outward, tearing through the trees and sending debris flying into the air. "Get back to the ship." Elara shouted, her heart racing. She could feel the pull of the stars once more, but it was different now, more insistent, more dangerous. The island wasn't just an island. It was a prison, holding something far older than anyone could have imagined. Kale's voice was urgent. "Captain, we need to go. The ship won't be able to survive much longer." Elara nodded, her mind already racing with plans and possibilities. They couldn't leave. Not yet. The heart of the stars was somewhere on this island. And she could feel its power, its call, growing stronger by the second, as the crew raced back toward the Raven's call. The island's final warning echoed in the air, "Escape, if you can. But the stars will follow. They always do." The crew of the Raven's call sprinted toward the ship, the island trembling beneath their feet. Elara's mind raced, the weight of the stars' warning pressing down on her shoulders. The once familiar shoreline now felt like the edge of a precipice. Everything was shifting, and she couldn't shake the feeling that they were running out of time. Behind them, the ground continued to crack and shudder, the dark energy of the island surging like a beast awakening from a long slumber. The shadows that had emerged from the depths were now swirling in the air above them, reaching for anything that moved. The sky above had turned an unnatural shade of crimson, the sun dimmed by the storm of darkness that threatened to consume everything. "We can't outrun this," Cale shouted, his voice strained with fear as he ran alongside Alara. "The island's trying to drag us back. We need to fight back." Alara's heart pounded, but she didn't stop running. "We don't have the strength to fight this," she said, her voice grim. "We need to find the heart of the stars. It's the only way." "The heart?" Cale repeated, his face pale. "You really think it's still here? After everything?" "I don't know," Alara replied, her eyes scanning the shoreline for the ship. The Raven's call was still anchored, but the water surrounding it had begun to churn, as though the sea itself was being pulled into the island's grasp. The crew was already aboard, but the storm was growing fiercer by the second, the wind howling through the sails, and the waves crashing violently against the hull. The ship groaned under the strain of the rising tide, and Alara could see the fear in her crew's eyes as they struggled to keep the ship steady. "We can't stay here," Cale urged. "We need to go now or we'll be swallowed by the sea." "No," Alara said, her voice sharp. "Not until we find the heart. The island is trying to stop us, but we can't let it win." She turned to face the crew, her eyes steely with determination. "Prepare to sail, but we're not leaving yet. We have one final chance to find the heart of the stars, and I won't abandon it." "Not now." Cale hesitated for a moment but nodded, stepping toward the deck to relay the order. As he did, Alara felt the pull of the island once more, a tug at the very core of her being, as if the island itself was calling her, whispering to her, tempting her with its power. "Alara." The voice was faint, a soft whisper that seemed to emanate from the earth itself. "The stars are not yours to command. You are not ready. But you will be. In time." Her heart skipped a beat. This voice, was it the island itself? Or something more ancient, more powerful? "Alara, come closer. We will show you the truth," the voice coaxed, its tone gentle but insistent. "The heart is not just a source of power, it is the key to understanding what lies beyond the stars. Come, and you will know everything." She stumbled, disoriented by the voice's allure. It felt almost as if it were beckoning her home. She could hear her crew shouting from the ship, but it was as though their voices were muffled by the oppressive presence of the island. The pull was too strong. She could feel it wrapping around her heart, her mind, until she couldn't tell if she was standing on the shore or floating in some otherworldly realm. "Captain." Cale's voice broke through the haze. His hand gripped her arm, pulling her back to reality. "Don't listen to it. It's trying to control you." Alara blinked, shaking her head as the fog of temptation began to lift. The island was still there, dark and unyielding, but the voice had receded, for now. Her heart was racing, and the air around her felt thicker, as though the island itself was watching, waiting. I almost." She stammered, trying to steady herself. "It almost had me." "You need to stay strong," Cale said, his voice low and urgent. We don't know what it is, but it's using you. We need to leave, Elara. This island, it doesn't just want the heart of the stars. It wants us all. I can't leave until I know the truth, Elara said firmly, her resolve hardening. We're going to find the heart. And when we do, we'll destroy it. Kale opened his mouth to argue, but before he could speak, the ground beneath them rumbled again. The sea began to surge, waves crashing higher against the ship, and Elara felt the island shift once more, like the heartbeat of a great beast. Elara. Kale shouted, tugging her toward the ship. It's not worth it. We're already too deep. The island is waking up. We don't have time. The shadowy figures that had once surrounded them now reappeared, their forms growing more solid, their movements faster, more desperate. The island's inhabitants, or whatever they were emerging from the darkness, their hollow eyes fixed on Elara as if they could sense her indecision. They were the island's guardians, and they were closing in, Elara, the leader of the figures said, stepping forward with a chilling calmness. You cannot escape what you are. You are bound to the island. You will never leave until you claim what was meant for you. And when you do, the stars will fall. The figure's words were like an incantation, and Elara felt the earth beneath her tremble once more. The sky above darkened further, and the storm grew in intensity, as if the very heavens were conspiring with the island to trap them. The raven's call was shaking violently, the ropes pulling against their moorings. Elara, Kale said again, more urgently this time. We need to leave. They won't stop us. But we can't fight them here. Elara's gaze hardened as she looked back at the crew on the ship. They were ready to fight, their faces set with grim determination, but the island was stronger than they had imagined. The tendrils of darkness were reaching toward them, coiling and twisting like serpents. Prepare the ship, Elara ordered, her voice like steel. We leave now. We'll sail far from here, and we'll return when we're ready. This isn't over. Kale nodded, his face grim but relieved. The crew began to work quickly, untangling ropes and preparing the sails as the storm began to swell around them. The island was screaming, its ancient fury rising with the tide, but Elara knew they couldn't face it now. Not when they were this vulnerable. The raven's call began to move, the wind picking up, and Elara stood at the helm, her hand gripping the wheel. The island receded into the distance, its dark form still visible against the horizon, but for now, they were free. We'll return, Elara muttered to herself, her eyes fixed on the island. We'll return. And we'll face the stars. The raven's call sailed steadily away from the island, the storm still raging behind them. The howling winds and the crashing waves seemed to grow quieter as they put more distance between themselves and the island. Elara stood at the helm, her grip tight on the wheel, her mind racing with thoughts of what they had just escaped, and what they still had yet to face. The crew was tense, every one of them on edge, eyes darting between the horizon and the dark skies. Kale approached her, his expression unreadable but his gaze filled with concern. We're clear of the island for now, he said, his voice low. But that doesn't mean we're out of danger. Whatever that place is, it's still out there. And we haven't even scratched the surface of what it wants. I know, Elara replied, her voice firm. But we're not done yet. We've learned enough to know that the heart of the stars is real, and it's calling to us. Cale shook his head, a bitter smile crossing his face. You don't believe it's all just a trap, do you? That island, those creatures, they were trying to warn us. And what we're looking for might be more dangerous than we ever imagined. Ilara's gaze drifted back toward the darkening horizon, where the island's jagged silhouette was barely visible against the twilight. I'm not afraid of the heart of the stars, Cale. I'm afraid of what will happen if we don't stop it. This island, this curse, it's not just about power. It's about something far darker, something that's been waiting for eons. The words hung heavy in the air, the truth of them weighing down on everyone aboard the Raven's Call. They had all seen it, the shadows, the whispers, the overwhelming presence of something ancient and powerful that had been set free the moment they had stepped foot on the island. We'll need more than just our swords to face whatever comes next, Cale said, his eyes scanning the crew. We need to find someone who knows more about the stars, about the heart. We need answers. Ilara nodded. There's someone. An old scholar I've heard of. She lives far across the sea, in a city called Loria. It's a place known for its ancient texts and those who study the stars. She might know how to stop this. Cale raised an eyebrow. And you trust her? After everything we've seen, after everything we've learned? I trust that we need her help if we have any hope of stopping the darkness that's coming, Ilara said, her voice resolute. We don't have the luxury of hesitation. The longer we wait, the stronger the island will become, and the closer we get to whatever fate the stars have in store for us. The ship's bell rang, a signal that the wind had changed direction, and the crew quickly went to work adjusting the sails. Ilara turned her gaze toward the vast ocean, feeling a sense of both urgency and determination rise within her. The storm was subsiding, but the storm inside her heart, her drive to uncover the truth, was only beginning. Days passed as the Raven's Call sailed across the open sea. The wind at their backs and the promise of Loria on the horizon. The crew grew restless, their nerves frayed by the tension of the unknown, the weight of their mission pressing down on them. They had crossed countless miles, but every night the stars seemed to watch them, their cold, distant light a constant reminder of the island they had fled, and the path that lay ahead. Ilara spent long hours at the ship's wheel, her mind lost in thought. She couldn't shake the feeling that the island was still calling to her, that the heart of the stars was drawing closer with every passing day. But the more she thought about it, the more she realized something. The island was only one part of the puzzle. The true source of the darkness lay beyond it. The stars had always been a mystery to her, something out of reach. But now they felt like a curse, like something she could neither understand nor control. And yet, deep down, she knew that they were the key to everything. We'll get to Loria, she muttered to herself, gripping the wheel tighter. And when we do, we'll find the answers. The following evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a thin line of land appeared in the distance. Loria. The ancient city gleamed in the fading light, its towering spires rising above the water like fingers reaching for the sky. The city was known for its scholars, its libraries filled with secrets about the stars, the constellations, and the ancient forces that governed the universe. But Alara knew that it was also a place filled with danger. Those who sought the truth often didn't return. As they neared the port, a chill ran through Alara. It wasn't just the cool evening breeze, it was the feeling of being watched, of something unseen lurking just beyond her sight. She couldn't shake the sensation that they were being followed, that the island's shadows hadn't let go of them just yet. "Alara," Kale said, his voice low as he stepped up beside her. "There's something about this place. I can feel it. It's like the air is thicker here." "I know," Alara replied, her eyes narrowed. "Stay alert. We're not just looking for answers. We're looking for a way to stop this. Before it's too late." The Ravens called docked in Loria's bustling harbor, the crew quickly disembarking. The city was alive with the sounds of merchants hawking their wares, children playing in the streets, and scholars deep in conversation. But despite the outward bustle, Alara couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. The city felt ancient, its streets winding like labyrinths, its buildings adorned with symbols she didn't recognize. They made their way to the heart of the city, to the great library of Loria, a massive structure that loomed over everything. Its stone walls were covered in intricate carvings of stars and celestial patterns. It was here, Alara knew, that she would find the answers. As they entered the library, the scent of old parchment and ink filled the air. The walls were lined with shelves upon shelves of ancient tomes, scrolls, and texts, some of which looked older than anything Alara had ever seen. A figure appeared from behind one of the shelves, a woman with silver hair and sharp, intelligent eyes. She wore the robes of a scholar, her hands holding a thick tome filled with markings that Alara could not decipher. "You seek answers," the woman said, her voice calm yet piercing. "And you've come to the right place. But you must understand, some truths are better left uncovered." Alara stepped forward, her resolve unwavering. "I've come for the heart of the stars. I need to know how to stop it. The island, it's alive. And it's coming for us." The woman's expression shifted, and for a moment, Alara thought she saw fear in her eyes. "Then you've already felt its call," she said quietly. "The stars are not simply objects in the sky. They are a power, an ancient, terrible force that has been locked away for a reason. And you, Alara, are now caught in its grip." The scholar's words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of a truth Alara wasn't ready to hear. The stars. The heart of the stars. They were not mere celestial bodies. They were ancient forces, primordial powers that had shaped the world, and possibly even beyond it. And now, Alara was caught in their relentless pull. The woman with silver hair closed the book in her hands and fixed Alara with a piercing gaze, her voice low but full of authority. "You are not the first to come searching for the heart, Captain. Many have tried, and all have failed. Those who sought to harness the power of the stars were consumed by it. Do you truly understand what you're dealing with?" Alara stood tall, her chin lifted in defiance. "I understand more than you think. The island, there's something there. It's trying to trap us, to use us for something terrible. I won't let that happen. I need to know how to stop it." The scholar's eyes narrowed, as if weighing Alara's words. She glanced over at Kale and the rest of the crew, who stood just beyond the entrance, watching with bated breath. The island is only a fragment of what you're facing. It is but a conduit, a link between this world and something far darker. The heart of the stars is not merely a relic or an artifact. It is the source of the island's power, the thing that binds it to this reality. Elara felt a chill run down her spine. And despite herself, she took a step closer to the scholar. And what is it, exactly? What is the heart of the stars? The scholar hesitated, her gaze flickering toward the ancient tomes that lined the library walls. She seemed to be searching for something, something that was difficult to say aloud. Finally, she spoke, her voice barely above a whisper. The heart of the stars is a celestial artifact. It is the core of a great star that fell from the heavens long ago, a force of unimaginable power. Those who came before you believed it could grant them eternal life, dominion over the stars themselves. But what they didn't understand was that it also draws the darkness from beyond the stars. A force that has been waiting for millennia to return. Kale stepped forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. The darkness? You mean? The island, the shadows, the creatures we saw. The scholar nodded gravely. Yes. They are not simply manifestations of the island's will. They are remnants of the ancient darkness that the heart of the stars once held at bay. It is said that the heart was cast into the ocean long ago, hidden away so that its power would never be used again. But it seems the heart has begun to stir, and with it, the darkness is returning. A deep silence fell over the room, broken only by the faint rustle of the scrolls and the distant murmur of the city beyond. Elara's mind raced, her thoughts swirling in a haze of fear and confusion. The heart of the stars, the island, the darkness, it was all connected, but how do we stop it? Elara asked, her voice tight with urgency. The scholar regarded her for a long moment, her eyes filled with a mixture of pity and sorrow. There is no simple way to destroy the heart. Its power is too great, too ancient. But there is a way to sever its connection to the world. You must find the Starforge. The Starforge? Kale repeated, his brow furrowed. What is that? It is a place, the scholar explained. A forge where the stars were once shaped. It is hidden, lost to time. But it holds the key to unlocking the heart's grip on this world. Only there can the heart be sealed, its power bound once more. Elara's pulse quickened. The Starforge. It sounded like the only hope they had left. But it was lost, hidden somewhere in the vast reaches of the world. And time was running out. How do we find it? Elara asked. The scholar's face grew darker. The Starforge was hidden away by the Ancient Ones, and the path to it is not easily found. You will need more than just strength to succeed. You will need wisdom, and you will need allies. And even then, the journey will be perilous. Perilous? Kale repeated with a wry smile. At this point, what isn't? The scholar's lips twitched, as if she found the remark both amusing and tragic. Indeed. But the dangers you face on this journey are not merely physical. The heart's influence will cloud your mind, twist your perception of reality. You will encounter enemies you cannot see, and dangers you cannot understand. Elara clenched her fists, the weight of the task ahead pressing down on her. She had always known that the heart of the stars was dangerous, but this, the depth of its power, the true threat it posed, was something she hadn't fully comprehended until now. "We will find the Star Forge," Elara said, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her. "And we will end this." The scholar nodded, a shadow of sadness crossing her features. "I hope you realize what you're asking for. Even if you find the Star Forge, even if you manage to seal the heart, there is no guarantee that the darkness will not return. Some forces, once unleashed, are never truly contained." Elara turned toward Kale, who stood by her side, his expression serious. The rest of the crew had gathered around, and Elara could see the same mix of determination and fear in their eyes. They had come this far together, and they would see it through to the end. "We'll deal with that when the time comes," Elara said. "Right now, we need to find the Star Forge." The scholar stepped aside, her gaze lingering on Elara for a moment longer. "I will give you what I know. But you must understand, the path ahead is fraught with danger. Trust no one, not even those who claim to help you. And remember, time is not on your side." She handed Elara a scroll, its edges worn and faded with age. "This map will guide you to the first clue. From there, you must rely on your own instincts. And remember, if you fail, the stars will fall, and the darkness will consume all." With that, the scholar turned and disappeared into the labyrinth of bookshelves, leaving Elara and her crew to face the daunting task ahead. The map in her hands felt heavy, its secrets hidden within its fragile folds. They had no time to lose. The island was still out there, its dark influence stretching across the seas, and the heart of the stars was calling them, guiding them toward an uncertain and dangerous future. Elara turned to the crew, her gaze hard and focused. "Gather what supplies we need," she said. "We leave at first light. The Star Forge is waiting." The air was thick with the salt of the sea and the weight of impending doom as Elara stood on the deck of the Raven's Call, the map to the Star Forge now securely in her hands. The city of Loria was fading into the distance, its towering spires and ancient walls slowly becoming mere silhouettes against the setting sun. Despite the promise of the city's knowledge, Elara couldn't shake the unease that had settled in her chest. The scholar's warning had echoed in her mind, a constant reminder of the treacherous path ahead. The heart of the stars was still out there, its power pulsing like a dark heartbeat in the distance. Every step they took away from Loria felt like one step closer to the unknown horrors that awaited them. The darkness was patient, waiting for its opportunity to strike. But Elara had no intention of letting it win. She paced the deck, her mind racing over the details of the map, tracing the paths that could lead them to the Star Forge. The first clue was clear, a small island far to the south, one that wasn't even marked on most maps. She had to trust that it would lead them to the next step, to the answers they needed. Kale approached her, his boots thudding against the deck with each step. He had a stern expression on his face, his eyes narrowing as they caught sight of the horizon. "We're not just facing the island now, are we?" he asked quietly. "The map, this journey, it's bigger than just stopping the heart, isn't it?" Elara met his gaze, her expression hardening. It's always been bigger than that. The heart of the stars isn't just a source of power. It's a key to something far darker than we can even comprehend. The Starforge might be our only chance to stop it. You think finding it will solve everything? Kale asked, his voice tinged with doubt. The scholar warned us. There's no guarantee that even if we find it, we'll be able to contain the darkness. We have no choice but to try. Elara replied firmly. The darkness is already spreading. If we don't act, it will consume everything we know. A heavy silence fell between them, the only sound the creaking of the ship as it cut through the waves. Kale let out a deep breath, clearly torn, but his loyalty to Elara and the crew was unwavering. Then we'll do what we have to do, he said. But we need to be prepared. If what she said is true, we'll face dangers we can't even imagine. We'll face them together, Elara said, her voice resolute. We've come this far. We'll see this through. The crew was already busy preparing for the journey ahead. The sails were adjusted to catch the wind as they sailed southward. And provisions were gathered for the long trip. As night fell, Elara retired to her cabin, spreading the map out on the table before her. The inked lines and symbols seemed almost alive in the flickering light of the lantern. She could sense that each marking, each hidden symbol, carried with it a piece of the puzzle, a puzzle that, once solved, could either save or destroy them. Hours passed as Elara studied the map, trying to decipher its meaning. The island they were headed to was marked with an intricate star-shaped symbol, the same symbol that had been carved into the walls of the library in Loria. It was a place of great importance, a place where the past and future collided. She didn't know how she knew it, but she was certain that the answers lay there. As the ship sailed deeper into the night, the first signs of trouble began to emerge. The wind, which had been their ally earlier, suddenly shifted, and the sky above darkened. The stars, which had been bright and steady, flickered ominously, their light wavering like a dying flame. A strange chill filled the air, and Elara could feel it, the same oppressive presence that had hung over them on the island, the same darkness that seemed to pulse from the heart of the stars. Elara, Kale's voice crackled through the door, urgent and filled with warning. You need to see this. Elara stood, her heart pounding, and hurried to the deck. The moment she stepped outside, she knew something was wrong. The stars above had begun to shift unnaturally, their patterns distorting like twisted shadows. The sea, once calm, now churned with violent waves, as if the very waters were alive, restless and angry. The crew was gathered on deck, their faces pale with fear as they gazed out toward the horizon. And there, in the distance, Elara saw it, a dark shape moving swiftly across the water, something large, something unnatural. It was approaching them, fast. What is that? She demanded, her hand instinctively reaching for her sword. It's coming from the direction of the island, Kale said, his voice tight. It's like nothing I've ever seen before. The shape in the water grew larger, and Elara's stomach twisted in dread. It was a massive, shadowy form, with tendrils stretching out like dark fingers, cutting through the sea. The water around it seemed to ripple and distort, as if the very fabric of reality was bending under its weight. The crew scrambled to prepare for whatever was coming, some shouting orders while others frantically worked to secure the ship. But Alara stood frozen, her gaze fixed on the dark form in the distance. The darkness wasn't just an island anymore. It was coming for them, and they had no choice but to face it head-on. As the shape drew closer, the air grew thick with a cold, suffocating presence. It felt as if the very world around them was holding its breath, waiting for something terrible to happen. The wind howled in warning, and the sea rose in great waves, crashing against the side of the ship. "Alara, we need to move," Kale shouted, grabbing her arm and pulling her toward the helm, but Alara's eyes were locked on the approaching shape. It was almost upon them now, and she could feel the weight of its malice, the crushing inevitability of it. The island's curse was not done with them yet. The darkness had come to claim what it was owed. With a final, defiant glance at the crew, Alara turned to the wheel, her hands steadied despite the storm raging around them. "Brace yourselves," she called out. "This isn't over. We're getting through this, together." As the dark shape loomed over them, a wave of energy surged through the ship, and the stars above seemed to flicker, as if the very heavens themselves were about to fall. The ship Raven's call trembled beneath Alara's feet as the dark shape surged closer. The sea was alive with fury, waves crashing against the hull with such force that the crew had to brace themselves. The stars above, once a comforting guide, now flickered erratically, as though they, too, were uncertain of their place in the world. The air was thick with tension, and Alara's pulse quickened. The darkness was coming for them. Relentless and inevitable, she gripped the wheel with both hands, her knuckles white as she steered the ship through the tumultuous waves. The shadow in the water was now unmistakable, an immense, serpentine shape, its black tendrils reaching up like spectral hands, threatening to tear the ship apart. "Alara, we need to turn. It's too close." Kale's voice was strained as he appeared at her side, his eyes wide with fear. "There's no turning back," Alara replied, her voice low but resolute. "We face it head-on. It's the only way we'll make it through." Kale didn't argue. He knew as well as she did that the storm wasn't just a natural force. It was a manifestation of the island's power, of the heart of the stars stirring in its depths. The island had begun to fight back, unleashing its wrath upon them. And whatever that dark shape was, it was part of that fury. "Prepare yourselves," Alara shouted to the crew. "Whatever happens, stay together." The crew scrambled to their posts, securing ropes, loading weapons, and bracing themselves for what was to come. The tension in the air was palpable, every heartbeat echoing like a drumbeat, as if the world itself was preparing for something monumental. The dark shape finally emerged fully from the waves, its grotesque form taking shape before their eyes. It was a massive, writhing mass of shadows, tendrils twisting and lashing like the limbs of some ancient sea monster. Its surface was a shifting, inky blackness, and Alara could feel its presence, cold and suffocating, reaching out toward the ship. Is that? Kale's voice trailed off, as if he could barely form the words. "Alara, it's alive," came a voice from behind them. It was Captain Wren, his face grim as he scanned the creature. "It's like no beast I've ever seen. We're not just fighting the island anymore. This is the darkness itself." Alara's heart raced, but she refused to let fear take control. "We've faced worse," she said, though her words felt hollow. "We can't stop now." The creature's tendrils shot toward them with terrifying speed, and Alara's instincts kicked in. "Hard to starboard," she shouted, spinning the wheel. The raven's call lurched violently as the crew pulled with all their strength, forcing the ship to turn, but the darkness was faster. The tendrils whipped around the ship, some wrapping around the mast, others crashing down onto the deck with enough force to splinter the wood. The crew screamed in panic, desperately trying to cut the dark limbs that were now wrapping themselves around the ship like chains. "Alara, we can't hold it off," Kale shouted, drawing his sword and slashing at the nearest tendril. But his blade passed through the shadow as if it was cutting through mist. Nothing stopped the oncoming darkness. "Don't fight it with steel," Alara shouted, her eyes blazing with determination. "We need to focus on the heart. It's the only way to stop this." The creature roared, a sound like the screech of 1,000 souls trapped in eternal agony. It was the very embodiment of the island's curse. Alara's mind raced. The map, the scholar's words, everything was falling into place now. This creature, this thing, was a manifestation of the island's power, of the heart of the stars itself. If they were to have any hope of surviving this, they would need to reach the Star Forge and sever the heart's grip once and for all. "Alara, look!" Ren shouted, pointing toward the sea. "It's drawing us in." The water around the ship was swirling violently, as though the darkness had created its own whirlpool, pulling them toward the abyss. The ship began to tilt, the crew struggling to keep their footing as the massive creature wrapped more tendrils around the hull. "We need to act, now," Alara shouted. Her eyes darted to the map in her hands. The island with the Star Forge, it was only a short distance away. But would they make it in time? Without a second thought, Alara turned the wheel sharply, steering the raven's call directly toward the creature, determined to break free from its grasp. Kale, Captain Ren, and the rest of the crew held on for dear life, struggling to maintain balance as the ship lurched and bucked beneath them. The moment the ship collided with the creature's tendrils, a shock wave of energy erupted from the impact, throwing Alara and the crew to the deck. The ship groaned in protest, its timbers splintering, but Alara's grip on the wheel held strong. The darkness screeched again, a high-pitched wail that rattled Alara's bones. "Alara!" Kale shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We're not going to survive this unless we get to the island. Now!" With all her strength, Alara wrenched the wheel in the opposite direction, forcing the ship away from the creature's tendrils. The darkness lashed out in fury, but they were moving faster now, the island of the Star Forge looming ever closer. "We're almost there," Alara shouted. The horizon was now visible. There, in the distance, the jagged cliffs of the island rose from the sea like the teeth of some great beast. But the creature was not finished. It let out one final roar, a sound so deafening that it seemed to shake the very air. With a final, desperate push, Alara aimed the raven's call toward the rocky shores. The ship plowed forward, its sails tattered and torn, its hull battered by the dark tendrils. As they neared the island, the swirling darkness began to dissipate, retreating back into the sea as if the heart's influence was being pushed away. With one last, wrenching lurch, the raven's call slammed against the island's rocky shore. the ship groaning as it ground to a halt. The crew collapsed to the deck, exhausted and battered, their eyes wild with fear and relief. Elara stood shakily, her heart pounding in her chest. The island was silent now, but the darkness still lingered, a threat that had not been fully vanquished. She looked to the horizon, where the first rays of dawn were beginning to break through the storm clouds. "We're here," Elara said, her voice filled with resolve. "Now, we find the Star Forge." The sun's first light crept over the horizon, casting a pale glow over the jagged cliffs of the island. The raven's call lay battered against the rocky shore, the waves slowly lapping at its damaged hull. The crew was scattered across the deck, bruised and exhausted from the storm and the encounter with the dark creature. Their faces were streaked with salt water, their eyes haunted, but they were alive. And they were here, on the island where the fate of the world would be decided. Elara stood at the ship's bow, her hand gripping the jagged stone of the cliff face as she looked out over the land. The island was unlike any she had seen before. The air was heavy with an ancient, almost palpable power, and the ground beneath her feet seemed to hum with energy. It was as if the very island itself was alive, watching them. "Do you feel it?" Kale's voice broke through her thoughts, and she turned to see him standing beside her. His expression was solemn, his brow furrowed as he took in the sight of the island. "It's unnatural. There's something here, something that's been waiting." "I feel it," Elara said, her voice low. She could sense it too, the pull of the heart of the stars, its presence seeping from the very soil. The Star Forge was close, but so was the darkness. The island itself was a battleground, and it wasn't just the heart they would have to face, it was everything the heart had created. "We need to move quickly," Kale said, glancing back at the crew, who were gathering their supplies and preparing to disembark. "The longer we stay here, the more vulnerable we become." Elara nodded. "We need to find the Star Forge before the darkness catches up with us. We're not safe here, but if we don't act now, it will be too late." The crew gathered their weapons and provisions, each person knowing the peril they faced. There was no turning back now. The island loomed before them, the dense jungle beyond the cliffs beckoning them toward their destiny. Elara took a deep breath, steeling herself for what lay ahead. With a final glance at the ship, Elara led the way down the rocky shore. The sound of their footsteps echoed in the quiet morning, the air thick with the scent of salt and earth. The jungle's dense canopy seemed to close in around them, the shadows deepening as they moved further into the heart of the island. The trees here were unlike any Elara had seen before, ancient and gnarled, their twisted roots creeping up from the ground like fingers of some long-forgotten god. Strange, glowing flowers dotted the forest floor, their eerie light casting an otherworldly glow over the path ahead. There was no sign of animal life, no birds, no rustling in the underbrush. The silence was deafening. "This place feels wrong," Kale muttered, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. "Like something is watching us." "I know," Elara replied, her voice barely above a whisper. "But we can't stop. The Star Forge is close." They walked in silence, their every step careful and deliberate. The deeper they ventured into the jungle, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It was as if the very air was charged with an unnatural energy, making it hard to breathe, hard to think. after what felt like hours, they came to a clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a massive stone structure, partially covered by vines and moss. It was unlike any temple or structure Elara had seen before. The stone was smooth, almost glass-like, but it shimmered with an ethereal light, as though it was not of this world. At its base was an enormous set of double doors, adorned with intricate carvings of stars and constellations. "This is it," Elara said, her voice barely audible as she stepped forward. She could feel the pull of the star forge from within, its energy thrumming in the air. This was where it all led. This was the place where the fate of the world would be decided. But as she reached for the doors, a low, guttural sound rumbled through the ground, sending a chill down her spine. The earth trembled beneath her feet, and the air grew even colder, as if something ancient and powerful was awakening. "Elara, look out!" Kale shouted, grabbing her arm and yanking her back. From the jungle, a figure emerged, tall and cloaked in darkness, its features hidden beneath a hood. The figure moved with unnatural speed, its presence filling the clearing with a cold, oppressive energy. As it stepped forward, Elara could feel the very earth recoil in fear. "You shouldn't have come here." The figure's voice was a raspy whisper, like the sound of dry leaves scraping against stone. "This island is not yours to claim." Elara's heart raced as she instinctively reached for her sword. "Who are you?" she demanded, her voice steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. The figure tilted its head slightly, its eyes glinting like cold stars beneath the hood. "I am the guardian of the forgotten stars," it said. "The one who watches over the heart. And you are too late." The ground beneath them trembled again, and the jungle seemed to come alive, the trees swaying as though they were reaching for them. The air crackled with dark energy, and Elara knew that the time had come. The guardian was not just a protector of the Starforge, it was a creature of the heart's will. A manifestation of its power. "We're not too late," Elara said, her voice firm. "We've come to end this, once and for all." The guardian laughed, a low, hollow sound that sent shivers down Elara's spine. "You think you can stop it? You think you can stop the heart of the stars?" The ground shook violently, and the jungle seemed to close in around them. Elara could feel the darkness pressing in, could hear the whispering voices of the island's long-dead souls, urging her to turn back, to abandon the quest, but she stood her ground, her resolve solidifying with each passing moment. "I won't stop," she said, her voice unwavering. "And neither will my crew." Kale stepped forward, his sword drawn and ready. "We're in this together, Elara. We've come too far to turn back now." The guardian's eyes glowed brighter, and it took a step forward, its form shimmering like smoke. "Then you will die together." With that, the air around them exploded with a surge of dark energy, and the battle for the heart of the stars began. The clash was sudden, violent, and unforgiving. The guardian's dark form blurred as it moved with terrifying speed, its arms outstretched, tendrils of shadow lashing out toward Elara and her crew. The air around them crackled with oppressive energy, suffocating and heavy, making it hard to breathe. "Elara!" Kale shouted, his voice strained as he swung his sword at the darkness. But his blade sliced through the shadows without resistance, as though the creature was made of smoke. "We need to fight it differently." Elara's heart raced. She could feel the dark energy swirling around her, warping the air. The guardian was a being of pure will, tied to the island itself, but it was also vulnerable. Somewhere, deep within, there was a weakness. The guardian's laugh echoed through the clearing, a sound like dry leaves scraping across stone. It wasn't just mocking them, it was an expression of something far darker, something that Alara couldn't quite grasp. You think you can defeat me? The guardian hissed. I am the island's will. I am the curse that keeps the stars forgotten. The heart is my master, and I shall protect it until the end of time. Alara. Kale's voice broke through her thoughts. The heart is what keeps it alive. If we destroy the heart, we destroy this creature. Alara nodded, feeling a surge of determination. She had known this moment would come, but now it was real. The heart of the stars had been the island's power, and its corruption had given birth to the guardian. If they could reach the heart, they could put an end to it all. But first, they had to survive this battle, move back. Alara shouted to her crew, pulling Kale away from the guardian's outstretched tendrils. The crew scattered, weapons raised, forming a protective circle around Alara as she tried to keep her focus. The guardian was relentless, each strike of its shadowy tendrils bringing with it a surge of power that rattled the earth beneath their feet. The trees around them groaned and bent, as if in pain. It was clear that the guardian was not just a protector, it was an extension of the island itself, a manifestation of its will. We need to find its core, Kale said, his voice low. The heart is the only way to stop it. But where? Alara asked, her eyes scanning the guardian's form. It was shifting, constantly changing, as if it didn't have a true physical shape. We can't see where its heart is. How do we destroy something that doesn't have a form we can attack? The guardian's form shifted again. And it lunged toward them, tendrils snaking through the air like whips. The crew fought back desperately, but every strike seemed to pass through it. The guardian was a shadow, a creature of darkness and fear. We don't need to strike at it directly, Alara realized, her voice sharp. We need to disrupt its connection to the heart. Kale's eyes widened as he understood. The heart controls it. If we sever that connection, exactly. Alara interrupted. We need to find a way to sever its link to the heart of the stars. If we can do that, it will collapse. The darkness will lose its power. The guardian, hearing this, let out a deep, guttural growl. It twisted and writhed as if in agony. You cannot undo what has already been done, it hissed. The heart is beyond your reach. It will never be severed. Alara gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, her thoughts racing. We've come this far, she said, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. We will find a way. Suddenly, the ground beneath them trembled, and the guardian's tendrils lashed out with renewed ferocity. Alara dodged one of the shadows just in time, but Kale wasn't as lucky. A tendril wrapped around his ankle, pulling him off his feet and dragging him toward the guardian, Alara. Help! Kale cried, struggling against the dark grip. Without thinking, Alara rushed forward, slashing at the tendril with her sword. The blade made contact, but it passed right through the shadow without leaving a mark. Alara, don't! Kale yelled, panic in his voice. You can't cut it with steel. She stopped, a flash of realization crossing her face. Kale was right. This creature wasn't like anything they had faced before. Physical weapons wouldn't work. They needed to disrupt the magic holding it together, the magic of the heart. Elara, get back. Kale shouted again, his body writhing in the grip of the tendril. It's too powerful. Elara's mind raced. There had to be a way. She thought back to the ancient texts she had studied, the cryptic warnings of the heart's power. She had learned about the island's connection to the stars. How the heart fed off of the lost light of the heavens. But what could they do to sever it? And then, she remembered something. There was a method, an ancient ritual that involved the alignment of the stars, a way to channel the energy of the cosmos through the island itself. We need to use the stars, Elara whispered to herself, her mind clicking into place. She turned to Kale, who was still struggling against the tendril. Kale. Hold on. I think I know how to stop it. With a desperate surge of strength, Kale broke free from the tendril's grip, his sword flashing as he slashed at the shadow that had once held him. But Elara wasn't focused on him. She was focused on the island itself, the way the stars above were shifting. As though responding to her call, Elara. Kale shouted. What are you doing? The stars above seemed to flicker in response to her words. The sky was shifting, clouds parting as beams of starlight pierced through the darkness, illuminating the clearing. Elara's eyes widened as she realized that the island itself was reacting to the ritual she was about to invoke. Everyone, gather. Elara called to the crew. We need to form a circle. Now. They didn't question her. The crew quickly formed a circle around her, their hands linked together. Elara raised her arms to the sky, drawing on the power of the stars, the lost light of the heavens. She could feel the energy building within her. A force more powerful than she had ever known. The heart of the stars was close now, its power resonating beneath the earth, and Elara knew that this was their only chance. With a final, focused thought, Elara released the energy she had gathered. A pulse of brilliant light shot from her hands, cascading upward into the sky, drawing on the stars above. For a brief moment, everything went silent, an eerie, deathly silence. Then, the island shook. The guardian screamed in fury, its form twisting and distorting as the light of the stars poured into the earth, severing its connection to the heart. The tendrils of shadow writhed and recoiled, and the air itself seemed to crackle with the release of dark energy. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the island fell silent. Elara collapsed to her knees, gasping for breath. The jungle around them was still. The oppressive presence that had filled the air was gone. The guardian was no more, but the battle was not over. They had severed the connection, but the heart still beat beneath the island, its power far from extinguished. Elara. Kale said, his voice breathless as he knelt beside her. We did it. But there's still so much more to do. She nodded, her eyes determined. We're not done yet. The heart is waiting. We have to finish this, before it's too late. The silence that followed was unnerving. The dark tendrils of the guardian had vanished, leaving nothing but the echo of their disappearance in the stillness of the jungle. Elara could still feel the pulse of the heart beneath her feet, its energy like a drumbeat resonating deep within the island. The battle had shifted, but it wasn't over. Kale helped Elara to her feet, his eyes scanning the clearing for any signs of danger. The rest of the crew stood in tense silence, their weapons lowered but not forgotten. There was a strange sense of relief in the air, but it was fragile, like the calm before a storm. "We've done something," Elara said, her voice shaky but resolute. "But it's not enough. The heart is still alive. It still holds the island in its grip." "We've weakened it," Kale said, glancing over at the others. "But we need to finish what we started. The heart has been corrupted, and the island, it will continue to fight against us until we put an end to it." Elara nodded, taking a deep breath. She felt the weight of the moment settling on her shoulders. The heart of the stars was not just a source of power, it was the island itself, and destroying it would require more than just strength. It would require sacrifice. "The Starforge," she murmured, her eyes narrowing as she focused on the stone temple ahead. "That's where we need to go. The heart is there. We have to reach it before the darkness reclaims everything." The crew nodded in unison, their faces grim. They knew what they had to do. Each step would bring them closer to the heart, and the final confrontation. There was no turning back now. With renewed determination, Elara led the way toward the stone temple, the crew following closely behind. The path seemed to stretch endlessly before them, the jungle now eerily quiet, as if the land itself was holding its breath. The glowing flowers on the forest floor flickered in the dim light, casting long shadows across the trail. Every now and then, they heard the distant rumble of the island shifting beneath them, as if the land was waking up. They reached the temple's massive doors, the stone surface smooth and gleaming in the strange light that now illuminated the clearing. The carvings of stars and constellations pulsed with energy, their patterns shifting like they were alive. "This is it," Kale said, stepping forward to examine the door. "The heart is behind these doors. We just need to find a way inside." Elara moved closer to the door, her fingers brushing the carvings. As her skin made contact, a surge of energy shot through her, and the carvings seemed to react to her touch. The stars within the stone flickered brighter, and the door creaked open slightly. "It's alive," she whispered. "The door is part of the heart. It senses us." "Then let's open it," Kale said, stepping forward with a sense of urgency. He placed his hand on the door, and together they pushed. The doors groaned under the strain, resisting at first, but slowly, they began to move. The air grew thick with the energy of the heart, and Elara could feel the island shudder as if it were in pain. The temple was ancient, its stones worn and cracked by time, but it held a terrible power within. When the doors finally gave way, they were greeted by a chamber unlike anything they had ever seen. The room was vast, stretching deep into the earth. The walls were lined with hundreds of mirrors, their surfaces covered in intricate symbols. In the center of the room, a massive, glowing crystal pulsed with a steady, rhythmic beat, the heart of the stars. The crystal was beautiful, mesmerizing in its brilliance. It radiated an otherworldly light that bathed the chamber in a soft, ethereal glow. But beneath its beauty, Elara could feel the corruption, darkness swirling beneath the surface, feeding on the light, twisting it into something else entirely. This is it, Elara said, her voice filled with awe and dread. The heart. Kale stepped forward cautiously, his eyes never leaving the crystal. It's more powerful than we thought. But we can't just destroy it. The island itself is bound to it. I know, Elara replied, her voice filled with grim determination. But we have to try. She moved closer to the crystal, feeling the oppressive weight of its energy pressing down on her chest. The ground trembled beneath her feet, and the air thickened with an almost tangible force. The island was alive, pulsing with the heart's power, its very existence intertwined with the crystal. The crew stood at the edge of the chamber, watching in silence, understanding the gravity of the situation. Elara could feel their eyes on her, their hope and fear mixed together. They knew that this was the moment that would define the fate of the island, and perhaps, the fate of the world. This has to be done, Elara said, her voice unwavering as she turned to Kale. We have to destroy the heart, but we need to sever its connection to the island. Otherwise, it will never truly end. Kale nodded, his expression grave. How do we do that? I don't know, Elara admitted, her gaze fixed on the crystal. But I feel something. There's a key in the symbols on the walls. I think the mirrors are part of the ritual. She moved toward the nearest mirror, tracing her fingers over the ancient symbols that adorned its surface. As she touched them, the symbols seemed to come alive, glowing with an inner light. The mirrors shifted, their surfaces rippling like water. Help me, Elara said, turning back to the crew. We need to activate the mirrors, all of them. It's the only way to reach the heart's core. One by one, the crew joined her, standing before the mirrors and tracing the symbols that matched Elara's movements. The room filled with a hum, a rising crescendo of energy as the mirrors began to align. The symbols glowed brighter, their light converging in the center of the room, pointing directly at the heart, Elara. Kale's voice was urgent. Something's happening. The heart began to pulse more rapidly, its light growing blindingly bright. The ground shook violently as the energy built, the entire island seeming to tremble in response. The mirrors reflected the light of the crystal, and the chamber began to warp, the air shimmering with raw power. This is it, Elara said, her voice steady despite the chaos. We're unlocking its core. With a final, decisive movement, Elara pressed her hand against the mirror closest to her. The symbols on it flared to life, and a surge of energy shot toward the heart. The island groaned in pain, and for a moment, Elara thought the earth would crack beneath them. The heart's pulse faltered, the dark energy that had been feeding it wavering. Then, with a deafening roar, the heart of the stars shattered. The crystal cracked, its light imploding in on itself as the darkness that had corrupted it was expelled. A wave of energy exploded outward, knocking Elara and the crew to the ground. For a moment, everything went silent. The explosion of energy sent Elara sprawling across the stone floor, her breath stolen by the force of the blast. She struggled to her hands and knees. Her vision blurry, the ringing in her ears drowning out everything else. The ground trembled beneath her, and the air smelled of scorched earth and ozone. It felt as though the island itself was shaking apart, the violent release of the heart's power reverberating through every stone, tree, and breathless soul on the island. Elara. Kale's voice broke through the chaos, close but distant, muffled by the ringing in her ears. She blinked rapidly, trying to focus, and saw Kale rushing toward her, his expression a mixture of concern and relief. She managed to push herself up, her body sore and weak, but her mind was sharp. "Is it over?" she asked hoarsely, her eyes searching the chamber. The heart of the stars had shattered, the crystal splintered into countless glowing shards that now scattered across the floor. The oppressive weight that had hung over the island for so long seemed to have lifted, but something about the air felt different, still heavy, like the calm before the storm. "I think so," Kale said, helping her to her feet. His grip was firm, but his eyes kept darting around, wary of any threats that might still remain. "But the island, it's not finished yet. Look." Elara followed his gaze, and her heart sank. The chamber was no longer the still, quiet place it had been moments before. The shards of the heart that had shattered into the air now floated above the ground, glowing with an eerie light. And from those fragments, dark tendrils of energy began to writhe, twisting in the air like serpents, each one feeding off the broken crystal. "It's not just the heart we've destroyed," Elara said, her voice trembling. "The island, the heart was more than just a source of power. It was the heart of the island itself. We've killed it, but now we've unleashed something far worse." The ground began to shake again, and the walls of the temple groaned in protest. The entire island seemed to be waking up, as though the destruction of the heart had awakened a much darker force. "We need to stop it before it consumes everything," Kale said, urgency in his voice. "We have to destroy the shards. They're still connected to the heart's power." Elara's mind raced. She had no idea how to destroy something as vast and complex as the island's power, but there was no time to think. The very land beneath their feet seemed to be fighting them, its energy surging in ways they couldn't comprehend. "Elara, Kale, we need to move," one of the crew members shouted, breaking through the tension. "The island is collapsing around us. We have to get out of here." The urgency in their voice snapped Elara back to the present. She glanced at the others, each of them now scanning the room for a way out. The tendrils of dark energy had grown stronger, more aggressive. The air was filled with a growing sense of chaos, as if the island itself had turned on them. "We can't run," Elara shouted over the rising noise. "We have to stop the heart's fragments. It's the only way." Kale's face was grim, but he nodded in agreement. "You're right. We can't let this spread." The shards floated above the ground, and with each pulse of energy, they seemed to grow more powerful. Elara could feel the darkness seeping into her bones, a deep chill that made her heart pound with dread. They had destroyed the heart, but the corruption it had seeded in the island wasn't gone. It was spreading. "We need something to disrupt the fragments," Elara said, her mind racing. "Kale, the mirrors, maybe they're the key. We used the mirrors to channel the energy before. Perhaps we can use them to break the shards." Kale looked toward the mirrors that lined the walls of the chamber. They shimmered faintly, still glowing with the light of the heart's energy. "It's worth a try. But we need to act fast. The island won't hold much longer." Together, they moved toward the mirrors, their eyes fixed on the glowing shards. The air seemed to thicken as they drew near, and the temperature dropped as the dark energy radiated from the fragments. Elara felt an icy chill creep into her bones, but she pushed through it. There was no time to hesitate. We need to align the mirrors with the shards, Elara said, her voice firm. The mirrors will reflect the energy back into the shards, breaking their connection to the island. Kale nodded, understanding the plan. He and Elara moved to the first mirror, positioning it in such a way that it would reflect the shard closest to them. The light from the fragment grew stronger as they adjusted the mirror, and the room vibrated with a strange resonance. "Get ready," Kale shouted. "This is going to be intense." Elara's heart raced as she focused on the shard. The mirror reflected the light of the fragment, and the energy began to surge through the air. For a moment, nothing happened, but then, the shard cracked, its glowing surface shattering into pieces. A wave of energy shot out, knocking them back. "Is it working?" Elara gasped, her breath coming in sharp bursts. "It's working," Kale said, grinning through the pain. "But there's more. We need to break all the shards." Elara nodded, her eyes determined. They continued to move, using the mirrors to reflect and redirect the energy of each fragment, shattering them one by one. With every shard that broke, the dark energy in the room began to wane. The oppressive atmosphere lifted just slightly, but the island still trembled beneath them, groaning as though it were alive. Then, with a final, desperate push, Elara and Kale positioned the last mirror. It was the largest shard, the one at the center of the room, pulsating with the most power. Elara could feel it drawing her in, its energy trying to consume her very will. "Now!" Elara shouted, her voice echoing through the chamber. Kale adjusted the mirror with all his strength, and the light from the shard was reflected back toward it. The energy exploded in a brilliant flash, and for a moment, the world seemed to stop. The island's tremors ceased, and the air was still. The shard shattered into 1,000 pieces, and the dark tendrils that had been writhing in the air dissolved, their influence broken. "Elara," Kale whispered, his voice filled with disbelief. "Did we do it?" Elara stood still, her chest rising and falling as she took in the silence that now surrounded them. The island was still, the oppressive weight of the heart's power finally gone. "I think we did," she said softly, looking around at the shattered pieces of the heart's fragments. The darkness that had once consumed the island was no more. The light of the stars, faint but undeniable, seemed to return, filtering through the cracks in the sky above, but Elara knew that the island was forever changed. The curse had been broken, but the land would never be the same. "And neither would they." "Let's get out of here," Kale said, taking her hand. "It's over." But even as they left the temple, Elara couldn't shake the feeling that something, some part of the island's dark soul, still lingered in the shadows. Waiting for the next chapter to unfold, the island was silent. The echoes of the battle had faded, and for the first time in what felt like an eternity, the land seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The oppressive weight of the heart's power had been shattered, but something still lingered in the air, an uneasy calm, like the stillness after a storm. Before the winds truly settled, Elara stood at the edge of the temple, gazing out at the vast jungle that stretched before her. The once vibrant colors of the island had dulled, the flora wilting in places where the heart's energy had twisted it. The great trees, which had once hummed with ancient power, now stood motionless. They were still alive. But they were no longer vibrant. The stars above twinkled dimly, as though even the heavens were still recovering from the violent upheaval they had witnessed. "We did it," Cale said, his voice filled with awe. He stood beside her, his eyes scanning the horizon. "But something feels off. It's like the island's soul is torn in two." Elara nodded, her heart heavy. The heart was the island's life force, but it was also its prison. "We've freed it, but I fear that we've also opened a wound." A sound behind them made them both turn. The crew had gathered, their faces a mixture of exhaustion and disbelief. They, too, had felt the shift, but their expressions were less troubled, perhaps because they had not felt the pulse of the heart the way Elara and Cale had. "You're right," one of the crew members, Jara, spoke up, her voice uncertain. "We're not out of danger yet, are we?" "No," Elara replied softly. "The island is free, but it's broken." The heart held it together, gave it purpose. "Without it, we don't know what will happen. The energy that sustained this place is gone." "Then we leave," Cale suggested, his tone pragmatic but laced with concern. "We've done what we came to do. The island is no longer a threat." Elara hesitated, looking back at the temple. The stars overhead seemed to shimmer in response, as if calling her back to the very place they had destroyed. "Leaving would be the easy choice," she said. "But I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this, more than we understand." A deep rumble shook the ground beneath their feet, and the trees around them creaked as though they were stretching their limbs after a long slumber. A gust of wind stirred the leaves, and Elara looked toward the darkening sky. "I think we need to face the consequences of what we've done," she said quietly. "The island has its own will, its own spirit. We might have broken the heart, but that doesn't mean it will simply fade away. There are things here, things connected to the heart, that may not be gone yet." Cale studied her face, his expression thoughtful. "You're saying there's more to this island than the heart?" Elara nodded, her eyes narrowing. "Yes. The island is more than just the heart. It's a living, breathing entity, shaped by the stars themselves. And when we destroyed the heart, we might have disturbed something deeper, something ancient." Jara frowned. "What do you mean? Do you think there's something left of the heart still alive, hiding somewhere?" "I don't know," Elara said, her gaze distant. "But I have to find out." Before Cale could respond, the wind shifted, growing colder, and the once still air seemed to ripple with an unseen force. A strange light flickered in the distance, a soft, eerie glow, pulsing like a heartbeat. "It's not over yet," Elara whispered, feeling a surge of both fear and determination. "The island is awakening. We have to go toward that light." Without waiting for a reply, she turned and started moving toward the glow. Cale hesitated for a moment, but then followed. The crew murmured amongst themselves, uncertainty lingering in their voices, but they knew there was no choice. They had come this far together. The jungle, once full of life, now seemed like a labyrinth. The trees loomed taller, casting long shadows, and the path they followed was shrouded in mist. The light grew brighter with each step, though it never fully revealed itself. Instead, it danced just out of reach, like a flickering star in the distance, guiding them forward but always staying just beyond their grasp. As they ventured deeper, the air grew thick with energy, charged with something ancient, something far older than the heart itself. Elara's skin tingled as if the very atmosphere was electric, alive with power. The closer they got, the heavier the air became, until it felt as though they were walking through a veil of magic, a barrier between worlds. Finally, they emerged into a clearing where the light shone brightest, a vast, circular pool of water surrounded by stones etched with ancient symbols. At the center of the pool, a strange, glowing orb floated, suspended above the water. It pulsed with the same eerie light they had been following. Elara stepped forward, her heart pounding in her chest. This is it. This is what the heart was protecting. Kale's voice was barely a whisper. What is it? I don't know, Elara admitted, but she could feel it, the same strange connection she had felt with the heart, only this time, it was different. This power was older, deeper. The island's true essence, perhaps. She stepped closer to the pool, her hand reaching out. Suddenly, the orb flickered and rippled, sending a shockwave of energy through the air. The ground beneath their feet trembled violently, and the sky above darkened, as if the heavens themselves were reacting to the orb's presence. Elara! Kale shouted, rushing to her side. Step back. It's too dangerous. But it was too late. As Elara's fingers brushed the surface of the orb, a wave of energy surged through her. She gasped, her vision blurring as the power of the island flooded her senses. She saw flashes, glimpses of distant stars, forgotten memories, and ancient beings. The island's soul, its true self, was revealed to her, its history spanning eons, and in that moment, she understood. The heart had not been the only force keeping the island alive. The orb, the true core of the island, was a seed of the stars themselves. The island had been born from the cosmos, nurtured by the stars, and its purpose was far beyond what they had imagined. The destruction of the heart had only unleashed its true form, and now the island was awakening fully. The power of the stars was coursing through it, and it was hungry for something only Elara could provide. Elara! Kale cried again, grabbing her arm and pulling her back. Let go! But Elara could barely hear him. The energy surrounding the orb was pulling her in, drowning out everything else. She could feel the stars themselves calling to her, urging her to take the next step. The orb flickered once more, and the ground beneath them cracked open, sending a shockwave of energy spiraling outward. The island, no longer bound by the heart, was fully awake, and it was alive in a way no one had ever imagined, and Elara realized, with a sinking heart, that she might be the only one who could stop it. The world around Elara blurred as the power of the orb surged through her. Her skin tingled with the raw, untamed energy of the island, the force that had been dormant for centuries, waiting for the moment when the heart would fall. Now that it had, the island was awakening fully, and the consequences were both exhilarating and terrifying. Elara, you need to let go. Kale shouted again, shaking her fiercely. His voice barely reached her over the hum of the orb's energy, a sound like the pulse of 1,000 stars. But Alara couldn't tear herself away. The connection was too strong, too overwhelming. She could feel the island's soul, its ancient power, its hunger. Images flooded her mind, visions of distant galaxies. Of ancient beings lost to time, of the island as it had once been, full of life and wonder. But there was darkness too. Something had corrupted the island, twisted it into a shadow of its former self. And the destruction of the heart had only triggered its true form, its full potential. The island was no longer just a place, it was a living, breathing entity, and it was calling out to her, Alara. Kale's voice broke through her trance, more urgent now. He pulled at her arm, but she barely noticed. The pull of the orb, of the island itself, was too strong. In that moment, a voice echoed in her mind, deep and ancient, yet filled with a strange warmth. You are the one who will decide our fate. Alara's heart raced. It wasn't just the island speaking, it was the stars themselves, the very essence of the cosmos, reaching out to her. She could feel the weight of their gaze, the responsibility they were placing on her shoulders, but Kale wouldn't let go. Alara, please. He was frantic now, his grip tightening on her wrist. Don't do this. The island, it's too much. You can't control it. For the first time, Alara's thoughts cleared. The weight of Kale's voice, his fear, snapped her back to herself. She wrenched her hand away from the orb with a gasp, staggering backward. The power of the island seemed to retreat with her, though the hum of energy still vibrated in the air. Thick with potential, Alara. Kale's voice softened as he caught her, his hands gentle now, though his eyes still held a flicker of concern. Are you all right? She looked at him, her breath coming in sharp gasps. I don't know, she admitted, shaking her head as she struggled to steady herself. It felt like the island, like the stars themselves, were reaching for me. I couldn't stop it. The ground beneath them rumbled again, this time with a deep, resonant growl that seemed to come from the very heart of the island. The sky above darkened further, as though the light of the stars was being swallowed whole. The orb, now dim and flickering, pulsed faintly, casting shadows that stretched long and thin across the clearing. The crew had gathered at the edge of the clearing, watching in stunned silence as the island's energy grew more chaotic. Jara, her eyes wide with fear, stepped forward. What's happening? We're losing control of everything. Alara. Kale said softly, his voice a quiet plea. What did you feel just now? What did it want from you? Alara closed her eyes, trying to piece together the fragments of her vision. The island, no, the stars themselves, had offered her power, a choice. A choice that she hadn't fully understood, but one that seemed far too important to ignore, I think. She began slowly, the words coming hesitantly. The island is the vessel for something ancient. It's more than just a place. It's a conduit for the stars, for the power of the universe itself. But something has corrupted it. The heart was a way of keeping it contained, keeping it from consuming everything. And now that the heart is gone, the island is waking up fully, its true power, its true nature. Kale frowned, his expression darkening with concern. So we've unleashed a force we can't control. A force that could destroy everything. Not everything, Elara said, meeting his gaze. But it could reshape everything. The island, it was meant to be a bridge between worlds. It's connected to the stars, to the very fabric of reality. And now that it's awakening, it wants to be free. But it's corrupted. Kale said, his voice thick with realization. The island, the stars, everything, it's been twisted. And if it's not stopped, it will consume everything in its path, Elara finished grimly. Including us. The rumbling grew louder, and the sky overhead cracked open with a blinding flash of light, as though the island itself was being torn apart. Elara felt the surge of energy, felt it thrumming beneath her skin, urging her forward, urging her to embrace it, to become one with it. No, she whispered, stepping back from the edge of the clearing. I can't let it take control. Kale's hand tightened around hers. We can't fight it like this. We need to find a way to stop it before it's too late. Jara stepped forward, her voice firm. What if we could restore the balance? If the heart kept the island in check, what if we could find another way to contain its power? Elara shook her head. The heart was only a bandage. The island's true power is far older, far more dangerous. Containing it again would only delay the inevitable. So what do we do? Jara asked, her voice shaky. We can't just leave it like this. Elara stared at the orb, its faint glow reflecting in her eyes. It was both beautiful and terrifying, a symbol of the island's true nature, the power that had once been hidden beneath layers of illusion, I think. She began, her voice barely more than a whisper. I think the only way to stop it is to destroy it. The orb, the source of the island's power. But to do that, we have to reach the heart of the island, the very core, where its power originates. Do you know where that is? Kale asked, his voice edged with hope. Elara nodded, her expression resolute. Yes. But it won't be easy. We'll have to descend deeper into the island's roots, into the ancient heart of its magic. And once we do, there's no turning back. The crew exchanged glances, their uncertainty palpable, but they knew there was no other choice. The island was waking up, and they had no way of knowing how much time they had left before it consumed them all. We follow you. Elara, Kale said softly. Wherever you lead, we'll go. Elara took a deep breath, her heart heavy with the weight of the decision she had to make. The island, the stars, the very fabric of the universe itself, everything was connected, and the path ahead was uncertain, dangerous. But it was the only path that might save them. We'll stop it, she said, her voice unwavering. Together. And with that, they turned toward the darkening jungle, heading toward the heart of the island, where the true battle for the stars, and their fate, awaited. The jungle seemed to close in around them as they ventured deeper into the heart of the island. The once vibrant landscape had become muted. The colors of the flora dimming under the weight of the island's awakening power. The trees, ancient and towering, groaned in the wind, their branches twisting like gnarled fingers reaching for the sky. Elara felt the air grow heavier with each step, the energy pulsing beneath the earth like a heartbeat, steady and relentless. It thrummed through her veins, resonating with the lingering power of the orb. It was as if the island itself was watching them, testing them, waiting for them to make their move, The crew followed in silence, their faces grim with determination. Jara walked beside Alara, her eyes scanning the shadows for signs of danger, while Kale kept close behind, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. The quiet tension among them was palpable, each of them knew the perilous task ahead. They were not simply journeying into the heart of the island, they were walking into the very source of the power that had been corrupted, a power that could reshape the world. Alara, Kale said quietly, his voice carrying the weight of unspoken concern. Do you really think we can destroy the orb? What if the island's power is too much for us to handle? Alara glanced back at him, her expression resolute. I don't know if we can destroy it, she admitted. But I do know we can't let it continue to grow. If we don't stop it now, the island will consume everything, including us. The rumble beneath their feet grew louder. And Alara felt the ground shift slightly, as though the island itself was preparing for something. It was as if it knew they were approaching the source of its power. The path ahead grew narrower, the jungle more tangled, and the air grew thick with an unnatural mist. They were no longer in the realm of the living, they had crossed into the domain of the island's true essence. The trees were twisted, their roots weaving into each other, creating an almost impenetrable barrier. The further they went, the more the landscape seemed to shift and change, like a living organism, alive with its own intentions. This place, it feels like it's alive, Jara said, her voice strained. Like it's breathing with us. It is, Alara replied, her voice distant. The island is alive. It's connected to the stars, to everything that was and will be. But something has twisted it, corrupted it. A sudden, sharp cry cut through the silence, a strange, echoing sound that seemed to come from deep within the earth. The crew froze, their hearts racing, eyes scanning the darkening jungle. The cry came again, louder this time, sending shivers down their spines. What is that? Kale whispered. Alara's eyes narrowed, and she felt a chill run down her spine. She didn't need to ask, she already knew what it was. The island was not only alive, it was awakening, calling something forth. And whatever it was not friendly. We have to keep moving, Alara urged, her voice steady but tinged with urgency. Whatever it is, we can't let it stop us now. They pressed on, the jungle growing more oppressive with every step. The trees loomed like dark sentinels, their twisted limbs reaching out as if to block their way. The air thickened, charged with a strange energy that seemed to weigh them down, pressing in from all sides, and then, ahead of them, a flicker of light, a soft, eerie glow, appeared through the mist. It was faint at first, but as they drew closer, it grew stronger, pulsing like a distant star. The light led them deeper into the heart of the island, where the jungle had given way to a wide, circular clearing. In the center of the clearing, a massive stone altar stood, ancient and worn. Its surface was etched with symbols, some familiar, some unknown, glowing faintly in the mist. The altar was surrounded by a ring of stones, and at the center, the orb hovered, its light dimmer now but still powerful. The energy it emitted was palpable, like a hum vibrating in the air. Alara stepped forward, her heart pounding. This was it, the heart of the island, where the true source of its power lay, the orb. Kale's voice was barely a whisper. It's even stronger here. Elara could feel it, too. The island's power was concentrated here, in this very space. She felt the pull. The urge to reach out and touch the orb, to embrace the energy that had once been the heart of the island. But she resisted. She knew that if she allowed herself to be consumed by it, she would be lost, just like the island itself had been. "Elara," Jara said, her voice shaky, "what do we do now?" Elara closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She could feel the weight of the stars on her shoulders, the responsibility of the choice she had to make. She could feel the island's essence, its very soul, whispering to her, urging her to join with it, to become part of something greater, but she knew she couldn't. The island had once been a place of wonder, but now it was a place of destruction. The stars had chosen her to stop it, to preserve what little remained of its true nature. She had to destroy the orb, or the island would never be free. "We destroy it," Elara said, her voice steady but filled with determination. "We destroy the orb and stop the island from consuming itself, and everything around it." Kale nodded, his face set in a grim expression. "How?" Elara stepped forward, feeling the energy swirling around her, the weight of the island pressing down on her. She could almost feel the island reaching for her, testing her resolve. She closed her eyes, focusing on the flow of energy, on the pulse of the stars above. She could feel their presence, guiding her. She raised her hand, her fingers trembling slightly as the power around her responded, surging like a tide. The light of the orb flickered again, and for a moment, it seemed to pulse in time with her heartbeat. "Elara, no!" Kale shouted, his voice filled with fear, but it was too late. The moment she had been waiting for had arrived. She pressed her palm against the stone altar, channeling the energy through her, pushing it back toward the orb. The ground beneath her feet shook violently as the energy surged forward, a shock wave of power that reverberated through the air. The sky above cracked open with a thunderous roar as the stars themselves seemed to tremble in response. The orb flared brightly, its light blinding, but Elara didn't look away. She poured everything she had into the energy, forcing it back, pushing against the tide that threatened to consume them all, and then, with a final, deafening pulse, the orb shattered. The explosion of light and sound was all-encompassing, a storm of pure energy that threw them all to the ground. Elara felt herself being lifted off her feet, her body consumed by the surge of power. For a moment, she felt like she was weightless, suspended between the stars and the earth, and then, as quickly as it had come, the energy dissipated. Elara gasped for breath, her body aching from the force of the blast. She opened her eyes, blinking against the sudden darkness that had fallen over the island. The rumbling had stopped, the hum of the orb's power gone, the jungle was silent, and the island was free. The world was still. Elara's breath came in shallow gasps as she lay on the cold stone of the altar, her body trembling from the force of the explosion. The island had fallen silent, as though holding its breath, waiting for the aftermath to unfold. For a long moment, nothing stirred, not even the wind. Slowly, Elara pushed herself to her knees, her vision blurred but gradually clearing. The air around her was still charged with the remnants of the orb's energy, though it had lost its dangerous hum. It felt empty now. Not lifeless, but as if a weight had been lifted from the island's shoulders. "Elara," Kale's voice broke through the silence. She turned to see him rushing toward her, his face etched with concern. He knelt beside her, his hand resting gently on her arm. "Are you all right?" She nodded slowly, her voice hoarse. I think it's over." Cale helped her to her feet, steadying her as she swayed slightly. The clearing around them was eerily quiet. The pulse of the orb was gone, and the strange energy that had been suffocating the island had faded. Even the sky above, once cracked and storm-laden, had begun to clear, revealing the faintest glow of stars in the distance. Jara was by her side now, looking around in disbelief. It's gone," she whispered, her eyes wide. "The energy, the corruption, it's all gone." The stillness was overwhelming. For so long, the island had been pulsing with life, albeit a twisted one. Now, there was only the sound of their breathing, the rustling of leaves, and the distant crash of waves on the shore. The oppressive weight had lifted, but the silence left an uncomfortable sense of uncertainty. "What happens now?" Jara asked, her voice quiet. Elara looked around at her companions, her mind still trying to process everything that had just transpired. The island, freed from the orb's influence, now seemed to be waiting. It was no longer a place of dark power, it was simply an island. But it was still ancient, still mysterious, and there was still much to learn. "We've stopped the corruption," Elara said, her voice steadying as she took in the landscape. The jungle around them no longer felt like a living, breathing entity, it felt peaceful. "The island is free." The heart, the orb, those were just symptoms of something far older. Now, it has a chance to heal. And so do we. Cale stepped closer, his gaze fixed on her. "But how do we know it's truly healed? How do we know the island won't?" "Elara's right," Jara interrupted, her tone firm. "The island is no longer in the grip of that thing. Whatever it was, it's gone. But there's still much we don't understand." Elara nodded. "We've restored balance, but we haven't unlocked all of its secrets. There's still much to learn here. The island, the stars, everything is connected. But it's no longer a threat." Cale exhaled, the tension in his shoulders easing. "I still can't believe we did it." After everything, the words hung in the air, but Elara wasn't sure what to say. The journey had been long, filled with danger and sacrifice. They had faced the island's darkness, the overwhelming power of the stars, and the ancient forces that had been waiting for a moment like this. And now, in the aftermath, she felt hollow. Not in a bad way, but as if something deep within her had shifted. The stars that had once seemed so distant, so far beyond her grasp, now felt closer. As if she had touched them, even for a moment. And they had shared their secrets with her. "Elara," Cale said, his voice cutting through her thoughts. "What happens to the island now? What's our next step?" Elara looked out over the clearing, the jungle stretching into the distance, the quiet waves lapping against the shore. The stars above twinkled faintly, distant and timeless. "I think we let the island heal," she said quietly. "It's been through so much. We've done what we can. And what about us?" Jara asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Are we just going to leave?" "We've come this far, Elara." Elara turned to face her. We don't have to leave. Not yet. The island still has mysteries to uncover. We've only scratched the surface. But there's no rush. We've been through a war with the stars, and the island has given us a chance to breathe. We can stay for a while. A soft breeze stirred the air, and for the first time, it felt like the island was welcoming them, not as intruders, but as guests, its ancient heart now open and waiting. I want to stay, Kale said, his eyes meeting Elara's. There's so much to learn here. And we've made it this far together. Elara smiled faintly, a sense of peace settling over her. I think it's time for us to listen. The island has stories to tell. We've only just begun to understand. The group stood together in the clearing, the weight of their journey still settling over them. But for the first time, there was no urgency. No danger. No darkness lurking just out of sight. For now, the island was at peace. And so were they, as the night stretched on and the stars above began to glow brighter in the clear sky. Elara felt a strange sense of calm. They had freed the island. They had faced the darkness and survived. And now, they were free to explore what remained. The island had been forgotten by time, but its secrets had never truly disappeared. They were waiting for the right moment to be discovered once again, and Elara knew that the true journey was just beginning.